every facet of life. Any epic conversations had over the last 12 hours I missed out on?
I don't know if it was in the last 12 hours, but last night I thought it was a pretty good conversation. I thought I was ladling some pretty good gravy.
What topic? Might have heard it, I might not have.
Oh, I was trying to get Bacon, I think it was Bacon, to wrap his head around the concept of establishing rules in a conversation so you can do things like determine what is considered reasonable and unreasonable, or logical and not logical.
Right.
It didn't go very well, at least not as far as getting him to accept it or understand it or whatever. But if anyone was listening, it might have went pretty well for them. I thought it was pretty good stuff.
Missed out on that one. Must have been within the last 12 hours. You've been busy. Science guy was in.
What's that?
Bob the science guy was in here earlier. All by himself, just sitting all by himself. And I didn't know. Someone posted in chat, how comes no one's talking to Bob? And I jokingly just put Bob who? I mean, I knew damn well who Bob was in the chat, and I just put Bob who in the chat. And then he quickly just exited. He was gone. I thought, oh, I was only.
Bum, bum, bum.
Dr. Bob.
Toodaloo, toodaloo.
Oh, you popped in, Ben. Welcome back.
Man, so was that you like playing a trumpet for yourself for pretend, or what was that?
I was playing something.
Announcing your own arrival by fake trumpet.
Exactly.
Presenting his bandsongness.
Yes, and
The bandit of the most bandity of them all.
and I'm scattering particles as we speak.
He takes bandsaws from the rich and gives them to the poor.
I don't give them to the bloody poor. I keep them for myself.
Nice. Well, you're the poor, bandsaw. If you're poor, that checks out.
Define poor.
You don't tell them which poor. It's you.
Yeah. Yep. If you're not a billionaire, you are impoverished.
So what gravy do we have today, boys?
None yet.
Ladles.
I've been on. I don't think.
I'm ready. I'm ready for ladles of it. Ladles and ladles.
I'm going to post a link in the chat. This is like one of my favorite videos on the internet. You can take a look at it. I don't know if I've posted it for you guys yet, but I posted it for Jeremy earlier. If it'll let me, will it even let me?
I don't know.
Paste. Do you got to get special permission to paste a link in the stream chat?
You
I don't think so.
No, I think videos and pictures you do, but I thought you would have already had them. Bob,
is it over 10 megabytes? It's 10 megabytes.
No, it's just a website link to the video.
Oh, right. Of course.
Do I need special permission for that, Bandsaw?
You may. What? It won't let you.
No, like I hit paste and it doesn't seem to paste it. I'm not sure
You
why.
might have
I'll-
to hit GL on. Might have
I
to
will-
hit GL into that. Yeah.
For posting what?
Gee,
If I want to post a link to a website, do I need special permission for that?
No, you've got perms. You should be able to do it.
That's what I thought.
Okay. It might have just been something with the iPad. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It was just something with the iPad. I got it now.
You've worked it, sussed it out. Boom.
One of the best videos. One of the best that I've seen.
What have we got? Oh, is this a South Park thing? Is it?
I don't think it really is. I think someone decided, used the South Park stuff. I don't think it's really South Park.
Yo, one time I pitched over in Gems. I pitched him. I was like, yo, I'm gonna hire a surveyor, right, to make my straight line. If anyone could do it, a surveyor should be able to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't make it level, just make me a straight line. And they asked me in Gems, are you gonna tell them what it's for? And I was like, no, hell no. I'm not gonna tell them. It doesn't matter what it's for. I need them to make a straight line. It doesn't matter if I'm measuring my dick or earth curve. You know what I'm
don't
saying?
you trick him, Jeremy.
It's not
That would be
trickery, though.
trickery. Ah, no, but in the eyes of a baller, that would be deceit and trickery, and you shouldn't do that.
No, it's even better not telling him because it keeps the guy unbiased. Like if he knows what you're doing,
I know.
he might try to influence it or something. This is like a
Exactly.
it keeps it more fair like this. And plus, he doesn't need to know it's irrelevant. Anyways, it doesn't matter what it's for. If you're making a straight horizontal line, it's irrelevant what it's for. Just make me a straight horizontal. Can you do that? Yes. Okay, do it. You don't need to know what it's for. Don't worry about it.
No, but that's unfair. The ballers consider it unfair if you leave out the little detail.
They were arguing that.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. It doesn't matter.
Oh, good on you, mate.
Make that way. It's
An
not.
honest
That way,
baller.
it's not a biased thing. It's a great idea. It shouldn't need to.
They were
Numbers
making
are
it
the
seem
numbers.
like I was being deceiving and shit, and that wasn't right. I'm like, yo, are you guys
Jeremy.
kidding me right now?
Why do you go over there expecting something?
This was like a year ago or something, or I don't know, 6 months ago. So.
And you've learned your lesson since, right?
Yesterday.
No, I was over there earlier for a little bit.
So how's your
Definition of
your
insanity,
concave journey, Jeremy? How's that going?
It's going. We need to make a straight line, bro. That's what we need to do to get this whole thing sorted out. Either concave,
Easy.
or flat, or globe is going to be shown.
Huh?
Listen, here's my idea. Ready? You ready?
No.
You can't do it, Jeremy.
What do you mean no?
I wasn't ready. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, are you ready now?
Okay,
Okay, I'm ready now.
Okay,
Hold
right.
on.
Wait. You ready, Bandsaw?
Bandy's not ready.
Bandy's not ready.
Okay, go. Oh, hold
Listen,
on.
I got 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes, and my wife's coming down. So
Go for it, buddy.
here's what you do. You get as many surveyors are in the area. I don't care if it's 7 or 27, right? You hire every one of them independently. Time to go make a horizontal line. Whoever says they can make a horizontal line, straight horizontal line, you have them go do it. Right next to the people that just made one, except you cover up the other guys somehow, or stakes or whatever you use. You cover those up so nobody can see any of the previous person's things. Right? That's dope, right? Come on, Sean. Dope, right? That's fire. That's how you start your shit off. And we're making our own lines after that. You start to have 15 or 20 fucking...
What is so impossible about making a horizontal line?
I can just see.
Surveyors can do it.
Anyone could. You could do it, Jeremy. It's pretty simple. That's like the most simplest part of it. Like you're gonna hire a survey crew to create a horizontal line. They're gonna be like, "Are you serious?"
Well, what are you going to use? A water level? or a
could.
theodolite? Or what do you think? What do you think they're
Yeah,
using?
I mean, them? Oh, you probably use like a theodolite or a transit or
What's optical?
a total station. Yeah,
It depends on the conditions of the day. You're not
Of
going to.
course.
Oh, really? We're
Of
back
course
on
it
this
does.
circle. We're doing loops. Oh,
Wait.
No.
No, you're right. They don't. Why would you do it over a huge distance? Why not shorten it up? Why
You
not?
have to.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, because,
Cool.
okay, 8 inches drop per mile. This horizontal line needs to go for some fucking distance before any discrepancy is going to be.
It depends
So
on the
that's
depends on the tools you're using and the amount you want to see. I mean, literally, you could do it over 400 meters. You could still do the same test.
No, 400 meters isn't going to give you enough of a drop to see the
Yeah,
whole
well,
curvature up or down.
absolutely it will.
How are
I
you
think
going
it
to?
will.
How's it being measured? How are you measuring it?
You can use
Optically
total
or
station.
physically?
Both. You can do both.
Interesting. I'd
You
like to
need
know
to do
physically.
it. You need to do it next to a still body of water.
Like a water level. Like a water level is a good idea.
That curves. That curves.
Yeah.
Wait, it does? Why is a water level curve?
Well, you're gonna have
Because apparently we're on a curve. We're on
No,
a
I'm
sphere,
talking,
apparently.
we're just no. We're talking as if we haven't done this, and we're talking as if we don't know the shape. What would a water level? What would you assume a water level is going to do?
A,
Okay,
we don't
well,
know the shape. We don't know the shape.
Yeah,
A
okay.
and B. You're not going to use a water level over half a mile or a mile.
A quarter mile.
Even a
You
quarter
can't
mile.
see.
Why
You're not
not?
going to do it over a quarter mile because it's
That's even
impractical.
that's even better. You can do it over a quarter mile and just cut it up in sections. All you got to do is create that horizontal, right?
Okay, but how are you proving or confirming that that is in fact horizontal?
Okay, I'm going to
I
set up.
agree, you can daisy chain and assume it, but how are you
Okay.
verifying that?
Okay, what I'll do is I'll take my whatever tool. I'm going to go ahead and say a theodolite we'll use. I'm going to set it at
That's
exactly.
optical.
Okay, that's nice. I'm going to set it up at the same level as the first surface of water on point A of that water level test. And then, do you think 20 feet's good? I mean, optics aren't going to play a factor in 20 feet, right?
Okay, but do you agree that there's plus or minus even at 20 feet?
So minute, we wouldn't see it in the crosshairs.
But it adds up. If you're going to try and do 3 kilometers with
okay.
20 feet, that plus or minus fucking adds up big time.
Okay, then I'll just reset my tool, whatever I'm using, at the next station, and I'll continuously create that horizontal every 20 feet.
But how are you verifying that's truly horizontal? What are you comparing that against? How do you know it's not slowly arcing over?
I'll turn
because your
around.
horizontal relies on plumb, doesn't it?
I'll turn around and I'll mark on my last horizontal. Remember, I'm just marking horizontal, so wherever my 0 is on that mark, I would just keep sectioning it. That I'd keep designating that to another line, so that you could it'd be referenced every 20 foot. And then I can go back to the very beginning, and I can look down that site and see as far as I can see, without worrying about optics, and check it and see if it's at the right mark. I mean, that part's
How
easy.
How far can you see without worrying about optics?
We'll say with a theodolite, I'm gonna go ahead and say about 100 meters until things start getting iffy.
In what conditions?
We're gonna say a
you
nice
said humidity, 30,
okay.
70, what temperature?
Go ahead and give me some scenarios.
Well, no, I'm asking you. You said 100 meters. And in what conditions would you think that's accurate?
Okay, at 100 meters? From anything from no moisture in the air to 60% humidity. Temperature could be anywhere from 50 degrees to 80 degrees. Could be from 9 a.m. to 11, 1 o'clock to 5. I mean, everything changes. You do it 1,000 different times just to verify these things. You're not going to do it just once.
No, but you could do it every hour, and you would see something different through the theodolite.
I don't think so. Not at 100 meters.
The conditions change. Yeah.
Have you done it before?
No, I haven't. I haven't done this.
Okay, I've used these tools. So at 100 meters, I can tell you what it's going to do throughout the day. And at 100 meters,
how often have you done the same thing every hour? and then taken a photo of it to compare? How often have you done what I just suggested?
Over 1,000
Every
times.
hour.
Over
Oh,
1,000
okay,
times.
right.
Yeah, I've done
Same
topo.
position every hour.
I've done topo maps, and what we do is we set at one point, and we just start taking a bunch of shots, and we triangulate those shots. Excuse me. And then what we do is we move that tool station to another location, back reference it to the very first point, do some more triangulations. The next day we got to reset it up, and we start checking again. I mean, we do this all the time. It's never one shot. Never.
Sure. Do you ever do any calculations? Or are all your
Absolutely.
numbers exact? Or do you have to calculate stuff?
No, you got to calculate a lot of times. It depends on what your elevation is, your distance is.
Okay. And so you look
depends
and
on-
you calculate,
depends on
but
the
then you
distance
never
you're
physically
going.
verify it.
Oh no, you can. I've just explained how we physically can
Okay.
verify it. Right, we literally.
Everything's
I check
optical so far.
the points. I check the points. I get those elevations. I get those distances. Then I go to a different. Then I set up a new reference, and then I shoot to those same spots. And if I'm getting the same readings, then there's
with
no
error
reason.
margin. And then you calculate the error margin out.
No. What I just explained, there is no error margin. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, then I have to check on my setup. I have to check and see what I've done. And then when that does happen,
So
and when-
so there's no
and
error
when-
margin.
no, it depends
The
on
calibration is zeroed out.
what I'm explaining. At 100 meters, absolutely, it's perfect. There's no reason to worry about it.
No reason to worry about the error margin. But you're just saying don't worry about
100
it.
meters,
But it is there.
At 100 meters, you're not going to have an error margin. You're not going to need one. There's nothing to
Zero
calculate in
error.
that.
So zero optical anomalies going on over 100 meters at any time of the day.
And
You can guarantee that what you're looking at is exactly where it is.
And 99.9% of my shots, nope.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
There's always an error margin, Sean.
At 100, Bandy, you're telling me at 100 meters that survey equipment is going to be off?
Okay, are you telling me,
course it is.
Sean, that it is going to be absolutely micro-millimeter perfect?
No, it's going to be within the crosshairs perfect. The allowance of the crosshairs, and that's why I said at 100 meters, that's not a problem. At 100 meters, I can get within a quarter of a tenth, Bandy.
There is
And
still
that's
an
minute.
error margin that multiplies.
Okay,
right?
so
I'm not saying, Sean. I'm not saying, Sean, that it is not extremely accurate. I'm not inferring that at all.
Okay.
But there are inaccuracies.
At 100 meters?
Yeah, there are. There's minute ones. 100% there are.
So if I'm doing Bandy, if I'm doing, yeah, I'm being honest. Okay, so if we're doing a business pad, right, a big warehouse, that's going to cover over 100 meters. That's a good example. If I'm going to start my point at corner A, and I'm going to shoot to, I'm going to start shooting to my corners and my points that I have along that slab. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move to the middle, and I'm going to take the same shots, and I'm going to see if there is an error in my measurements. The fact that the fact that they triangulate these things, the fact that they move and recheck things is the fail safe in that. That is when I'm talking about this at 100 meters again, and I've said it, Bandy. I'm sure you've heard me say it. There's never one shot, ever one shot.
I'm not saying that there is ever only just one shot, Sean, and
no one is.
But there is always still, right, an allowable tolerance that is acceptable. Okay.
Would that be within optics, or would that be within the margin of the crosshairs?
Either or.
Both.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah,
Either or.
So so in that situation where we're taking a shot, if we're taking a shot and say it's a hot day, we'll even give you humidity, and we even see that heat wave band across the distance. We can see it along everywhere. And when we take those shots, are you taking that shot to the ground, or are you taking that shot to a point off the ground?
Off the ground.
Okay. And in that situation, I'm not looking through that turbulence. That turbulence is along the ground. When we see mirroring, when we see those heat waves along the ground, that's not happening 10 feet up. Right, Ben? I mean, we've looked through these things.
Yeah, you always get atmospheric conditions. It doesn't matter at what elevation you are at.
Okay.
Right?
And
the higher you go, Sean, right, you can reduce that interference from
Yep.
from the atmosphere that you are looking through. I agree. But to say, there is zero error margin at all, right? Is just wrong, Sean.
Okay,
Because
so I can clarify it then better. At 100 meters, I am within a margin of a quarter of a tenth. Now, that quarter of a tenth, explain to me where that error takes away from the measurement.
Daisy chain it over several kilometers.
Okay, I'll do. How about daisy chain it over 50 meters? It's even more.
Several kilometers.
No. Let's shorten it up. Let's make it short.
We're doing this for Earth curvature. Stop bringing it short.
Okay,
You're trying to say a theodolite can do a horizontal line over kilometers when it can't.
Okay.
It can't do it.
Okay, so just so we're clear, never once did I say I can create a horizontal line over 2 kilometers. I even said it's.
Oh my God! So this whole thing is about Earth curvature and a horizontal line to show Earth curve. So why even talk, dude? Seriously.
Maybe you should listen a little bit better, because me creating a horizontal line and sectioning it up over short distances over that 2 kilometers is the same thing as what you want, just more accurate.
No, it's not. It's got more error in it.
Oh, okay. The further the shot, the more the error. The shorter the distance, the less the error. So if I take it and I do it in sections, it's not going to be.
But there's accumulated.
Okay.
Daisy chaining.
The problem is you're not understanding how it works, so I'll explain it real quickly.
Sure.
So if I take a shot, so you're telling me, okay, so let me guess. So wait, what you're telling me is that survey equipment doesn't work?
Listen.
No, go on, straw man, go for it.
Okay, well, that's why I'm asking you, because when you sit there and tell me that there's this error margin, and then I sit there and say, okay, let's shorten up the shots and over a very small distance. You say, no, that can't be done to measure Earth curvature. It absolutely can.
No.
Okay.
You're not listening to me.
Okay.
You said bring it shorter because it's more accurate. I completely agree. There is less error the shorter you go.
Okay.
But to then daisy chain multiple short measurements together, each one has error margin that you have to calculate in. Or are you going to say, because I shortened it up to the point where it's more accurate than a longer shot, I can just neglect the multiples of minute errors to build it up?
Okay, how about this? If I can get within a quarter of a tenth at 100 meters over 1,200 meters, what's the error?
And so a quarter of a tenth at 50 meters. So you want to times that by what to get to 1,200 by what? 24. So 24 by a quarter. What does that add up to?
Okay, first of all, if the way you're trying to do it isn't even how it's done. So this is where the discrepancy and understanding is. So when I tell you that I can get within a quarter of a tenth.
So it's a calculation.
I'm going to go ahead and explain it to you because I'm trying to explain. No, you don't know it because I'm explaining to you where you're wrong. When I tell you, and Bandy can back me up because he has an understanding of this as well. When I say that there's an error, I can get within a quarter of a tenth at 100 meters. That means at 100 meters, I can see within a quarter of a tenth. So that means if I say I want my setting to be at 0/10, I can hit that. I can see within that.
You're disregarding any optics.
No, I'm not.
100 meters or whatever. Okay.
Let me ask you again. Have you looked through any survey equipment? If you're not, how is your argument that these tools don't work because they're optic? How is your understanding?
They work, right? They work, but if you're going to build a foundation or whatever, the distance that you're talking about for a foundation or a road or even a fucking airport is negligent. You don't give a fuck, right? But if you're going to then extrapolate that out, oh, look, I can now use these tools to make a horizontal line several kilometers to compare the Earth curve, you then need to verify that.
It's
physically,
easy.
Which you can't do.
Just because it's not used in certain methods doesn't make it not usable in any other method.
Of course,
just
you
because,
can use
just
it.
because,
verify it.
Just because I take a shot over something and I'm not equating Earth curvature into it, doesn't mean I can't measure Earth curvature off that horizontal that I've created. All we're talking about is
you
creating
can do whatever you like.
Okay,
in your
well,
head and on
well,
paper.
that
But
well, the
prove it
problem
physically, good
is
luck.
that the conversation is happening in your head the way you think it should be, and not in reality how these things actually work. That's why I've asked
Okay,
you.
if it happens,
Okay,
if it
that's why I
happens
asked
the
you.
way
Hey,
you think
that's
it
why I asked
does,
you.
there'd
That's
be
why
no
I asked you.
discussion here.
Okay,
We'd
that's
have
why
a
I asked
horizontal
you
line,
if
a
you would ever
rectilinear would
use
have
these
worked.
tools,
So
right?
you're wrong, Sean.
Okay,
There's a
I asked
discussion
you.
because you're
Simply
wrong.
asked you if you had ever used these tools. Have you ever done these things? You said no.
I said no.
Okay,
Exactly.
then
Yep.
explain to me how you have an opinion of how these things work without knowing.
I can have an opinion about anything I want.
You
You would
absolutely
need to
can.
refute my opinion
I
with
already
actual valid fucking references.
already have.
And so far, you're not doing it. You're saying,
Absolutely have.
oh, we might
Just
build a
because-
fucking pad
Just
for
because
something
you
over
don't
100
understand
meters.
what I'm saying doesn't make it not refute what you're saying. Just because you don't understand it
You can't
does
back
not make
up
it right.
anything that you're saying.
Yes, I
Where's
can.
this several kilometer horizontal line that you've made? Where have you done this?
Well,
Can't
we do it
back
all.
anything
I
up,
can show you,
Sean.
I can show you plants everywhere that have
Oh,
done
you
it.
do it all the
Would you
time.
like me to?
Okay,
Would you
nice.
like to see?
When
Would you like to see
did
examples
you
of my
invite Jeremy at all?
Would you like to see my
Over, so
data?
we can compare against the
Would you
horizontal
like
line for
to see
curvature, or
atom
you
points
made a video of this?
topography mapping I've done? Would you like to see other blueprints of projects where this has been done? It's been done.
Okay,
You saying it
so you
doesn't
can't
mean
answer
it
my
doesn't.
question. Have you
Actually,
made several kilometer horizontal line?
You're
Blah,
just not
blah,
listening.
blah, blah, blah. Would you like to see other projects I've done? No. Have you got a video of you making a several kilometer
Okay.
horizontal line?
It means nothing because you don't even know how these things work. You're just saying shit right now.
Irrelevant. If you're going to
Okay.
deny optical
That's
fucking
irrelevant.
effects, then
The fact
good luck
that you
to you.
have no knowledge of how these things work, but yet you're having an
You've
argument about how
single-handedly
they work.
proven the globe, apparently, mate. Good on you. You've done it. No need for any discussion anymore. It's definitive. What you've done is perfect, and everyone.
Any part of my argument that has made that claim at all is ridiculous. All I've done is explain to you where your understanding of
So
how
you
these
can't
things
make a horizontal line?
work. Did I say that? Wonderful straw man.
You
It
should
was
be
cute.
able to show, you should be able to show Earth curve. Have you shown Earth curve?
You show no Earth curve. This is basically what you're doing right now.
You
What
haven't
is the,
shown any.
what is the topic of this conversation?
Him thinking he understands how survey equipment works optically and how the error in optics happens, even though he's
Really?
never.
That's the topic. I'm pretty
What's
sure the topic was a horizontal line several kilometers
Yes,
long.
exactly.
To
And how would you
Earth
create?
curve.
How would you
And
create
you
that
said you could
horizontal
do it
line?
with a theodolite. I'm
Would you
pretty sure
create?
that's the topic.
How would you create that
Would you like
horizontal
to
line?
back that up at all?
How would you create that horizontal line?
I feel like you guys are playing ping pong with two balls. Like let's just go one at a time. Like
Just go around
one
in
is
circles.
cutting
You can't back
one is
anything up.
cutting the other sentence in
That's
half.
the best part.
And
You think
that's
I
just
can't back
going
everything
on.
up because you don't understand the topic that we're talking about. You're just saying stuff. I
No,
explained.
I understand a horizontal line.
Didn't I explain how you create a horizontal line
No
even with
error.
the letters in it?
No room for error in a horizontal line. Otherwise, it wouldn't be horizontal.
Well,
Sort of
the only
like
problem with the
part of
horizontal
the
line, Mr. Shanji, I'm not a surveyor either. But the problem that I can infer, even from the outside in, not being a surveyor, like, say you or somebody else, is that your level line is effectively disappearing. You need a laser to double check your level line after it disappears effectively.
Well, we're not looking for a level line. We're creating a horizontal line. And if I reference that to a post, say, at certain distances over and over and over again, it's the same thing. I'm just referencing it from a different point.
But the post itself would disappear after a while because of the limits of perspective. So your level line effectively disappears one way or another and needs to be double checked with a laser.
Well, that's why I was saying that it wouldn't be because he had said something about 2 kilometers. It wouldn't be a 2 kilometer shot. It'd be every 50 meters. I'd done that every 200, 300 meters. I'd move my total station or my tool, whatever I'm using, and I'd reset it, calibrate it to that reference point, and I'd just continue the horizontal. It's not very difficult.
Wouldn't be very accurate, though, that's all.
You assume it wouldn't be accurate, though you've never done it. It would
You
be
assume
accurate.
it would be. How have you verified it? Oh, that's right. I don't need to, because of mathematics and assumption.
That's the best part. I don't have to assume. I've done it. I've actually done it. Have you?
Done it. Sure. How did you verify it, mate? You keep avoiding that.
Oh, no. Okay. I check it from different locations and I triangulate my positions for every time I reference.
You've never done it physically.
Every time I reference from. You gotta let me finish.
Hey guys,
you gotta let me finish.
Calm your farms one at a time. Come on.
Every time I take a shot, I put it in my data book. I triangulate it. I
Why is he allowed
reference
to
it.
just keep saying shit? That's not my question. My question.
Okay.
Okay, so you can't go back and forth. Muted. Shanji, you first, then other person. Go.
I take my shot. I triangulate it to different locations. I do this over multiple times of the day. I take my total station if I'm using that, and I move it to a different location. I set it up, and I shoot back to where I started from and check that reference frame, check the another's points. I check numerous points. The fact that creating a horizontal line you believe is difficult isn't the fact. It's literally easy, and it's literally easy to check
You brush 'em
your
good?
work.
That was way too quick.
Hot Mike and Jeremy.
My bad.
All right, unmuted. It's just pressure and levity. Go.
Oh, look, what's the fucking point? I've asked for physical verification. He keeps saying, look, I've repeated the optics over and over again and run the calculations over and over again. That is physical verification, he's claiming. We all know it's fucking not. He's doing a calculation, he's looking through optics and not physically verifying it. They can physically verify shit over short distances, but you can't extrapolate that out without physically verifying it. Done.
Well, the closest thing to physical verification we would have would be a laser. That's the only thing that travels
Still
straight
optical.
through the surface.
Well,
If we
when,
can't,
Still optical.
well, limit. When I use a total station, I theoretically am using a laser. Whereas, say like a laser beam shoots that laser to a certain point, right? Well, with a total station, what it does is it actually shoots out numerous beams of light. So, like it's like 50 a second or something like that. And what it does is it hits a reflector from wherever that point is, and it returns it back to the machine.
Okay,
We've
so
been
we
there.
would need a laser traveling straight and true with physical activity of traveling straight and true over the surface from origin to endpoint, ideally. Otherwise, we'd have to take a bunch of extrapolations from your minor measurements that you're trying to add on and put together as either a curve or a flat surface.
Well,
After
if
like 10 steps or something like that of, from here to here to here to here.
Well, if I did shoot it, let's say I shot into a turbulent area, what would happen is I wouldn't get a return beam. I get an error mark. I get an error saying, "Hey, we're shooting out 50 beams a second, and we're only half of it's returning, or none of it's returning." Those are the type of things that happen with the machine itself in those situations.
Well, a better physical way to compare it would be making this horizontal line next to a still body of water. That would be a better physical way of comparing the two, rather than relying on optics on both.
Well, that's why I was saying use like a water level. I mean,
No,
again,
no, a still body of water, because a water level over such a distance, Sean, is not going to work.
you don't think so?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not never, ever, ever.
I've seen
ever.
100-meter water levels read accurate.
And we're not talking 100 meters.
Right.
We're talking a longer.
400. Oh, well, you
Can
can
I
do it over.
postulate this?
You can even do it over points, right? Sections. You can do that way.
Yeah.
If you've got
Especially to create that horizontal.
Go White. Go.
If you've got a horizontal line that you think you've created, comparing it against a body of water, and we happen to be on a curve, you actually are going to think, well, aren't you, that you've created a horizontal line, but you've actually followed the curve? But then if we're on a plane and that body of water is in fact flat and not curved, then and it's to the line you've made a horizontal line. So how do we know that the water's not curved? Like how do we know we've created a horizontal line? What are we comparing it against if we don't know the reference is curved or not?
Because you would reference whether or not it's curved to that horizontal line.
But you're assuming you've made a horizontal line and you're trying to confirm that with the physical reference.
Again, how do you? So what you're saying is, it's impossible to create a horizontal line.
I would postulate though that if you
dropped out,
were
yeah.
to, I would postulate myself that if you were to do this this method with a theodolite over short distances, all right, and piggyback them for a couple of kilometers, a couple of miles, that the error margin in that would be negated by any possible Earth curve. Well, the Earth curve would be way more than the error margin, way more.
Well, the only realization is
That's
that
why you got to make.
if it's a flat surface, there will be no deviation away from that horizontal. Correct, Mandy?
That's why you got to make sure your error bar is less than the exponential Earth curve, which is why it's not going to work over 400 meters,
Again,
dude. You got to go
when you're creating this
mile at
horizontal line, the Earth has nothing to do with it. You're creating a reference point.
You realize we're measuring the sagittal when you do this, right?
Jesus Christ, with the sagittal bullshit. No, you're not looking into the ground. You're looking straight up and over. You're creating a imaginary straight line. That's all you're doing. You guys are looking way too far into this. All we're doing is creating a line, and if you think we can't do that, that's insane.
If you were to do it in 50 to 100 meter increments, I'd say 50 meter increments, right? And going backwards and forwards, you know,
to check it,
all that sort of stuff.
I just don't appreciate it. Man.
I think that the Earth curvature would be way more than the error margin doing that.
Yes, absolutely.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Now I could be wrong, but I would think that it would be more.
Absolutely would.
But yeah, but doing it over such a distance is a mighty task.
Yes, very. It would take. I would say to do over 2 kilometers at 50 meters each section, it'd probably take you a few weeks.
It would take
how the conditions would change. Crazy.
Yeah, but it's already been established how we would check ourselves. You may not understand how this works, but there are ways to check yourself.
And even
I understand
over 50 meters, over 50 meters, then you could have another reference point being a water level.
Yeah, right? You can just move it along with you. Yeah,
over 50 meters. You know, over a 50 meter length. You know, a water level could be quite practical to use to verify and confirm.
Is water level curved or flat?
That's what we'd be verifying. That would be what the test is verifying or not verifying. Literally, that's what the horizontal line would do.
No, if you're creating a horizontal line and then comparing it to a water level, let's just say it's spot on to the water level. What does that mean to you?
If it's flat.
A water level over 2 points, right, will be a perfectly straight and horizontal line compared to the middle point.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yep. A straight line between 2 points.
It would be a level. They would be level to each other, but that's about it. But again,
he's right. He's right.
But that's what that horizontal would. That's what that horizontal would reference, though. That's
I said a water level from point A to point B will be perfectly horizontal and level to the middle point.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, but again, adding, like you said, adding a big body of water, adding a water level would just be what you're referencing to your referenced horizontal line you're creating. You don't compare it. You don't use a water level to create that horizontal. You wouldn't do that. That's not how it works. That's what we're trying to verify using that horizontal line.
All right, and you assume that water level is curving. So you create a horizontal. You assume that water level. Okay, well, why not? What are you referencing then? How are you comparing it? Wouldn't you be expecting some drop?
It's experience of surveying, but I can clarify it for you. So if we set up this water level and we create that horizontal, these are the two scenarios that would happen. If we set it up at 0 and we shot down 400 meters, whatever distance you want, we'll just say you can see the other end perfectly fine. If it lines up on that 0, it's a flat Earth. There is no curvature. If it deviates from that horizontal line, that means that your level is deviating away from that first reference, and there is curvature. Because a water level would negate elevation, so that wouldn't be it.
Hold on, what? Do you think that on a globe that if you use a water level that from point A to point B is going to be lower on a curve surface?
Are you asking?
I'm asking you what?
Yeah. No. Okay. So, if let's just say we've got the ocean. If I'm standing down at the ocean, I've got a 10-kilometer strip of ocean. It's at my feet at sea level. according to the ball logic, a kilometre away from me, the water surface is lower than my point now. In reference to a horizontal line, like a tangent from my point. Definitely, it is lower. And that would happen with a tube of water too, Bandy.
Correct.
Right. And these guys are saying, to prove that we've got a horizontal line that we've created optically, we're going to reference that against a body of water, which should be curving down away from your tangent.
Yes.
And they're obviously saying there should be a discrepancy, but they don't know. They're assuming that the water is in fact curving. We could be on a flat plane.
That is
How
literally,
the fuck can they reference that?
literally what that test would verify, whether it's curvature or not.
No.
Yes, it would.
No, you assume that your optics is perfect,
so-
or that the ground is curving away. Could it be that the ground is level and your optics over that distance is a little bit out?
No.
Is that possible?
Not
No,
what you're,
it's
not
not,
what
because
you're
optics is
explaining.
perfect.
You're literally
Of course.
explaining it how the globe model would explain it, and you're saying that's impossible. And I'm telling you right now, that's exactly what the horizontal line would be verifying, whether or not there's curve.
Okay. Coming from he who thinks you can make a perfect horizontal line over.
Okay, you think you can. That's your problem.
You can't.
Okay,
You
you think
cannot
you
do
can.
that.
You've never tried, you don't know how the tools to do these things work, but you know. Okay.
Please show us where you've done it, or it has been done. I would love for you
This is
to
me
just
and
drop a
Bandsaw
link right now, mate. Shut me up.
Bandsaw literally just went over this and explained a very simple way of being able to create a horizontal
No, you
line
didn't.
and check
Ben
yourself.
Source said the best way to verify it would be with a body of water, and now we've just established why that wouldn't be very good.
Bandsaw didn't say you could take a 50-meter shot and then just turn around and check yourself and then continue on, and that error margin would be way less than what we would notice for curvature over that distance. He didn't say that? Bandsaw, if I said anything, if I misrepresented what you said, please correct me.
Of course he said that. No,
Okay.
but did he not also say to check it physically, you'd want to reference it against a body of water? No, Bandsaw? I heard that.
No,
Yes, I did. I did say
that was two different parts of the conversation. But you said that. But was it also a different part of the conversation where you explained how we would check ourselves?
Yes, exactly right. I said you'd want a physical reference point, being a still body of water. Has to be a still body of water. Can't be moving at all.
And when you're doing so, would that be referencing to whether or not there's curvature or not, or just referencing for your horizontal?
Well, if we're on a curve, that body of water would curve, so you're referencing it against the curve.
Thank you.
You're referencing against your horizontal.
Right.
That's okay. Not against the curve. You're referencing the amount of curve against your horizontal. The reference is the horizontal line.
No, you're checking your horizontal, referencing it against the body of water.
So if you're checking whether or not,
you are all sorts of upside down.
If you're checking whether or not the water deviates away from your horizontal, that makes your horizontal your reference. That's what you're referencing.
Okay.
If there's curve or not against.
Well, either way,
please, mate. You take over.
either or. All right. Right. You should have a curved line and B a straight line.
Straight line.
And you should be able to compare the two against each other.
Yes.
And if the straight horizontal line has been done in small increments, and for a long enough distance, any error margin should be negated by the amount of curvature that is supposed to be there.
And I agree.
Hold on a second. Let me jump in real quick. I don't know why you guys don't get what White's saying. What are you referencing your horizontal line to make sure it is in fact horizontal?
Whether it be a water level, a large body of water, the land,
okay,
it doesn't matter. It's still what's referenced from.
Okay, so we can so in order to make sure the horizontal line is straight, we're going to use water?
No. To make sure that the horizontal line is straight, we're going to back check ourselves, and we're going to check that horizontal line that we've created along that distance. Whether it be
How does looking behind you make sure that the line is straight that you just made in front of you?
Oh, because if you go in between those two marks and you look one way and then you look the other way, if it's not, one will be lower or then higher than your crosshairs, and if they line up on your crosshairs, then they're both horizontal to each other.
Right, but if there's an optical effect happening, it would be happening both ways, right?
Okay. If there's not, then what optical effect is affecting the measurement?
So now we're arguing about what if there is or isn't an optical effect. So how are we going to check? How are we going to check the horizontal line we made optically?
Over 50. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. Over 50 meters, you're not gonna have a problem with that.
Are you going to do it the way I said the other day?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want to do.
I'm good with that. You're heavily biased, so I wouldn't trust you fucking as far as I can throw you with this, and I can throw you pretty fucking far, you little midget bastard.
Hey, Jeremy, your test is perfect.
I still don't trust you with it. You're so biased.
It's fine.
You're dripping.
That's
You're
perfectly
dripping with
fine.
bias.
I'm dripping with bias, yet I agree completely with what you want to do.
Do we have any sort of a professional reference that will state clearly that daisy chaining small measurements is somehow equal to or greater than in accuracy one large measurement?
Yes, it's easy. Optics. We've already explained this.
That so I can
yeah. Look on any surveying tool, and it's error of accuracy, and then you'll calculate the amount of meters, basically, what you'll use for the distance of it. So, say you're using a regular basic, you're using a regular basic auto level, and it says 50 meters on that. It's going to be within the error margins of its crosshairs.
Yeah, it sounds like you're explaining it to me instead of providing the professional reference I asked for. Do we have a professional reference that indicates that it is equal to or greater than accuracy?
Yeah, just go look it up. It's easy. That's a simple one.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't have one for me. Got it.
Oh, yeah, I don't have one to hand you because I didn't know you were going to ask me that question. Yes.
Okay.
But it's out there. Plenty of evidence. Plenty of expert analysis on how these things work.
Until you can provide that, I don't believe you.
Okay, you don't need to believe me. I don't even think if I brought it in, it would matter either way. That's the reality of it.
The point is, you ain't doing this. The only way, I mean, you can do it if you want. Obviously, I can't stop you. I'll call your mom and tell you to ground you, but shut the Wi-Fi off. But other than that, I can't stop you from doing this. However, your shit's gonna be meaningless, dude. We gotta have the only way to do it is the exact way I said to do it.
The second a test is able to answer these questions, no one can do it except for whoever you choose. I get it, but that's fine.
No. It's not whoever I choose. It has to be somebody that doesn't even know what they're doing, dude. You have to go to a surveyor's office and say, hey, can you make me a horizontal line? And you say, how are you going to do it? If
all you need
checks out,
Jeremy, all you need is
make the horizontal
all
line.
you really need
what it's for. He doesn't need to know.
Two people with different views of what the results will be, and then you guys can sit there and fact check each other.
Like you look through with the auto you look through the auto level, and then like
you do
one of our guys,
and
then one of our.
You would do
can't
it
hear
together.
what I'm saying because you started talking already.
Yeah, I know.
So so we have the auto level set up. Relax, bro. Everyone in my house is sleeping. I'm talking mad loud. I can already. My wife's.
Okay.
I can feel my wife steaming downstairs right now.
I got you. I'm good.
So listen. So we go like, say it would be like you and Rocky or something, right? And you look through the theodolite, you're gonna do my method, and you both like okay everything every step of the way. Is that what you're saying? Like you both look through the glass before you're like, okay, this is it.
Yes.
Mark it or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
I think that would be the only way. The only
date
safe to it
you
be
and Rocky.
Quote. Hey, me and him probably the closest out of everyone here.
He's gonna fucking midget toss you after.
I wish he would try. I wish.
Rocky has already done this, and he actually said it was mad hard to do it.
I don't think.
He said it was one of the hardest days' works he's ever put in.
To do what? To create a horizontal line?
Yep.
Depends on what he was using.
You're not doing it in the method. You're not doing it in a normal way. You're doing it in that hard way where you're lining up stakes and shit. So
hey, you want to be accurate as possible. I agree. That's a good idea.
It's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's an exponential optical effect. Like obviously, okay. I think everyone on my side would have to agree that there's some kind of optical effect that's making things drop from our point of view.
Always
in the distance.
Always.
That's what I'm saying, and that optical effect. That optical effect is exponential.
How much?
You do it like this in little teeny tiny segments, as long as your error bar is smaller than the curvature is going to be over a couple miles or something, you're good. You should get rid of that exponential optical effect because you're
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I'm
The closer,
saying. That's
the
what I'm
closer you
saying.
get, the more accurate you get. I agree.
Yep. And then
You're
and
still
then
going
you
to have drop, though. You're still going to have drop because there is some kind of optical drop. So don't be like,
there's
oh,
no,
we
so
see
what you're
any
saying,
drop.
Jeremy,
But,
is there's
you
no
got-
explanation for curvature. Is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm telling you, there's still going to be drop. It's not going to be as much as you guys think, though, because we're getting rid of the exponential aspect of it. But there's still going to be a tiny bit because it's still there.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
it actually can go both ways. You can have drop or rise with optics.
That's true. I've seen George Hanna captured the horizon over level.
And did he
Over
say
level.
it? Did he say it happened?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I got witnesses and shit and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you do these shots and there are errors in it, it's very obvious. And if it's not very obvious, you get it in your calculations, and the only thing you can do is acknowledge those errors and have to do it again, or acknowledge those errors and realize it may not work. But the realization is you guys keep making it sound like every shot is one shot, and we assume it's a perfect shot, and we don't think atmospheric conditions happen. It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous what you're saying.
No shot is perfect. Right?
None.
Let's just put it out there.
Yeah.
No shot is perfect.
Yeah, but when someone comes in and acts as if we're acting as if it is, that's ridiculous. Someone who says you can't create a horizontal line, that's ridiculous. That is insane.
What you do is you go to a major area like the Bay or you just go to somewhere where it's heavily populated with tons of people, somewhere near New York or some just densely populated area, Jersey, right? There's going to be a lot of fucking surveyors in those areas.
There's surveyors everywhere.
You do exactly, yeah, but there's going to be more, dude. There's going to be more surveyors in Jersey than there's going to be in fucking bumfuck Idaho or something.
You never know. There are a lot of projects, and they travel. They're more than willing to travel.
Whatever, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whatever, you hire like 50 surveyors, right? You see if they can make a horizontal line.
You know how much it's going to cost you, right?
Dude, how much could it cost to make a horizontal line from a surveyor?
Well, first of all, they have minimums. So
what's the minimum?
If you want to, let's just say you want a horizontal line created over a mile, it's going to take them 2 miles.
2 miles.
It's going to take them a few days, and that's going to cost you probably about $3-4 grand.
All right.
How long do you reckon it took them to create the horizontal line at LIGO?
Long time.
Exactly.
Very long time.
So $4 grand. Hold on,
you got $4 grand? Oh, wow. You got the cell phone thing going. So
my AirPod's dying.
Jeremy said he's going to fund this test.
I can't even go in my room to get my other AirPod because my wife's in there working out and she don't want me bothering her because she said it fucks her up. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Right,
yeah, I'm gonna go eat. It was fun. Thank you, Betty. It was fun. Jeremy.
Sean, you ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit, bro. Go eat your porridge. Little baby bear.
It's pizza, bitch.
Like optics.
Got porridge.
Go and do some optics. Go look in the mirror.
Yeah, it's just pressure. I'll be waiting for your seminar on how optics work.
Thanks, man. Compare it against the unknown fucking thing. He might assume fucking water's curved. Unbelievable. It's the whole contention here, Sean. Fuck me, mate.
Yeah, because honestly, you could have flat water with a curving line, depending on how it matches up, or curving water with a flat. Like you have nothing to reference the line. I know where you're coming from, Whites. I feel you.
Yeah, and he's just ignoring it the whole fucking time. Trying to play like I don't know about optics.
He literally ignored everything you said.
Straw man's the name of his game. Yep. Then that's very evident about, he doesn't feel confident in his optics. That's all he can do.
The funny thing is, he said he's going to look behind him. But if the thing's doing one thing in that direction, it's probably going to be doing it if he just looks back the other way. So,
yeah, and that sort of doubles the error. But let's not worry about that little calculation we have to mix in.
That's like if I have a ruler factory and I sell you a ruler, and you come to me and you're like, "Yo, this ruler's bent," and I'll be like, "Oh, hold on," and I go to the line, the production line, pull a ruler off, put it up to your ruler, and I go, "No, it's straight. Look at it."
Yep, pretty much.
I have the best analogies ever out of anyone that I ever heard.
Bandy's on the fence here. He's not quite sure.
I'm not on the fence at all. I think at times the discussion can be quite unreasonable. So I'm not on the fence at all. I would be more than
My
happy.
whole thing's about physical, man.
I would be more than happy, right? More than happy, right, with a horizontal line that is established, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, okay, we can argue that it's optically, all right. But I would be more than satisfied that those optics, right, would be negated, right, by Earth curvature, and right, I would be satisfied that line can be compared to a still body of water, not a river, not a canal, not an ocean, but a still body of water, right?
Yep.
Which
Yep.
that will be hard. That would be hard enough in itself to compare the two. To compare the two. Now, if we are on a ball, right, any error margin, right, where a surveyor worth his salt has established a perfectly straight horizontal line from a perfectly straight line from one point, right, that is horizontal from one point, right, could be compared to a body of water. Okay, then, and that curvature would be greater than any error margin.
Yes, I understand that logic, definitely. Yep.
Yeah.
The curve should drop away faster than that the error margin could exist over that distance. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I still don't know though if they could both be curving. The Earth could be curving, and your horizontal line could be curving, but just less than the Earth.
Well,
So there's still nothing definitive. I mean, you might want to say, okay, yeah, it looks like they're both curving, therefore the Earth is curving, but
I actually think you could be pretty definitive there. I think you can be pretty definitive. But it would be pretty much almost impossible to do. Not impossible, but a mammoth task to do it. You know, to create that line over, you know, a few kilometers, a couple of miles.
yeah, and I don't think it's ever been done. And he might say he's done it, but I don't think he has done it personally. I mean, if he has, good on him. No one's going to believe his word, of course. But
No.
on the other hand, Bandy, I think like when you think about, like, let's take my line test for example. You've got points A and B, which are the kilometer points apart, and you've got point C in the middle, which is a bit higher. Now, if points A and B, let's just say we put them at say 2.5 meters off, and we tried to make a horizontal line with a theodolite between points A and B at both 2.5 meters. Now, theoretically, that horizontal line could just skim half a meter, like clear point C, right? So we should definitively be able to use a theodolite to set, according to Sean, set that horizontal so accurately that we could then measure from that horizontal in the middle down to the Earth at point C or the water level, right? And show, just like my force the line curve's going to do, that it's actually curving. Now, I don't think over 10 kilometers could you even be anywhere fucking near accurate with a theodolite to get a horizontal line good enough to test that, because you can't. I mean, put it this way, you wouldn't even be able to see point B. Like, you wouldn't even see it, because if there's curvature in the way, it's only half a meter off the ground, and you'd lose it in the haze of the ground 10 kilometers away. So
yeah, but
how the fuck?
he's not even suggesting looking 10 kilometers. He's not suggesting that at all.
No, I know. He wants to do it in 20 foot or 50 feet or 50 meter increments, but
Yeah.
he resets his base each time, right, when he does the legs, and that's
Of course.
based on plumb, isn't it?
No,
And that and then no,
well, yes, but you're starting from a datum point at point A, right, and you're working off that initial datum point.
right. So okay, and then what, you reset plumb from that, or you don't worry about plumb? What?
Well, you reset plumb, but your reference point is always going back to the original point. And then
Right, so that would need to be
and then what you do is you transcribe that reference point along the line. So that reference point is transcribed along the line from point A to point B to point C, so forth and so on.
Would you agree then? Like, let's just say we start. Let's just say Sean's doing it, and we both stand with him at point A, and we daisy chain along with him. And obviously, at some point, he should actually be able, like maybe let's say past the halfway mark, he should actually be able to start seeing the other like point B, and that point B should theoretically end up like a leaky die in his crosshairs, shouldn't it? Because he should
not over that distance. You know, it's not going to be dinky die because then you've got optics over that long distance.
So hang on, if he can't daisy chain and get the exact mark, how does he's daisy chaining to no mark and being accurate?
That's what I said. I said it doesn't matter generally what distance you are working with. You're always going to get a slight, minute error, right? Always, right? It's not going to be, micro millimeter perfect. There is always going to be a error margin, always.
Are you sort of under the impression that, say, over 10 kilometers, that error margin would only add up to maybe like the crosshairs being like half a centimeter above point B at 2.5 meters off the ground, or are you thinking it would be more than that?
Look, look, I've never done it. The only person that I know that's done it is Rakia,
Right.
and I think he said, and I don't know, I'd have to ask him, but he was getting error after a period of time. But it might have been later in the day, because he also did say it was one of the hardest days' work, that he'd put in, doing this sort of stuff as well. So it might have been fatigue.
Typical.
It might have, it might have been fatigue. It might have been, oh my God, just hurry up and get this done. So you're not quite as diligent with what you're doing. I don't know. I'd have to talk to him again, about exactly what he did. If he ever drops in again, can ask him that. But I think it is. I think it is possible to do it within the supposed
Error margin.
curvature of Earth, and that error margin would be less than the curvature of the Earth. I think that is possible. Yeah.
If only we had a straight physical line to just physically check these things with, so that Sean G could go, you know what? Over 10 kilometers, I can daisy chain this fucker, and look, boom, it ends up right there at the end of this straight line that we know is straight. But there is nothing.
Sure.
So
Weren't people suggesting that to be what was that particle accelerator thing?
LIGO.
LIGO, that's it.
Starts with a lie.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's solved then. If it's spelt a way that Flights doesn't like.
Spot on, eggshells. It's in your face.
Well, technically speaking, at LIGO, you should be able to LIGO just with a normal spirit level. Just with a normal spirit level, and put it on the start of one of those arms, which apparently it was built from. So it's horizontal. So it's horizontal from that central point. You should be able to put your spirit level right there, and it should read perfectly horizontal. And if you went to the end of that arm, right, and put your spirit level on it, right, the spirit level apparently works, in relation to the globe, should no longer read horizontal.
Yeah, I think technically that's right. You just want to make sure you're doing it, as I always say, with a spirit level that has error
Technically,
bars within what you're measuring.
not technically, it is right. It is right. It is 100% right according to the globe model. It's 100% right.
I'm right.
Are there some spirit levels that are easier to read or more accurate than others?
Are you kidding me?
No, it's a question. It's an honest question.
No, spirit levels are spirit levels, my friend.
Right,
Now,
but can you read all of them to
now,
within
I would probably recommend getting a reasonable one. You know, good old Stanley, the good old Stanley level. They're pretty good. I wouldn't go buy a spirit level from the reject shop and do it.
Right. So you want a good one that's capable of measuring, because how much should it be tilting? Like I thought last time we talked about it should only be out by like, I forget, but a couple of inch or something.
Put it by an inch, I don't know.
What's the setup?
Put it this way: if you put the spirit level at the start of LIGO, at the start of that arm, right, when you go the 2 kilometers or 4 kilometers, whatever the distance is of that arm, I've got no idea. You will easily read on pretty much any spirit level. I'm gathering that it's either going to be level or it ain't.
Yeah, I don't know. How do we figure that out? If
What do you
we're
mean?
using it, you could
The
probably
people
just
at
make a
LIGO,
triangle with one side the radius of the Earth and the other of the Earth, the other side being
what are you
the.
complicating it for with triangles? You only need a
Trying to
spirit
figure
level.
out, because before you go do a measurement, you got to know what a meaningful measurement would be, right? So you're trying to figure out how much of an angle you would measure, aren't you?
Yeah, if you don't have a
You just
prediction,
want to eyeball it.
if you don't have a prediction, you don't know what if you were expecting is within your margin of error or not. So if your prediction is bigger than your margin of error, then yeah, you're right. You can just look at it and then you'll be able to solve this issue. But if your margin of error is bigger than your prediction, then your measurement is useless.
Yeah, and LIGO has been built perfectly horizontal, right, from a central point. That's how they built it, apparently.
That's the other thing I'd want to check is like, what's the original datum? Is it at the point where the arms meet? Is it halfway along them? Where is it?
As long as we're using inches and we can actually get into LIGO and compare it with the channel, the water next to it, I think we should rename it Dildo.
Yeah, definitely not Trugo. I wouldn't trust Trugo either.
What kind of measurement do you reckon you could get with the triangle with a spirit level? What kind of angle do you reckon you could measure?
Well, I think it's pretty easy to make a prediction on at least.
I've got the prediction here. I'm just wondering. I just want Bandy to suggest how finely he reckoned he could slice it before I tell what the number's meant to be.
What do you mean? How
Oh,
finely?
I'm going to minus.
Could you measure 5 degrees with a spirit level, a 5-degree tilt with a spirit level?
Oh, you could eyeball it.
Could you measure 500? Could you measure 500th of a degree with a spirit level?
Oh, by eyeballing it.
By eyeballing it, you reckon you could?
No, I went per. This is what I went per.
Oh, right. So unless I'm doing
500th of a degree.
Yeah.
Are you even moving the spirit level at
Exactly.
500th of a degree?
Exactly. So the angle I measured, unless I did my maths wrong, is an acute isosceles triangle with one side that's 4Ks and both other sides that are the radius of the Earth. And that's the angle C that I got. Here's the full stuff on it.
Got a very different value.
Did you?
Yes.
Maybe I did it. There's a good chance I did it wrong. I've gone the overall angle of difference between them because my thought is One's going to be dead vertical, and then that's how far
I
out it's
didn't
going to be.
use any triangle. The thing is, like, if you pick any point and establish horizontal there, if you walk in any direction 1 degree on the surface of the Earth, your tilt is going to be of 1 degree. So you just have to know how many degrees 2 kilometers are on the surface of the Earth.
4 kilometers. It's 4 kilometers.
Oh, 4 kilometers. Oh, that's why I got a different. So yeah, the best case. So if one of the, so go on. Yeah. Oh,
No,
then I got the same number.
Finish,
Yeah,
mate. Finish.
Okay, so if the point is actually horizontal, is one of the ends, the other end would be that number that you provided, 0.035 degrees.
Yeah,
And
I don't think I
but
could
it could
measure
be
that
at the
with a spirit
middle.
level.
But if the middle part is the one that is actually horizontal, you need the double the precision, right? It would be
it'd
half
that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do you think you could measure 8 inches or 4 inches?
What do you mean inches? We're talking about a spirit level, right?
I
Measuring
know.
angles with a spirit level,
Yeah,
not length.
I'm changing. I'm changing it up. Do you reckon you could measure 4 inches?
Changing it up, or you know what we'd call that, Bandy, right?
Right? No. Because
Moving the goalpost is what we'd call that.
I haven't moved it at all because we have the perfect reference point right next to the arms of LIGO.
Yeah,
being a still body of water, right?
Yeah.
You could measure the surface of that water
Yeah,
against the points, right? And you could physically measure. Now you don't have to worry about your 500th of a degree on a spirit level, right? Because you can quite easily measure 4 inches or 8 inches quite easily. Right? You can do that with your standard tape measure from Bunnings.
Yeah. So that's what I think would be a better method to do it. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Somebody said a canal runs right along next to it because they use water from it to cool it. That I think would be much more telling, because I think standard surveying equipment could be able to 8 inches would be well within the error bars of it. Not knowing surveying equipment, but I just imagine just shooting a short distance, you're out by 8 inches. I'm going to be worried walking into any buildings. And yeah, I think you could do that.
There you go. I think, yeah, exactly, Rakia. You got an easy reference point of the surface of that water to compare it next to the LIGO arm. All we need now is to get permission to go to LIGO with our tape measures and measure it.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
What exactly are you doing with the tape measurements?
Measuring. That's what you do with
Measuring
tape
what
measures.
exactly? Sure. What exactly are you measuring?
The drop, the curve, whatever you want to call it.
And what's your reference?
The LIGO arm.
Yeah, and what's your reference from that? Like you're comparing how that drops regarding to what?
Well, you're comparing it against the surface of water.
Right. So how are you going to do that?
With a tape measure.
Yeah, well, your tape measure isn't the surface of water, right? So you're going to bring surface of water to compare.
You measure. You
There's the
measure
surface of water next to it.
Yeah.
Here, I'll put it in the chat. River runs next to it.
No,
right.
it's not a river. It's a canal that has been
It's kind of
built right next to it.
wiggly for a canal.
Oh, you might be.
Is LIGO claimed?
The picture you're showing might be a different LIGO. I've seen one where there's a perfectly straight canal built next to the arm.
Hang on,
So it might be a different one, because there's 2 or 3 LIGOs, isn't there?
Is there?
I think so. It's not a river. Yeah.
What have they built on LIGO that's apparently horizontal?
I
There
thought there
we
was
go.
a canal there.
No, it ain't a river. Raki has just confirmed it. It's not a river.
This is LIGO Livingston I'm looking at. I don't see any canal even on the map. I'm seeing a creek next to it called, let me zoom back in again, Colliel Creek.
What's in LIGO?
There's another one on the other side, but it's ages away, Hornsby Creek. Bloody Hornsby.
It's only the light beams, isn't it? That's claimed to be horizontal in LIGO, not the structure itself.
Oh, there is actually on there. It's not mapped. I beg your pardon. On there, it'd be on the site with them, but yeah, on there does appear to be a body of water right next to it.
There is. I know. I've seen it. Yeah.
It's an architectural feature.
Yeah, they must just not have mapped it in the you know, what do you call it? Animated, not animated, but whatever. Yeah, I think it'd be easy to tell from that kind of a distance. 8 inches should be well easy.
Exactly. So all the hard work's been done for us. We have a straight line and we have a body of water. Boom.
What's the straight line?
The LIGO arm.
But the arm itself isn't straight. It's just the beam that they run through it, which is straight.
Well, they claim it's straight.
Yeah, that's the
But they have
problem.
mirrors to adjust the beam.
If water seems
They
to
wouldn't
be,
need the mirrors if it was straight. Come on.
Yes, they would.
what do you
Yes,
mean?
they would.
Well, what the mirrors?
The
Have
mirror,
nothing
there
to do
are
with
mirrors
the-
inside it in the device that like adjust to a tiny amount. They're not sort of bending it significantly, I don't think.
Well, I suppose we
If
can
they
all
didn't-
not think what we want, but it'd be nice to know.
Sure,
The
yeah,
arm-
you do.
the
I'm
arm
doing the
is-
same.
Yeah. The arm is said to be horizontal. The arm itself is what Rocky is saying. And the laser is affected by many things. That's probably why they had to adjust the mirrors.
So I wonder how they got that got apparently gravity,
Yeah,
you know,
the laser-
causing things to sag.
Yeah, the laser is probably affected by gravity. That's why they had to adjust the mirrors.
Sag.
There we go.
I think once, if at some point someone measures that it actually gets further from the water, that could be easily dismissed. Like, well, that was just build assuming Earth curvature. So to account for Earth curvature, they added the supposed drop. And yeah, this could be just as easily dismissed as everything else we bring, like GPS or something.
That's why we've got to force the curve.
Well, the rumor goes that they had to take Earth curvature into consideration so they could get that perfectly straight horizontal line.
They could have just used the canal, knowing that it was horizontal, to get the arm horizontal. Thanks, canal. Thanks, nature.
I don't think they believe that the canal's horizontal though.
Yes.
It's horizontal from a single point. I will give them that.
But then every point is.
Exactly. Every point in the world is.
No, it's horizontal from the central point that they built it from.
No, but someone said the canal though. Said the canal was horizontal. They could just reference the
From the
canal.
centre. Yeah, Bendy's correct. But yeah, I get you, Bendy.
Mm.
Yeah, you are correct. You're correct about LIGO. In LIGO, it's horizontal at one position, but I'm saying you can't reference the. You wouldn't be able to reference the
The whole
canal
arm?
in order to make LIGO horizontal.
You can. You just have to account for Earth curvature. Like if you're using
Hang
the
on,
canal,
are you guys
and you know,
assuming the body's
That's
water
not.
a curve?
That's not what they're claiming though.
What are you talking about? If the water is curving and the LIGO isn't, you could measure that difference. Hello?
yeah, but
Yep.
that's what we're saying. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't use the canal as horizontal, but in order to do that though.
Yeah, well, it is horizontal. That's why you're not going to find any difference if the arm is horizontal. It's going to measure the
That's your
same.
assumption,
No, I
not
mean,
something you know.
yeah, that's my logic. So your logic
No,
is the water's
it's your
curving,
claim.
and there would be a difference, but you could measure it the way.
I
You
mean,
would
saying
either
your
get
claim
no
is
change in
logic
vertical difference.
doesn't make it less
If
of
you
an
don't mind,
unproven claim.
I've only opened my mic once, and you've
Yeah.
interrupted me every time. But if you don't mind, the vertical change is what you would be measuring, no matter which one is doing it. If there is no vertical change over distance, then you wouldn't be able to measure any vertical change. That's the whole point.
Too many assumptions.
Yeah, that's why you got to go out and measure it.
Mhm.
But if let's just say we went out and measured it, and it measured the eight, whatever you fucking 8 inch. Does that definitively show that the water's dropping away from the thing, or is it possible that the thing was built not quite straight? Like, how do we know actually what's doing what? To me, it's still not definitive. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Like
We still
that's
have
what I'm
no
saying.
straight reference.
If you want to build something straight, and you think the Earth is a sphere, and you're doing that close to a canal, so you can have a level as reference. So because you think level is curved, and you know how much it's curving, you can create a straight line accounting for the curvature. But if that's the whole assumption is just wrong, that the Earth is actually not curving and the canal is actually horizontal the whole way, then the arm would be bending up without you realizing it.
Why you're trying to complicate everything? You can take any position along any coordinates and create a plumb, create a horizontal from that plumb, which will be perpendicular from that plumb at that position, and then measure vertical change from that. If the arm is changing from that horizontal plane, or the water is, or both, or neither, you're going to be able to measure that.
But that's much harder to measure, because now we are
How are you
talking
setting a
about
horizontal
an
plane?
angle.
Who
now
told
we're
you
talking
that?
about now we're talking about an angle.
Who
And
told you it's hard to do?
I'm telling you, if you listen, you
Yeah,
understand.
you're telling me. I heard what you said. I'm
Can
asking
you
you a
let me?
question.
Can you let me make the point?
Yeah,
So
answer my
if you're
question.
talking, I'm trying to. If you stop interrupting me. So if the point that is actually where the perpendicular would be actually vertical.
That wasn't my question.
I didn't even finish the sentence. Can you
Yeah, but
let
that
me
wasn't
finish
my.
my
You
sentence?
said it's hard to do, and based on
Yeah,
what I
I'm gonna
said.
get there. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm trying to get to. If
I'd
you
love
allow
to hear
me.
the rest of what Bacon's got to say, like the full thought.
Yeah, we got it without your control. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so if in the middle of the arm, the plumb line is actually perpendicular, and in the ends it isn't because the Earth's curvature. We already know how much that would be given the radius of the Earth, and that would be less than almost 100th of a degree. So to measure a tilt of less than 100th, about 100th of a degree.
Why are you bringing things in? That's
you
my
were
whole
referring
statement. You're
to
making
you were
things way
referring to
too
the vertical.
I
You're
said
referring to
vertical is plumb, right? You create a perpendicular from that. That becomes your horizontal.
Yeah,
Then
so
you measure vertical change from the horizontal. You're bringing in tilt and all this other stuff. You don't have tilt from one plumb and horizontal.
To check if it's perpendicular, you have to know there's a 90 degree there, right? That's a measure of angle. Yeah, that's a measure of angle. So if it wasn't perpendicular, it wouldn't be 90 degree. It would be a different amount of degrees. And I'm telling you what the difference would be. And the difference would be about a tenth of 1 in 100 of a degree. And that's way harder to measure than a couple of inches due to drop. Measuring the drop would be way easier than
That's why you don't
measuring
use
this
that.
angle.
You create a horizontal plane over distance, right, from that plumb line perpendicular, and you measure drop from it of supposedly inches. You don't measure 100th of a degree of a tilt. That's why I
But
said.
creating the
I said,
horizontal
hang
plane
on,
is the whole issue.
hang on,
Hold on, Bacon. Hold on, Bacon.
That's why I said you're making things too difficult. And I asked you when you said it's harder to do than what I just said. I said, well, who told you that? And you still haven't answered.
I just explained why that's harder.
How do you know that? Have you done it?
I just explained it. What do you think is easier to measure? 1/100 of a degree, or a couple of inches of
I've
gap?
already answered that. That's why I told you you're making things too difficult. Don't try and measure a
So you
hundredth
didn't
of a
answer it.
degree of an inch. Now you're still interrupting me.
So it didn't answer it.
Yes,
Okay,
I said
hold
it's
on.
easier to create a horizontal and measure the vertical change from it, which would be inches, which was my exact words. And now you're saying I didn't answer. You're weird, man. I
Okay,
never
so we
said
are talking
anything
about
about
drop.
measuring a angle difference of a
So-
hundredth of a
so
degree.
we are talking
You
about
brought
drop,
that up,
right?
not me.
So we are talking about drop, aren't we?
From horizontal,
Yeah, drop.
vertical change, up or down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drop.
In inches, very easy to measure with a tape measure. If
That
it's
would
6
be the
inches,
drop.
yeah, if a drop is there, you can measure it easily. You don't need to measure a degree of a hundredth of a degree. You don't need to do anything but create a perpendicular plane over distance, which is a horizontal, and measure the vertical change from it.
Yeah, and the horizontal would be the arm, right? Or are you trying to measure the arm itself?
Both.
Okay, but
You do
I
the
mean,
same method
the whole
over
thing.
the arm. You do the same method on the arm and on the water.
How are you going to establish horizontal on the arm? The whole argument of the LIGO is that the LIGO itself is your reference of a horizontal.
Do
That's
you
the
think
whole
a
argument.
horizontal can't be created? Do you think the people on at LIGO didn't create a horizontal plane like they said they did?
Well, I think they did, yeah.
Okay, so you do think it's possible.
Sure.
Then why are you saying it's difficult and we couldn't do it?
I'm asking how you do it.
Well, they use GPS and other things.
So you use GPS?
I don't know. That's not.
Well,
how
you're
I-
saying
what I use. I
it's
use
easy.
Excel.
I'm trying to understand what exactly you're picturing that is so easy.
I don't get what you're asking.
Well,
Are
you
you
said
asking if a horizontal is easy to create? Yes, it is. It's very easy.
okay, how do you intend doing that
With
over
the tools that create
for
horizontal,
commerce?
with the tools that create horizontals and the methods that are very well established, the same ones they use
Can you describe that?
to not follow the curvature of the Earth with the LIGO arm, stated by LIGO. That's the
Sure,
whole
yeah,
point.
you can use this. What are the methods used by LIGO?
I don't know.
Well, you're saying they're easy. I expect you to know them.
There's no hard methods.
But you just don't know them. But you know they're easy, right?
I said I don't know exactly what they use. They use several different methods, but there's not that many. All surveyors use the same exact methods.
Oh, so they use the same methods of surveyors.
All of yeah, that's who did it. Surveyors.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. So they
Yeah.
created a horizontal over 2 miles, correct?
What surveyors did that?
So then you
Planar
can
surveyors
reference-
or geodetic surveyors?
It's the same thing. Same methods.
It's the same thing? Geodetic surveyors and
Exactly
planar
the
surveyors are the same thing?
Yes, same methods, yes.
So I guess no one would pay geodetic surveys, right? Because they're more expensive.
It's the same thing. They're hiring surveyors to do geodetic work. No different. The methods are exactly the same.
Okay, so
And if
no
you-
one would pay geodetic surveyors. Then,
Why are you talking about who gets paid what? Can you tell me the difference in the methods of a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor?
But geodetics take into account the curvature of the Earth. Planars
No, they
don't.
calculate it.
Yes,
they don't
taking into
measure it.
account. I
Yeah.
didn't say measure, did I? I said take
Yeah,
into
I know
account.
you did because curvature of the Earth has never been measured. They use planar
That's not my
surveyor
claim.
method. Yeah,
That's
so
not my claim.
there is no difference, is what you're saying in the method.
No, I didn't say that. They
I'm
take
asking
into account
you.
the curvature of the Earth. They use
Okay, I
different.
heard you say that. I heard you say that. So I'm not illiterate. What is the method difference in a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor?
I don't know.
Yeah, there is none. I'll tell you right now, there is none. Now you know. And you can go research that if you want. Or you can come back tomorrow and state things that you have no clue about.
Okay, so if they do the exact same thing, it would be weird that people will still pay geodetic surveyors, although they're much more expensive, right?
Very weird. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so I think there's something wrong there.
I do too. That's why I'm here.
I mean, with your argument.
Hey, feel free to come back tomorrow and tell me the method difference.
Well,
Why they
actually,
get paid differently.
I didn't. You
You're
were making
assuming
claims
that
about the
geodetic
method.
surveyors get paid more or less than a planar surveyor, right? You know it's the same people, right?
No,
They're
I don't
called
know that.
surveyors. Yeah, well now you do. You're learning a lot.
I'm not gonna take that for granted.
Just go ask any surveyor. Are you a planar surveyor? He's going to say yes.
Can you
Have you done
provide me one?
geodetic surveying? Yeah, some of them have.
Okay, I don't know any to ask it. Sure will.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Yeah, but I wasn't making claims about what they do. You were, right?
Yeah, you're making claims about what they get paid.
Yeah, because
you expect me
geodetic
to
surveyors
listen to
are
you?
more expensive than planar.
Are
ones.
they really? You mean more expensive to hire? I wonder why.
Because they use more
The
precise
same
methods.
method over a longer period of time and a longer distance. It's the only thing. It's the same exact method. So if you hire a planar surveyor
So
to
how
come out,
come one?
if you would
So how
listen,
come one takes into account the curvature of the Earth and the other
you
doesn't?
ready? You ready? I develop land, okay? I deal with surveyors every day. I also use the equipment every day, right? Same exact equipment they have. I use the same methods they have to create a horizontal, just on a shorter distance. The only difference in a planar surveyor and a geodetic surveyor is the scope of work, how large the area of project that they use the same method to do. A planar surveyor is going to come out to your land and maybe survey an acre or 10 acres or whatever. A geodetic surveyor is going to go miles into the woods or down the highway or whatever, using the same exact tools and the same exact method, working out of the same exact office and the same exact truck.
Doesn't the tools that they use depend on the precision you're asking them? Like if you ask them a tool to do a job, for example, you need to create something. It doesn't them ask like how accurate you want that, so they're going to use different tools based on the accuracy you need.
They can.
Doesn't that happen?
Of course. Some people use really expensive, accurate tools for
Right. So the
mediocre
method
jobs.
changes based on the accuracy you need, right?
Well, I mean, you can, yeah. Like, I don't need to be
It doesn't
millimeter accurate.
sound like
to set
it's
a
how
house.
you were describing it before.
No, it's the same method though. The accuracy, the more time they take, or the tool, like the more expensive, more calculated tool that they use, depends on the job, no doubt. My house forms or building forms don't have to be millimeter accurate. Some of them might be, but they don't have to be. But if you go to a civil job where everything's got to be precise, or we set tanks sometimes, or certain type of machinery onto slabs, and that slab has to be within a certain parameter, they're going to use more accurate tools, but it's the same exact method. They're just going to make sure their tools are calibrated, and their
So if you use GPS and you use optical tools to establish horizontal, let's say, you'd call those the same methods?
No, you can use different tools and different methods to get the same result. You double check.
Okay, so it's not always the same method, right?
It is the same exact thing. What I'm saying is,
if one
you're not
uses
listening.
GPS and the other is using optical
all use
methods,
GPS.
those
They
are
all use
not the same.
theodolites. They all use lasers. All of them have those tools to their disposal. What are you
It doesn't
talking
mean
about?
they use all of those tools every time, right?
Of course not.
Okay, so it's not always the same method as you're
It's
claiming.
the same thing. Do you understand? They're creating a horizontal and measuring. It just depends on the accuracy that they need. I've
I
already
agree,
stated that.
it's the same outcome, but
You're not going to use
that's not what you were
GPS
saying. You were
to
referring
get
to the
millimeter
method,
accuracy
and I haven't
of vertical
finished.
change. No one's
Yeah.
going to break out a GPS to try and get millimeter accuracy over, a half a mile.
Yeah,
They're gonna
GPS
use
doesn't
GPS
give you
positioning.
millimeter accuracy.
You just tell me what you know about all the surveyors you talk to. Just keep talking over me, and we'll learn a lot about how they get paid and how much and why. How much does a geodetic surveyor make?
I don't know.
Why did you start talking about payment then? How much does a planar surveyor make?
I don't know.
What's the difference?
I don't know what's the difference. What
Why
I
do
know
they
is
get
that
paid more? Why does one get paid more than the other? Since you stated that for whatever reason.
because geodetic surveyors are more accurate. What they do is harder, I would say, right?
They're not more
To
accurate.
get more
More
accurate
than what?
than the planers.
Are you kidding me? Geodetic surveyors use the benchmark that the planar surveyors have set up. They each check their work. That's why they log everything. Because when they are off, which they're off all the time, one of them cost me $1 million. I'm sitting right here on my land right now, not a half a mile away. A planar surveyor put a nail in the tree for a flood zone that was 6 feet lower than what it should have been. So what do you think that did to the value of the land? Just the other day, we went to go set an apartment complex. The benchmarks were a foot off. I found it. You think they're so accurate? You have no clue. We develop subdivisions
Sure.
all the
Okay.
time.
Okay.
These
Yeah. Sure.
surveyors are
Sure. I'll
often
give you that.
off.
I'll give you
Now,
that.
what
I'll give you that.
Yeah, that you have
Yeah.
have no clue.
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you that.
Then why are you talking about this? Why are you
No,
in this conversation about surveying?
I'm just saturated from this conversation. I
Just
just wanted
wasting
to move
time.
on. So I'm
Yeah,
just
I'll
gonna
talk to you
get
later.
into that.
Good job, man. You've proven you know nothing. You were just in the conversation to waste people's time.
I wasn't talking about
Yeah, did you learn
that. I was
anything?
talking about how easy or hard it is to measure angle compared to
Do you want to
a
know how
drop.
much they make?
That's all I was referring to. You
Do you
brought
want to
the
know how much they make? You want to know how much the check I wrote last week to a surveying company was?
I
You
just
want
said
to
I
know how much
don't.
a surveyor makes in the field? You know the
No.
surveyor doesn't even go out, right? You know the apprentice does.
I'm not
usually.
interested in the topic of
Yeah, I know you
surveyors.
don't want to know about. You don't want to learn anything. You just want to waste people's time again.
I do,
hear you here
just
every
not
night.
about surveyors.
Right.
If you like to hear yourself talking, you can keep going.
No, I like shutting down people who are deceiving others about what they think they know, acting like they know how much people get paid and what they do and the methods they
Oh,
use.
they are more expensive. That's all I claimed. You're just getting to details that I never
You know why
claimed.
they're more expensive?
I already
Because it
answered
takes
that.
more time to do what they do. That's it.
Sure,
The scope of work is bigger, so it takes more time, so you pay them more money.
sure,
It's the same people, brother.
sure.
Yeah, sure. Same guy. I'm done with this guy. Sorry about all that.
No, good on you, Rakia. Good on you, man.
Why don't y'all make a couple phone calls, man?
Oh my god.
These people will talk to you. You know what people that play the piano like to talk about? Piano and music. You know what surveyors like to talk about? Surveying equipment and surveying the jobs they've done and the experiences they've had. Just call and talk to them. Stop them on the street. You know those guys using, you see on the street and they have these reflectors and all that? That's just surveyors. They go out there and plot points and do drainage and slopes and all that. They're creating horizontal and they're creating a slope fronted to make sure their drainage is right or the position of the sewer meter is right or the benchmarks to each everybody's land is right. Just go talk to them.
He's deafened.
Yeah, I'm not talking to him. I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to y'all.
Yeah. Cool,
Go talk to them and you'll learn. And ask them about their GPS, right? Ask them about their satellite system. Ask them where their satellites are. You know what they're going to tell you? They're on the top of that tall building over there. We have a main satellite at our office. And then that tall building, that water tower, and that tall building are the 4 that I'm using right now as satellites. That's what they call satellites. Like satellite dishes on your house.
Mm-hmm.
It's a satellite on top of a big building that they're using to communicate with their positioning. It's triangulation based on their position in between those satellites that they're calling satellites. They're not up in space. So these big engineering firms, they have a main unit. It's their base, and it's just coordinate systems based on triangulation. So they use everybody's satellite systems that are hooked up, into one unit.
Yeah.
Our local university, our engineering department at LSU, has a huge satellite on one of the towers there, and it's just they use towers all along the city. And once you get into the outer country part, you don't use GPS as much. The accuracy isn't as good because the triangulation isn't as good. But every time they find out that something is wrong, they'll remark it, and that's why they write everything down. And if they find something wrong, they put it in a log, and that gets put into a system that updates everything. So the next person that comes along and uses that benchmark, he's going to be more accurate.
Yeah, so it goes into a central reference
Yep.
database. Yeah.
It's a grid system.
Yeah.
So grid A19, right, is 100 miles by 100 square miles, and then they reference everything from that.
Okay.
Yep. All their datum points are entered every time they do anything. They keep a log book of what grid they're in, what datum points they're collecting, and what errors they found. And if it's a bad enough error or something that doesn't, other surveyors have been in the area and didn't find that error, they'll go back out and recheck it and make sure it wasn't human error or whatever, and then they adjust it based on that.
Interesting.
But everything here in my area is based on, like, most of the property lines are squares or grids. If you go up in an airplane, just look down, you'll see a bunch of squares.
Yep.
Yeah, that's property lines. It's a grid system.
So as far as you're concerned, Rakia, if I've heard this correctly, you could go out and set a horizontal line with your equipment, and as far as you're concerned, that's accurate enough to show that the Earth isn't dropping away. Like, have you done this yourself?
Yeah, I did it over 2.7 miles over a local lake that I have a camp on, and we got 3/4 of an inch, what we would call in what we do. And we're not certified surveyors, but we're in construction, so we use this equipment. I had 3 people with me that day, me and one family member and someone that's in the construction business with me, using 3 different units, right? Double checking each other's work. And over the first half a mile to a mile, we got 1/4 of an inch error margin, and it's plus or minus. Like, some of our data points might be, 1'6" and 1/4 high, and the other one would be, less 1/4 lower than 1'6". You see what I'm saying? Like, it's plus or minus always, because it's human error and tool error. You might get a little interference, or someone, you just might read it wrong, or wasn't set up perfectly. You have to imagine when you're setting up a vertical with a machine and you're just plugging it into the ground, basically. You're just, sticking your 3 legs into a ground and trying to level this unit, or it's leveling itself. Each time you do that, it might be a little off. So if you go distance-wise, that measurement might be up a little bit or down a little bit. It might not always create that perfect horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. So you're going to get a plus or minus in tool error there, or it could be human error. You're always going to have error in every measurement you make. That machine is made by a human. It's calibrated by a human, right? And it's operated by a human. So
yeah, I would even go as far as saying that the crosshairs that are in front of your face looking through those things would present their own little margin of error at distance, wouldn't they?
Well, over distance especially, that's why we don't use them. Like, I don't use my auto level for more than 400 feet, depending on the conditions, because I have to be, fairly accurate. If I have surveyors coming behind me to check my work. So if I'm not within that error margin, whatever they set on the specs, then they're going to fail my work. I'm not going to pass inspection, and I got to redo my work. So it costs me money. So as I'm doing it, I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. Now, in what I do, I will self-admit that it's very, very local, very, very planar, right? It's not hard to do. You just have to be careful and set your equipment up right. Make sure it's not, calibrated wrong. We do tests to make sure it's right. And just take our time and double check our work, and that way we always pass. We don't have to come back and spend money on redoing it. But our error margin is not as precise as other things. We can be off a 1/4 inch over 400 feet. It's not going to affect the building, or the road. Or I'm doing not the main runway, but I'm doing a taxiway right now for an airport. And we have certain parameters that we have to stay in, creating a slope and making sure we're following that. So it's based on making sure the drainage, the water gets off the tarmac, quick enough.
Yeah.
Will another surveyor ever come and check your work once you've given the all clear?
Every job that I'm on is stamped by a surveyor and approved by the engineer. The engineer will draw out the specs and put his stamp that the plans are correct, and that gives us the okay to go ahead with the work. Once I set whatever I'm doing by those specs, then an inspector will come out and say, yes, it's to these specs. And then we have civil engineers that come back behind us and surveyors that inspect the approval and put their stamp on it. Because once they
What are
stamp
the
that,
sorry, go ahead.
well, it's just reliability, right? Once the engineer stamps those plans, he's taking responsibility that the plans are correct, right? Loads are right, slopes are right, and all that.
Yep.
Once the surveyor stamps the final inspection, then he's taking responsibility that his part is right. All the drainage is going to be right. All the water is going to run off. The elevations are based on the right benchmarks and all that.
What's the typical dimensions of a job that you would be taking care of?
Different. I have different companies, so that's hard to say. Like, we do huge projects down to swimming pool decks.
What's the biggest one?
The biggest project I've ever done is part of an Amazon. I was part of a team that did a huge Amazon.
Yeah.
And we did just a half a mile. It was a little over a half a mile building.
Yep.
It's just ginormous. And they built another one. I didn't do the project or have any part of it on the land that my church is on. And now they're building another Amazon plant where we used to have a huge mall. It was called Bon Marché Mall, and that's where I went to the movies and hung out when I was young. And it got so decrepit, they built other malls around us, but that mall was just a big open parking lot, basically, with these huge buildings. They tore all that down. They're putting another Amazon distribution center. It's crazy how much Amazon's built. But I didn't get any of that. I work for contractors, so none of my contractors got any of that work. So I'm not working on any of it. But it doesn't matter. If I go, in the morning, I'm going to, I have 4 crews working tomorrow, and one's doing a big metal building slab, and one's doing a house slab, and we're doing a patio and a pool deck. It's the same process. The first thing we do is get out an auto level or a theodolite, whichever one the crew has, and start measuring, off of a benchmark of that job. Like, we want to be at this elevation and we want to water the slope off this way. So we're going to fall it, 1 inch per 10 foot, whatever the specs may be. But the baseline is the horizontal that we create. And like I said, that's over a short distance, but straight line segments and the methods that we use to make sure we double back, the horizontal plane is extended as far as you want in any direction with straight line segments. And you can come back 10 years from now, pick up that benchmark, and go off in any direction with that same elevation. It's not following anything. It's perpendicular to that point. It doesn't care what's under you. That's the whole point. If you want to know if the land is sloping off, you create a horizontal above it and measure down to it, and it's sloping off 10 feet, or whatever.
And just to confirm again, you've done 2.7 miles, and it certainly didn't match what the curvature should be. And
No.
your error was, like, even if you calculated the error that you know was within it, that sort of accounted for most of the discrepancy. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the error margin that we got was so minute over that distance. I mean, you're going to have error no matter what you do. You know, if I measured something 400 feet and went back and set up the next day, you're probably going to be able to tell that you had some error margin in that. It's going to be minute over that distance, but.
So, how much error did you have over 2 miles?
Less than, like, 2 miles, I'd have to look back, but it was right at 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's nothing. And at that time, we weren't biased in any way. Like, if anything, we were biased towards we were living on a sphere because that's what we thought at the time, and all of us, were taught that and believed that. We were just measuring the best way we know how, like we do every day to make a living for the last 30 years, trying to see if that water drops from drops away. If I did it over again, I'm not sure what I would change. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not sure what I would do different. It's the same methods that everyone else uses and what I use every day.
Yeah.
Then you get, like, I've seen a video where Bob, I think it's Bob or Larry Scott did a building, like a Coca-Cola plant, whatever it was in his area, and he said over 2,500 feet, he got a 2-inch a concrete slab that was curving 2-inch following the curvature of the earth. And I'm like, no one does that. I would be fired if I did that and it wasn't supposed to be 2 inches. The only way that building is 2 inches is because the engineer wanted it 2 inches falling away or doing whatever,
Yep.
And no one's following the curvature of the earth. They're establishing a horizontal over a distance from a benchmark. I need to be 1'6" above this benchmark to follow the floodplain, right? Or whatever it's based on. Because it could be based on several different factors. Around here, it's based on floodplain. Because insurance is based on what flood zone you're in. So every inch makes a difference. If you're 2 inches above flood zone A and you can go 4 more inches up and be in flood zone E, and that saves you $10,000 a year on insurance, then you're going to go up 4 inches.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like my conversation with Sean G half an hour ago or an hour ago is justified now.
Sean G knows these methods, right?
Yeah. He
Go
just
rent
wouldn't acknowledge error margin, mate. That's all.
Oh, he wouldn't? Yeah. Sean G it's funny sometimes. I lost respect for him about a month ago. We were in Devs and he was just being really, really obnoxious and spastic. I said, Sean, what's wrong, man? Are you on drugs? And he goes, I don't do drugs anymore. I said, not even I said, you don't do any drugs? He said, no, I don't even do marijuana. And that was just a lie. I mean, he just lied about it. He will tell you right now he didn't say it. No, I have it in writing. It was in chat. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Either it wasn't him or he was just blatantly lying to me. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know everybody's agenda, right? I don't really care to know. I'm just telling people what I experience on a daily basis, and then I'm very good at pointing out BS, right? I mean, I played professional poker for 6 years, and that's basically how I made my living. When the story doesn't add up, I call, right? We put together the story. He raised in this position. He didn't bet the flop, he bet the turn, and now he's going all in on the river. Well, he did that an hour ago, and it was a big bluff. I think he's bluffing again. I call, right? It's just when the story doesn't add up, I'm pretty good at realizing that. And that guy a while ago is just telling stories. I knew he didn't know anything about it. And he kept on and on and on like he was, come on. And he tries to obfuscate on what they get paid and all that. I just wrote it, I write these people checks, weekly. So I do get aggravated over deception. I get wound up or whatever, but I'm basically, sitting down waiting for my family to get home. I was just on the computer ordering parts for our boat that we're redoing. I'm sitting here with my dog. It's basically reality. I'm on my phone. I'm not, researching things and reading things off the computer. This is knowledge that I have firsthand. I don't, you can ask me anything. I can repeat, I can tell you right then because I'm telling you what my truth is, what I've gained knowledge over the years, and I don't have to try and remember or look think about things. It's just I can go out and take a picture of the tools that I use today that are in my truck right now.
Yeah, there's a big difference between that and book knowledge. Like you might be able to recall all sorts of book knowledge on without looking it up, etc., but nothing replaces real life knowledge over the book knowledge.
Yeah, they tell me to go read page 33 of the surveying manual. It just happens to be page 33 that they inserted about earth curvature. Well, okay, just call up any surveyor. Just randomly call 10 of them and ask how many of them have ever measured curved water. Get back to me on that. None of them have. None of them ever will. Matter of fact, they'll laugh at you. They'll tell you that that's how they double check their machines a lot of times. If they think they're having a problem, it's quicker if they have a body of water near them to check that elevation out. Make sure that their equipment is not malfunctioning. But people when they try and complicate things, it's because they're trying to get you off kilter or base or, move on to a different point because they didn't like the simple fact, right, of what you were trying to tell them. And everything is not that hard, You want to learn how to do plumbing, all you got to do is kind of, do that plumbing for a while. Believe me, you can figure it out. It's not very hard. It's just flow. Just, drop from horizontal. Everything has a baseline. And horizontal is a huge baseline.
Would you ever ask any of these surveyors if they were able to measure Earth curvature?
Yeah, I've asked several. I'm not scared of anything. Some of these people are, my, people that I see weekly. They laugh.
Yeah. What do they say?
None of them say yes. And these are Globers now. These are people who believe in the sphere, believe they live on a spinning ball, but never have really even thought about it. And as surveyors, didn't take the time to try and go prove it for themselves. It's something they've never thought about until that point in time that I asked them. But now it's getting to the point where most of the people you talk to, they're hearing about flat Earth more. I say flat Earth loosely because it's not flat. It's hard to find a flat place around here except for water. Yeah. But that's why I use water, right? I think that's a baseline. Have you ever measured water to curve? Well, none of them say yeah. I mean, none of them were trained to do that. None of them are. It's never brought up.
But have you asked them if they are able to measure? Not if they have done it, but if they're able to measure if the water's curved or if the Earth's curved. Not if they've done it, but if they're able to.
Oh, you're talking about like what procedure they would use to do it?
No, it doesn't matter what the procedure is. Just if they're able to do it.
I've asked a couple if they could come with me and measure curved water. I had one that I took to Lake Pontchartrain, and we went around and measured 3 different points of where the water was touching the shore, and we got like hardly any discrepancy. And like it was like a half inch on the north shore, and the other two parts were basically on the south shore. And I said, well, what do you attribute that half inch margin to, or error, or whatever? I forget what I said, because back then I wasn't really you know, as good at the argument, or didn't know the terms as much. And he said, which way is the wind blowing? I said, yeah, the wind is pushing that water towards that shore more, so it's going to be higher. He said, yeah, that's it. So at each shoreline, it was, nothing. It was zero. Now, I was supposed to hire another surveyor to go out on the bridge, and we were trying to get permits through the city to go survey the bridge and the water, down to the water. And that was a year and a half ago when all this hit, and you can't get a permit now to do anything. So I haven't done that. I was willing to hire a professional surveyor to do that, although I could do it myself, but it doesn't have as much credibility, I still want to kind of do that. But if I go back and, if I ever go back and do like a mile or I would only do like probably a half mile or a mile over water. And I would hire a professional surveyor to set, I would just tell him, I want a horizontal line from this benchmark. I want a foot above the water here, and I want to go a half a mile in that direction or in that direction, maybe two different directions. And I want you to create a horizontal from this point. And I'm not going to tell him what method, just do your job and set those marks. And then I would go back behind him and check it. Measure a foot down to that water right there, and then go check his marks, how far above the water they are. I mean, I already know what they're going to be, man. This ain't, it's not even close. Like, it's not even close, man. They sold us a fantasy is what they did. And it's full of paradoxes. It's full of like, you have to double speak, and you have to believe in all these things that only happen to make the earth curve and the water do that, when we know for a fact in reality that the water doesn't do that. Riding on eggshells said, this guy is a server guardian. I'm not a server guardian. You're wrong again, riding on eggshells. That was about me. Riding on eggshells got me about 6 months ago. His channel was based on creating content, coming in here and winding people up so he could go make content on his channel. He's a known actor that is creating content for his channel. Now he's here all the time for whatever.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I don't know what he did with it, but that's what it was back then. Taking the piss out of people.
It's pretty Australian thing to do.
I mean, whatever, to each their own, but that's when I lost. You know what I'm saying? That's when I just kind of just noticed he's that smooth talker, right? He's that one that wants to control the conversation when he's here. It gets old. It gets tiring.
What do you think the reason is on Google Earth, where they show the topographical view and the orthographic view of the Earth itself, and it's just a straight, flat water line? Why would they? If they've got all the calculations and the measurements to be able to make the model of the Earth how it is, how they see it in their model, why can't they show, the topographical orthographic view with a curve?
Yeah, I don't know. I know one thing, it's tough for computers even nowadays to create circles and to when you input data like that, it gets confused. I've heard that. I don't know that. I'm terrible at computers, but I have heard that circles are a huge problem, right? For whatever reason.
That's
So
because
that,
they don't exist.
well, I mean, obviously a circle exists, but the data to create them is, when you use the 0 and 1 system, I think that's what clogs it up in the programming. But who knows? I mean, like I said, I probably sound stupid saying that, but I've heard people talk about it, and people that do that programming for a living, going, this is an issue. But I don't
Yeah,
know if
well,
that's the reason why Google does it.
I think there's a website called Peak Finder, and you can see the tops of relevant mountains and hills all over the earth, and but it's never shown in conjunction with the Google Earth model. And you'd think with their computer power that they should be able to model it, but if they did, then you'd be able to go and check yourself against what they say, whether or not you can see those peaks from different vantage points, and that's what they don't want you to find out.
You're saying on Google Earth, at certain distances you can see certain things, but in reality, or the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite. Yeah,
the opposite.
They just don't
true,
want you to. They don't want you to be able to double check it yourself. If they showed it in plain sight, Peak Finder, Google Earth, in conjunction with each other, and what you're not supposed to be seeing, but then you go out there and you can check it. Well, that's the only reason I can think why they don't do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I do. I mean, there's deception, right? That you just can't get around it. Everyone is, every man is a liar, basically. So usually greed, pride, and a spiritual, part is why humans and groups of humans do things. So if they're trying to intentionally deceive you, it can be done, right? I mean, look at all the funding that some of these people get. I mean, give me the funding and the education, the book writing and editing and approval of this and funding to that, and see what I could do. I could make people think the sky was green in 2 years. You understand what I'm saying? That might be a bad analogy, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, you put that the sky is green and all the textbooks and all the authority figures tell you the sky is green, and in a generation it's green.
Why is every single person muted?
I don't know.
Did you scare them all off?
No, not me. No, I was listening the entire time. They were just debating, and it kind of just came to an end.
So did somebody win the debate, and now we can forget about it all?
Yeah, it's all over, Branch. All over.
Oh,
You
fuck!
can
I missed it.
pack up your bat and ball and go home.
It's all over on 2/22/2022, whatever the fuck the date is.
Uh-huh.
See, there's a reason behind that shit.
No, Branch, the debate's over, but now you single-handedly have to now go out and tell the entire world that the Earth is not a globe. That's the next step.
Can I do an experiment first to test if it's a globe or
You
not?
can't get out. You can't get out of this. You're already signed up. You're signed in. You're already logged in, ready to go.
No, I need to do some experiments first. I'm gonna get this big ass wire, right, 12 miles long, and stretch it across a beach, and it's gonna prove to me some shit.
Yeah, some shit. 418.
But it's very important, Branch, because if we don't do this, they're gonna kill all of us eventually. So
I'll do it. I'll write a little virus, and it will text everyone in the world at once.
there you go. We're all depending on you. You see, you're the one that has to get the word out to save all of humanity.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it via text message. That's cool, right?
Yeah, if they don't block you in time, yep.
No, I mean it'll be instantaneous. The whole network would be sending the message at the same time. There's no way they can block me. And what I'll do is I'll make the messages repeated. So like I'll send it to every phone, and then every phone will send it to every other phone, and it will just keep happening for like a week. So there's no way anybody won't be able to know.
Nice. Get it on the emergency broadcast part, so everyone gets a loud beeping noise.
That would be a great fucking hack to hack that shit, but I'm pretty sure that would end up getting you a felony and shit. Just sending text messages, I don't think you've actually broken a law. Fuck, well maybe I should start with Gem Panda's room.
Yeah.
Let them know it ain't fucking a globe.
Yeah, at this point, I think you can prioritize them at the end of the list. I think they might be some of the last to figure it out.
Yeah, they're gonna want to do tests. Hey Jen, did you hear the news?
What's the news?
It's over. The whole debate's done. That's
It's
why
done,
everyone's so
yeah?
quiet.
Flat Earth. Everybody's realised it's a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Good news. Well done, everybody. All your efforts didn't go in vain. Well done. Excellent. I mean, they're even mentioning in university textbooks now. More and more people have become flat earthers.
Well, no, this was like one of the specials for the date, right? 2/22/2022.
Yeah, that's right. It was the year.
Mm-hmm. The year, the day, the date.
Yes, the year the heliocentrists realized that they were wrong. Exactly. They need psychological evaluation.
So apparently, everyone that was part of the flat Earth community, they're going to get special roles in the leadership hierarchy.
Absolutely.
I won't call you mentally ill when you realise, Swami G.
Okay. Why did you leave, bro? Was it because of Jin? Was it because of VD?
Yeah, it's gone on too long. Like, if you're at a party and you're having a good time, and then a bunch of people turn up to the party, and then it's like you start having a shit time. I mean, I've got to take responsibility for joining Gem's room, but just after years of talking to the same people, and then have the same people try to trigger me or employ whatever tactics they're going to employ to set me off, because they know I'm going to get triggered. I've had enough of falling into that trap. I've got to take responsibility for it, but in the end, I just want to jump through my computer and literally kick heads off next. So that's not good.
Well, you're doing this to have fun, right? You can't be getting more pissed when you come to relax. It defeats the purpose. You know?
A relaxing conversation about science and the Earth. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you though,
no need for a headache.
It's Gem, man. Gem kind of people are like blind followers of Gems. Half of them. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's like a rock star, isn't he?
The thing is, he's like this short, fucking old, kind of trolly, bitter old man.
He is. He's come on
talking about redecorating his house.
Like, you know what? Yesterday, like, remember? Okay, you sent me a DM afterwards, but like, he started telling me how the UN didn't do anything to facilitate any proof in Europe, and he was like trying to persuade me on that shit. Like, what kind of stupid shit was that? And people in the room were like, yeah, he's right. Fucking idiot, man.
Yeah.
The sad thing is the people that fucking follow along with that. Obviously, the UN's done something, right? There's not been a fucking like proper straight big time world war since they stepped in and said, you know what, fucking people got to get along in Europe.
Yep. Yeah, I heard your premise. He's got a real doozy of a soundbite at the moment that, what is it? That you're edgy, that you've discovered some hidden truth, and but really you're just a moron who's fallen for bullshit on the internet.
Yeah.
That's his big one at the moment. He'll reiterate it in different ways, but basically he's figured out that there's all these people on the internet that are just basically morons.
He's basically talking about himself, though, the idiot, because he's the wanker that's on the internet talking shit and spreading misinformation. Silly ass cunt.
Silly ass.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for Jim Panda's room, though, Flat Earth would have kind of fizzled away, I think, even on Discord. I think the fact that his room exists means that ballers still talk about it.
Yeah.
And because of that, even Flat Earth communities are still around. Otherwise, if you look at 24/7,
we would be around. We would be around. We wouldn't go anywhere. We're going to be around. It's just that we're being different servers.
But the discussions wouldn't be as fun, right, Jen?
Yeah,
Yeah, it wouldn't be as fun as it is.
It's better with you guys around.
Well,
Yeah.
there's more people that don't go to gems than go to gems.
Yeah, that's right. Special breed that go there. Special
No,
breed.
but most of the
Hardcore.
ballers I know, they are in gems. Like Armor may not be.
I am. I don't really join any of the chats, but I am in there though.
Yeah.
No, I'm in there. Hammer and tongs, shield and baton. Yeah, making sure they get it. Get it good, get it hard, and get it fast. Like a fire hydrant, tsunami. Yeah. I enjoy every second. Whatever the topic, 9/11.
I've been
moon landing, whatever. Somebody said, I think, and then stopped.
They stopped thinking. They thought too hard. I think it was Merle. Merle, what did you think about?
No, it was me. I said I've been in gems twice. I've been muted both times, and I've never been back. And that was quite some time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like to go there when I'm drunk. It's fun to fuck around with people.
I think I've been going there 3.5 years, something like that. Goes
I mean,
quickly.
it's one of the few places on Discord that older people actually hang out without a bunch of kids saying stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's where grown-ass adults just say stupid shit.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with that as well. Yeah. Yeah.
It is funny to hear stupid shit sometimes. You don't want to hear serious shit all the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I've been going to Gem Pandas maybe 4 years now when I look at it.
You're a veteran. You're a veteran.
Yeah.
You should apply for monetization.
Oh yeah.
I
Follow
can,
the mod.
I can see
Empty
that.
that quick. Everyone be bang, 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 bang.
And you can mute Gem.
Yeah. I'd love to do that. Not
I was
only
given
look-
semi mods at one point. Like I had my own little room with mods in it.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously, I abused the mods, and that shit got taken away quickly.
Was this when you were Hellboy? Or was it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who we haven't seen for a while, Brummy. Brummy hasn't been around for ages.
No, he was on the other day.
Was he?
Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got muted for. Like, I think I'm muted now for like a while. I did say the N word, but I didn't say it in a bad way. But I did say it.
Brummy. Yeah, on the fence. I always slagged him off. 1 minute he's
Yeah, he's
arguing the
funny,
flat
man.
earth, next minute he's arguing the globe. Yeah, I used to slag him completely. Get yourself over to the flat earth side immediately.
I think he's pretty strictly flat Earth now. I don't think he's flip flop back again.
Well, yeah, yeah. So he should be, and so he should be. He's a flat earth. I told him he was a flat earther gonna be. So yeah.
It's funny that I was telling him, right, that what he should do is because he's a boxer, right? Before he gets into a fight, just to pull the opponent over to the side and just flat smack the fuck out of him. And then while he's in the ring fighting, the boxer's gonna be thinking about all this fat earth shit.
Well, we're not spinning as you are now. Bang. By the way, the Earth is flat. It's not a spinning ball, all right? Yeah, that's been a lie from your childhood. Don't forget it, yeah? You heard it here first. All right, get in there.
Realise the Earth is flat when you're flat on your back.
That's the one. Keep it clean, yeah? Clean body, yeah? Flat Earth, yeah. Go on. Flat Earth, okay. Coming in with your flat Earth, azimuthal equidistance map on your shorts. Yeah, lovely. With the azimuthal on your gloves as well. That'd be nice, yeah. Flat Earth.
Yeah, but have it imprinted, right? That way, if you hit them hard enough, the map just gets imprinted in the forehead.
Yeah, they walk off with flat Earth bruises on their faces and body. Yeah, nice. Could be good for boxing, flat Earth, I think. Yeah, you know.
Well, they had the soccer team, right? Was it? I think Brazil or somewhere had a soccer team.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I wonder how they're getting on. Flat Earth FC. Flat Earth Hemidecados. Flat Earth United. Flat Earth Argyle. I wonder what they, you know, they could have many names you could have of that.
Instead of bend it like Beckham, it's bend it like Curve.
Could you say that again? You cracked up.
There's a Bend It Like Beckham Indian advert for Subway.
Oh, Beckham, right, yeah.
About the curve and shit. I'll find it. Hold up.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, you posted it before. It's funny
Seen it?
as, isn't it? Yeah, it's funny as.
Did you see Beckham advertising getting the vaccine? Did anyone see that?
No.
Yeah, he's promoting the vaccine with a load of other famous personalities, starting with Michael Caine at the beginning. Morgan Freeman's in it, and there's quite a number of people. Beckham's there as well. Advising everyone to get it.
Well, that's the way they sell anything, isn't it? Get a famous face.
Yeah.
It's all about marketing.
Yeah.
Like, it is the most successful marketing campaign ever undertaken.
Yeah. I mean, everybody was. I can't believe it. You just can't believe the amount of people that got duped into that.
I'm talking about the globe, Jin.
Oh, you were talking about. I thought you were talking about going in for the vaccine and that.
No. Yeah, be careful of that word, too.
Yeah. But yeah, the globe. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that was easy, but it was easy for them to do that, wasn't it? Because they're telling you when you're tiny. So it was quite an easy one, really. You know, and then they reinforce it through your TV programs, cartoons, music, news, posters. Yeah, it's always there in your face, isn't it?
I will tell you this though, the whole alien shit's calmed down a lot, hasn't it? You don't hear about aliens and the whole UFO fucking conspiratards anymore.
That's true.
It'll surface again when they get their Space Force up and running.
Oh yeah, Space Force.
Well, Wasn't that one of Trump's little babies?
It was, yeah. It was, yeah, yeah. Domeland Security.
Mm-hmm.
Space War.
I thought it was a TV show on HBO or some shit.
Hey, did you see he brought out a new app, Trump?
Did he?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
called. Oh, what's it called? It's called.
What's it for? What's the app for?
It's his new Twitter because he got
Truth.
banned off Twitter.
Yeah, it's called Truth something. Oh,
It's gonna be a bunch of Q-tards on there, man. It's gonna be so fucking dumb.
yeah. Where are we?
So, what's the concept on this app then?
It's basically he got banned off Twitter, so he made his own version of Twitter.
Oh, really?
It's called Truth Social. The social network for the Make America Great Again community.
Right. Yeah, I did hear about this now that you come to mention.
Well, it has officially been.
I didn't think it was really. I didn't think it was going to happen, but okay, so he's definitely done it then.
Mm-hmm. But it only has a 3.6 star rating at the moment.
How many people are on it? How many downloads?
100,000 plus. So yeah, say 100,000.
And that's since when?
Or I think it's only maybe this week. I saw an article.
Okay.
At the start of the week, so there's 100,000.
Yeah, I would have thought you would have got more than that by now.
Easily. Easily. I thought overnight he probably would have had 70 odd million, considering apparently that's how many people voted for him.
Yeah. He's only a one-term president, so they probably don't want to hang around with such a wally.
Actually, I think it's only actually been live for like a day.
Oh, really, Branch? Okay, then. Well, there you go. Well, still 100,000 downloads still isn't a huge number, considering who he is and where he's come from.
It's probably a good thing, man. I think a lot of people just stopped giving a fuck. You know, they moved on in their lives.
Yeah.
But we only hear hardcore people that are into conspiracies and stuff on the servers and shit that we're in. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the world, they just seriously don't give a fuck about anything apart from their day-to-day lives and shit.
No, they're more worried about what model flat screen TV they're going to.
Yeah.
Actually considering buying a smart TV for my garage. Actually, I'm in the market.
I don't think you need a smart TV anymore because you can just get a box for it or even a Fire Stick and you're fine. The actual TV's operating system doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, it's actually worse. I used to have a smart Chromecast like way before smart TVs were even a thing, and then everyone got a smart TV. My Chromecast, I felt like worked better than smart TVs did. As long as you have the app on your phone. If you have the app on your phone, like the Chromecast, then you can cast it to the TV that's you have Chromecast installed or Chromecast plugged in or whatever.
I will say though, I've got an Android TV, and that's pretty good. Like I haven't had to use a box. I don't even have to use my Fire Stick on it anymore. It's basically it's Android, so it's got everything you need.
Yeah, all in one. That's what I want.
So if you're gonna get one, look at Android. It's pretty good, and it gets frequent updates. You know, and
Yeah.
All
and
the
you can
Fire
side
TVs
load. You can actually side load almost any app you want on there too, if you know how to do it. So, yeah.
You can get a 65-inch about $700 now, which is pretty cheap.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You get a Chromecast for $40, so.
Yeah, but I've got to buy the TV anyway. Kosho.
Oh,
Got to buy
you don't
one.
have a TV. Oh, then yeah.
No.
Chromecast only works good if you have a laptop too, right? Or something.
No, you don't. If you do it for your phone, yeah.
Yeah, but you can't just use a remote.
Yeah, Fire Stick you could, but I kind of like using. I used to like to use Chromecast. I mean, they both have their benefits. Like, with the remote's cool, but with your phone is basically a remote at that point. It's better.
You see, but Coach, there's part of me, right? Sometimes I like to leave my phone upstairs and just not be with my phone.
Oh yeah, that's prominent. But sometimes, like, especially when I'm watching YouTube, it's way easier to navigate on your phone than it is on TV.
Yeah,
so I just like to look through stuff on my phone and just cast it to TV. Anyway,
No,
man, I'm waiting for. What's up, Jim?
I said no. I don't watch TV. So.
Oh, that's right. You're a manly man.
No, I don't watch TV. No, I haven't watched TV. My TV hasn't been switched on in over 3 years now.
That's what's up, dude.
There's a new show out there called From. It's pretty fucking good.
It's called From. Yeah, I can see why Jen's not watching TV anymore, dude. The shows are just called From now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make a show called From. Huh.
It's pretty lazy, right? It's from the producers are lost. It's from the producers are lost, right? So, like, what other 4-letter word can we come up with?
Yeah, I know, right? It's more mundane than Lost. Yeah. Make it what? From is it's just so, like, completely, like, it's like a boring word. But I can see what it means, because, like, Lost is, like, we're lost. And I can tell From is, like, we're from here. Is that what it's about? Like, where people came from, or where certain people came from, or something like that?
Nah, it's about, like, one of those weird loophole towns, I guess. Where once you enter, you can't leave.
What? It's a new town that these exist? What are you
No,
talking
it's
about?
a loophole town. Like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So From is like, okay.
And once you enter it, you're from there. You can't leave.
Oh no, yeah. So it's like that's where everything's like. Who told you that? No, these people did. Everyone took years from here.
Actually,
I get it, kind of.
One series I got into to start off with was Westworld. Didn't mind that to start off with, but then I don't know. It lost me. I'm thinking about the fourth series or whatever.
I think I'm still on series 2.
I skipped season 2, and then I got so fucking confused, man. That's because I was watching it with Jen. I was watching season 3 with Jen, and I had already seen season 1, and she was watching season 3 with her. I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Huh.
It is kind of slow, right? It's like the storyline doesn't move fast enough.
Well, it's a totally different. It's like I don't even get what's going on in season 3. It's like not at all attached to season 1. It's like a different show. There's probably something in season 2 that connects them, and I have no idea what it is. You've seen all 3 seasons, Bandsaw?
Yeah, but I haven't seen the latest one, the latest season, because I think there's 4 or 5. Yeah.
Well, the 3 at least though, but like, isn't season 1 like a certain show, and season 3 is like a totally different setting and show, or?
Yeah, but they're kind of they connect them by showing AI and who isn't, and basically everyone's AI at the end of the day. Like that's how.
Whoa! Well, you're spoiling the whole thing, man.
What do you mean? You skipped it, so you've already jumped ahead anyway.
Oh, now I'm gonna go back and see it. Yeah, man. Wow.
And
Well,
then
not anymore.
Not anymore. There you go. Spoiler alert for anyone
Fuck
that's
it.
listening.
We can jump straight to season 4 now. You saved us a lot of time.
Exactly. But you are right, Branch. It kind of just got a little bit slow in the end.
I mean, do you remember
Actually,
the first?
What kind of pissed me off was when they went in the whole Asian thing, and then I had to read subtitles.
Was that season 2? They went to the Asian or the samurai world or something.
Yeah, that's what I got to start back off of. Because sometimes I like to like, not even watch the screen, right, and just have it playing and listening to what the storyline is.
What do you mean, just like listening, not watching?
Create your own picture.
Yeah, so I do that sometimes. Like if I'm busy, I'll just have it playing. I'll switch back every now and then just see what's going on visually.
Yeah. It's a good thing shows are made in that way that you're allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that, dude. Okay? The director of the fucking show or the movie, he's not intending for you to be doing that. And he's going to put subtle things in the scene that are going to completely, you're not going to be aware of. And then what?
See, well, HBO doesn't do it, but like, what is it? Fucking Netflix, they do it now, where they have a voiceover where they're just describing everything that happens on the screen for blind people.
No way.
Yeah. Like
What are you
next time you
talking
watch
about?
something on Netflix, look at the voice, look at the different languages, and some movies have one where it's a voice cast or something.
No
like
way. That's crazy. What does it sound like? Aren't they talking over the people?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's done in a way. It's done in a way where you can totally understand it all.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, in the like they'll be doing something, and then in the middle there'll be something like, now Jennifer walks through the door and walks into a black room. You know.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, Maximus is taking off his mask. He's saying some shit to the Emperor. I don't know what he's saying. He's just saying some shit to him. The Emperor's really shocked and surprised that it's him. They're like, dude, what's he saying? Like, let me hear what he's saying, dude. I guess if you can do it with tact.
Yeah, you still hear what everyone's saying. They pause when people are actually talking.
That'd be a cool job, kind of. Or at least an interesting one. Yeah. You know, I've noticed about Netflix, because you don't really see this otherwise, but Netflix foreign shows are kind of made to be, like, they're made with the idea that they're going to be dubbed, right? Like Korean shows and German shows. I guess that makes sense because we have a big market here, you know. But regardless, you can tell that like when they're translating it, like, you know, back in the day, like Bruce Lee movies back in the day. God damn it! Hold on 1 second. Anyways, Bruce Lee. What am I saying? Bruce Lee movies back in the day, they dubbed those, and it does not look realistic at all.
Well, what I hate is the way that the subtitles never match what's actually being said after they dub it.
Yeah. That's often funny.
I'm sorry, Branch. Repeat that.
No, we got it. But yeah, the Bruce Lee was the best with the whole mouth moving 20 seconds later.
No, he wasn't the best, man. That's my point, dude. I'm trying to say, back in the day, they were dubbing them, and they sucked, dude, because
I know, but it sucked, but that's what made the Kung Fu movie so good, was that the whole mouth moving bit afterwards.
How out of sync it was, yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying that they didn't put a lot of care into not making it happen. Whereas you can tell in these dubbed, like Korean and German show, whatever, they take careful, you know, when they're translating it, they translate it in such a way, they use certain words, like specific words of other words, and translate it so that they're almost the same length of of like mouth moving. You know what I mean? Like there's rare
Yeah.
delay.
So when they speak, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, yeah. They changed the words a little bit to make it fit. You know, that's why
Yeah, sure, yeah.
That's why the subtitles never match the English spoken.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay. I didn't notice that.
Very sloppy indeed, but really,
And nobody went back and just fixed the subtitles. It's funny.
No one seemed to give a
That's not
shit. But
sloppy, dude.
the action carried it through. That's why.
Yeah.
No, but that's not sloppy at all, and that's not that shouldn't be corrected for. It's like that's exactly what it should be. It's like they're dubbing it, and they're dubbing it in a translation that's different than the translation of what they're actually saying. So
yeah,
you know they're gonna put the text, they're gonna put the correct text, and they're also gonna use whatever dubbing they thought was appropriate. So I think it's actually it takes a lot of effort to do that.
Yeah, but you know what was good was the Wu-Tang Clan. They dubbed an entire kung fu movie. You ever hear about that? It was fucking. They actually did pretty good, man. It was a good fucking watch. You know, you got like RZA and fucking Method Man and Redman and shit. All fucking. It was good.
Yeah, I used to do that with my brothers all the time. Dude. We would just like this late at night. We would just mute TVs, whatever was on, and then we just start talking for those characters.
No, this was like a professionally done movie out in.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like when you have time to actually sit there and fucking, know what you're gonna say, then yeah, it's funnier shit. Some of the shit we were saying wasn't funny at all because we're just doing it off the cuff and we don't know what's about to happen. So anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you've seen bad lip reading?
Yeah, that shit's great. But it gave me an idea, dude. We should make those bad lip reading type dubbing shows of straight flat earth conversations. You know what I mean? So find like a famous video movie clip and just dub it out with flat earth convo.
That'd be funny if you made that work. Damn, dude, I wonder if that could be done.
I'm sure it could, dude. That'd be fucking hilarious. People would watch that shit too.
You'd have to do it to a cartoon.
You do it to
Is it a relief? Are you relieved? It's like, oh.
You're hot micing, Merle. Merle, you're hot micing, buddy.
Yeah.
It's got to be something like that everybody knows. Like, say we did it to Casablanca.
Yeah. We
You
had
know
a
what I mean?
good
Shit
run,
like
though.
that.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's do the Dragon Ball Z, dude.
Think you needed some rest. You know, like
But the nice thing about doing it to a real famous movie is you get the clicks just because of having that movie in the title name.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. The way you share in your video. I think if you're talking over it though, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's purely done as I think that's totally yeah. That would be funny. I don't think anyone gives enough of a fuck to do it though.
So what?
So I don't think anyone gives enough of a fuck to do it.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what, dude? You know what I give a fuck about? That 2v2 show. I think we should really put it together, man, and schedule it soon. That way we can actually get it done. Because I think that there's people in here even. It'd be nice to hear them have a regular conversation. 2v2. Right? Without everyone jumping in. Branch, I think you should
Yeah.
host the first show.
Nah, I can't be fucked, dude.
Make
I don't know
it
if I'd be
happen,
sober or not
Kosho.
that day.
Make it happen.
I would host it though. I won't give a fuck.
And maybe Merle can do the opening credits.
In his
You make like
bathing
the
suit.
opening.
In his bathing suit.
No, I'm saying you make the opening video, or whatever.
He
Opening.
can be like the
animation.
Ringo. He can be like the Ringo during the 2-on-2. Hold up the little sign saying "Round on."
I don't mean he's gonna be in the intro. I'm just saying he's gonna create it. He's gonna edit the video.
Yeah, but he can still do that in his bathing suit.
Jesus Christ! I'm not gonna put you in charge of the casting couch. Oh my god. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, I'm making this game. Well, tell me if you think this is a good idea. I gotta remember the name of it. My friend plays this games for girls, and they gotta fucking dress these girls up, and they gotta challenge. They gotta like, battle each other for like. Let's say, okay, make this girl. She's going to the Emmys as a goth. So dress her up, and they gotta like dress them up. Go to the Emmys as a goth, and then they get judged based on if they're relevant to the task, and then whichever one looked better. And anyway, she likes to play it, and you get like a wardrobe basically, like that you collect over time. So it's like you can buy different clothes, and you can get clothes as rewards. Anyways, I was thinking about making a version of this game, but for virtual, for VR, right, for a metaverse.
Yeah, but that's
Oh, okay. Yeah, the VR. Yeah.
it's kind of like Second Life though. But
No,
no,
it's not at all like Second Life.
okay.
Sorry about this.
But where you can dress up and shit like that. I mean, that's the whole point.
No, but it's not. No, it's not. You're not dressing up. You're the whole game. The way this game works is you have a wardrobe, and you're dressing up other people, I guess, and then they're competing, based on your fashion
Oh,
that you
okay.
gave to them. Yeah, it's a girl game, dude. You don't have to get it, but a lot of girls play that type of shit, and
That's where the money's at, is what you're saying? Was that what you're trying to?
that's not where the money's at now. But I'm saying it's a game. I think that like I said, a lot of girls play that type of stuff, and I already had some ideas for how I was gonna spice it up for the metaverse. So basically, make the
Are
same
you
game.
good with? Are you good with all the whole 3D textures and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, I do it all the time. Like in Blender, you mean?
Yeah, I don't like doing that type of shit. But if you're into that and you like doing it, then go for it, man. But it's gonna be a lot of texture.
I'm not nearly an expert, but I'm very familiar with it. And also, I'm trying to convince my friend to get into it because she does art, but she doesn't know how to do Blender or anything. And so I'm just trying to get her to get into it, start just making the clothes, because you can start making the clothes, and then after you do different blouses and pants and stuff, you end up being a lot better at Blender.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing with that concept that you got is, like, what you can eventually do is have people make their own clothes, right? And then
That too.
sell them, and yeah.
So that's where the money's at.
So, what happened to your casino game? What happened to your casino game, Kosho?
What about it?
What happened to it? I thought you were developing that.
It's still. Oh yeah, that's another game.
Okay.
That's different though. That's it's like a streaming bullshit thing, and it was based off Scott's friends who's doing that. So the thing is that he didn't really describe a model for a way for it to make money. He just kind of my way of making money was to make for him and get paid by him, but I don't know how he was planning to make money from it.
And then when you make another one that reduced the odds for the house.
That's Branch's. That's Branch's game.
That's what Kosho does in his little casino thing that he runs in Gem's room. He rigs it so if
Oh yeah.
he's got coding that says if Branch, then
No. No, you got like this, just like everybody else. Yeah, I was making a crypto for his server, Gem server, but I just don't know if it's gonna be worth it.
yeah, it's not gonna be worth it. Can't see how that will play out.
Yeah, I mean it's not popular enough, right? I mean,
I mean, you could
But
start
no, I
rewarding
don't
people
think
with
that. Never mind.
cryptos.
You don't really understand what I'm saying. I don't mean popular so it will make money. I'm not planning to make money from it. I'm saying I don't think there's already coins in the server, and all I'd be doing is swapping those coins for crypto tokens, which they would they'd have an arbitrary value. They would have a almost non-existent value, right? So
But you got to keep your current coin values though when you do this.
I gotta call my girlfriend real quick. Okay, hold on.
yeah, I know none of this, so I'm just kind of talking out my ass right now this entire time. I'm just trying to join in.
No, he's got this like little casino thing, but I've got like a $1 billion in there. So, like,
Hey, what? Wait, you got a bajillion dollars and what now?
in his little casino world.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, you guys were earlier talking about like dubbing over what was it, like stuff with like the flat earth talk, or just like the debates or just whatever we're talking about. And I've thought about that too, like specifically because like I can kind of do animation, so I wanted to like maybe like animate just like an argument, you know what I'm saying, like some funny one or some shit. But
Yeah.
the only problem is getting your guys' faces. Like I know some of you guys have your faces public and whatnot, but some of you guys don't. Like for you, for example, if I was to animate you, it'd probably just be your little icon, little branch guy,
Yeah.
little short.
Yeah. No, I thought about that too. Like even to do it in real time, right, would be the best way. That way you don't have to actually go back and do any work.
Wait, I'm not sure. Like I follow.
Like I thought about doing it in real time, where you can actually have these debates, but have them live stream in real time, but have characters doing the actual talking.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. I know there's a lot of people who like do like animated shit like that. Like I think they're called, what is it, VTubers or some shit, where they literally have like avatars like that talk, as they're talking or some shit. So it's definitely possible, but it's a little, but it might be a little unrealistic though, because you would also, because at that point you would need like a voice recognition, and so each voice would have to match up with the avatar.
I can already do that part. I can do that part where I can start an animation based on the person talking.
Oh,
because you can do that just with APIs and just basically HTML, CVV, CSS code.
Oh. Still sounds like a lot of work though, I think.
It's just really just figuring out the animations. Like you just got to have, basically, it's actually not that much work. You just got to have one animation for each person, and you trigger the animation from knowing that person's talking. Which again, I've already got that bit figured out. I can send you that bit if you want it.
Oh, okay.
So knowing that somebody's talking is the easy part.
Yeah.
There's already code out there for that. It's just really figuring out an animation for each person. So you just start doing that, have that thing pop up and start doing it as soon as the CSS code tells you to.
Like I think, yeah. I mean, I
Is
guess
that like that talking Tom?
Yeah, is that like the weird cat animation thing?
Yeah, it'll be something like that. I mean, depending on how much you want to get into the animation.
Yeah, not
right?
as ugly, right? Yeah.
Like, again, if you want it to match what's being said, then you got to start doing voice recognition or at least looking at pictures.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we wouldn't be going through that much trouble. I mean, it's just like it would be like a little fun thing, just like whatever.
If you want it, let me know. I'll send you that CSS code that'll let you see when every person's talking.
Maybe we'll see. I mean, you said it's the code, right?
And like,
It's not
what
even
would you
code. It's
code
just
in there? What would you code in there for someone that loses a debate that have like little stars going around their head and Tweety birds?
I mean, you could, I guess, but you have to somehow manually trigger that.
Yeah. So who's the judge of that at that point? Yeah. No one's gonna do that unless like if it's a flat earther doing it, then immediately every globe argument is gonna be that, and vice versa. If it's the glober doing it, every flat earth argument is gonna be a losing argument. So.
Hey, Armor, you know what though? Kosha was just talking about these 2-on-2s he wants to set up. This would be fucking perfect if we did some shit like this.
Yeah. Wait, 2v2s?
Yeah, so he wants to set up a new 2v2 thing.
Oh.
So if we introduce something like this into that, that'd be fucking great. We'll need to talk to Kosha about who's going to be the owner of this whole thing and, that type of shit. Because we don't want to run into a Steve McKay type of situation if it does blow up and become big, right?
Yeah. But I like that 2v2 idea though, because I mean, it's two flat earthers versus two globers or some shit like that, right? Like that, what it is?
That would work fucking amazing with this concept of having animated avatars, right?
Yeah, but even besides the animation, I think I like the 2v2 idea because a lot of the times in these debates, like, people want to like jump in, whatever, but like with 2v2, I feel like there's enough people to where you can kind of, if you're feeling you're not really doing well in the argument, you could pass it off to the other person, and they can kind of just jump in. I like that. I like that. Will you come up with that recently?
How about just deep fake? So you're actually using your cameras just like you are, just like you can now, but it just deep fakes over with a cartoon instead.
Yeah, but not everybody likes to turn the cam on. I would never turn my cam on. Especially in this flat Earth community, people just don't like turning the cam on. Because they'll still have to.
Yeah, but it's not you. It is you, but it's not you. It's like
Right,
an overlay.
Yeah, but then whoever's creating the overlay, they'll still have to send it to a server, right? And that server would have access to the raw cam footage. Unless they run software locally. But who's going to want to run software locally just to have a debate?
You're like the Banksy of... aren't you? You're like Banksy.
The Banksy of flat Earth debates.
Yep.
I like that though, dude. I think that would be fucking great. Like, if anything, we'll definitely set it up so we have some type of animation for when someone's talking, even if it's not their avatar. And I could basically do a real basic animation. And if I put in a little bit more work, I could probably figure something out. I just can't be fucked too. I'm too lazy.
Yeah, sometimes you have to put a little animated gif of some poo coming out someone's mouth, just occasionally too.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, I could see that. There's a lot of people who talk a bunch of
Talking
poo.
mad shit right now.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And the poo emoji comes out.
It can be so activated on a particular statement. So if Merle said, "I'm gonna rip off your head and shit down your neck," it'll actually get the other. It'll actually show that.
Funny.
Yeah, I'm thinking of sending Jem a dick pic today. But I won't.
Interesting.
I'd just love to see his face.
I think Zeppa did that. Started sending Jim dick pics and shit, so he ended up getting banned.
That's the best.
He done that to me once too. I was in a different server, and it was like me. I think it was just me and him and a few other people. He just whips his dick out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
What was he doing? Just bored.
I don't know. It wasn't. He didn't do it in a sexual way. It was just like fucking just being an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Shruby started doing that shit once. He started posting fucking pictures of his dick in the fucking voice chat.
What a legend. Yeah, I know a guy used to do that in high school. He'd call it the turtle, and he'd tuck his thing behind it. Anyway, it's weird.
Yeah, that's from what is it, man? From that Buffalo Bill fucking show, right? He does that shit.
Yeah, he'd sort of pull up his nutsack, and his thing would pop out like a turtle.
Oh my goodness.
And he'd be like, "It's the turtle." Yeah, that's humans for you. It's got extremely stifled the conversation because of the Rona, I think.
But you know what Basil said is actually interesting too. To set up a server where you can have debates, and yeah, you do have to turn your cam on, but as soon as you hit the server, it's not your face showing; it's an animated version of your face.
Yeah.
I think it makes things a little more it makes things a little more less serious when you do something like that, you know. And then when people generally talk a little less seriously, and it'll probably make for better conversation.
I don't know what it was, but Vinny and GB, some of the old crew, they had, it was like a comedy room, and you could an animated character gets up on the stage.
I saw those. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you can create your own characters and stuff. See, that was the good side of, because you could see the flat earthers, they wanted to have fun too. You know, to speak some shit, tell some jokes.
The whole fun part of it's kind of gone away, dude. It's like everybody just wants to argue now.
Let's make flat earth fun again.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
dude.
Merle, when you first got into the debate and the discussion and all that sort of stuff, what was the argument back then that you thought was just going to destroy the globe? It was just going to destroy it. What was the argument back then? And you thought, yeah, this is it. This is going to get it over the line. Everyone can see it.
So basically, the properties of water. I thought that would have done it. Then Cartesian grid systems and planar geometry, I thought would have done it.
Yeah.
Stationariness, I thought would have done it.
Yeah.
I thought a few things would have done it. They're simple
everything,
arguments.
though. They are simple,
What's that?
aren't they? What was that, Branch?
What's that, Branch?
Oh no, I said you pretty much listed off everything.
Well, they're foundational arguments. They're simple. They don't posture anything other than just the straight up facts themselves, as far as I'm aware. There's no deception there.
No.
This is just how things are in reality.
Evident.
Like,
It's
for real.
evident, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I've always been trying to get to the bottom of, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Even with engineering, how do they get precision? How do they get accuracy? Why do crosshairs exist? What's all that really about?
Yeah. I honestly thought, Merle, that water would have done it. That was the only thing. I thought water would have done it. I thought it would have knocked it out of the ballpark.
Same.
Absolutely. And then everything else was kind of secondary and tertiary to that. But I thought, yeah, no shadow of a doubt that water was the one.
What is the because sometimes I'll hear this thing about LIGO. Is it a canal next to it, or is it a creek? What?
No. It's a man-made canal, Merle. So it's man-made, and it's just a water storage area to cool down LIGO itself.
Right.
So
And how big is it?
I think from memory, I think the arms are 2 kilometers long, each arm. So there's 2 arms that come from it. but those arms have been built horizontal to a central point, like the starting point where those two arms branch out from. That's what they're being built horizontal to, and the man-made canals run alongside each of these canals, right? So
Can
if these, there you go, mate.
I was just going to ask you, were the canals there before they built the LIGO arm?
No, they weren't.
After?
Yes,
After?
yep.
Gee, that's weird. That's weird.
And I think they're part of the cooling system for LIGO.
Okay.
You know, I stand to be corrected there, but I think that's why they are there. And they're coincidentally like the same length as the arms themselves, I'm pretty sure.
Would it?
And they run parallel to the arms and not that far away at all. So
Amazing.
So
That's a gift. That's a gift.
yeah, exactly. And it makes logical sense, right? Because all the ballers will say that LIGO is perfectly straight, right?
Yep.
And perfectly horizontal to a central point. So from one point, right, the very starting point, they built that arm horizontal to that one point. So, and they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth. That's why it's higher at one end than it is the other. All right.
Yep.
So it
Yep.
goes out into space. So that is perfectly straight and horizontal, right, going along, and then you have the water canal running next to it. So it is quite easy because they're very, very close together. Just to go up with a tape measure, you can do it with a tape measure, Merle. Right, you just have a straight edge, put
Of
it on
course
the
we
top of
can.
the arm, measure down to the surface of the water, and bang. It would be easy to read on a tape measure the difference in drop with the surface of the water. Easy, right? But as you and I both know, there ain't going to be any difference, Merle. It's going to read exactly the same. But yeah, the balls won't even go there.
Yeah, I talked with Voight, Paul Voight, about it. Cursed with a higher IQ, whatever his name is now. But he'll sort of say that inside the actual tube itself, the lasers have been calibrated, and somehow the laser does deviate inside the tube.
Okay.
That's what he was saying.
What's the laser deviating got to do with anything how the structure was actually built?
Right. Well, this is the thing, because they're saying inside the tube, they're detecting a curve.
That's fine. That's fine. They can say that, but the tube itself is supposed to be perfectly straight. So
But
they
what
can
the
say
fuck's what's
all
going
they
on
want.
there?
Well, they can say all they want about the laser that's inside it, right? You know, that is just
And
a
it's
laser
meant to be in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And it's meant to be in a vacuum, so no fluctuation in pressure, no refraction.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you're right to poke the bear a bit on this one.
Yeah, I've been poking Nate for about a month and a half now on this one. And at first actually, Nate was saying that water in a cup, water in a fish tank, water in a bath, water in a pool would be perfectly flat and level and horizontal, right? That's what he was saying. And I told him, well, you're going against the narrative of the ball side, mate, because every baller will tell you that in a cup, in a fish tank, in a bath, and in a pool, there is curvature. You know, not excluding the meniscus or the water tension on the very edges. There is water curvature in all these bodies. And he said, no, they're man-made, so there's not any water curvature. And then he changed it up that at the canal at LIGO would only have a curvature of about 1 or 2 centimeters because it was man-made. I go, it doesn't make any difference if it's man-made or not man-made, Nate. You know, it's supposed to have everywhere that 8 inches per mile squared. That's what your mathematics says, right? And you can't deviate from that mathematics because that's what the mathematics says.
Well, doesn't sound like Nate to say that though. Sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Like in a cup, I don't know if you'd get any curvature in a cup. And the reason I'm saying that is because of surface tension. And you know, the lips of the cup are going to be pulling on the surface of the water because of tension.
Okay,
I don't really know.
Okay, then. Okay, Branch, we'll take the cup out of it. All right, I've got
All
no
right.
problems with that. But Branch, all right, people on the ball side have literally said there's curvature in a cup. Rumpus has said it to me directly, right? So we'll take the cup out of it. But in a fish tank, in a pool, all these sorts of things, you know, there is curvature. This is what they say. Now, Merle's heard it. I've heard it. Every flat earther has heard this argument. Every one of them. And what they say, as you know, Branch, it is just too minute to even measure. That's the argument.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much into how much water tension is going to fuck with the curvature in the fish tank, or I don't know how big you got to get to negate water tension, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, Nate
and
actually.
I do agree. There's always going to be curvature. It's just whether or not surface tension is going to overcome the curvature.
Yeah, Nate actually took the argument over to Gems after we had it, right? Because he was all confused about it. He could not believe that ballers were saying that there is curvature in a fish tank and curvature in a ball, in a pool. He couldn't believe it, right? And he took it over to Gems, right? And he argued with them for some time, and then came back, and he was still kind of looking into it, and he thought it had something to do with the different gravitational forces compared to the volume of water and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know what he thinks now because we haven't, discussed it for a couple of weeks now. But yeah, that's where he kind of was, and it's all recorded out there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd actually love to talk to him about it.
Yeah.
Let me see if he's in the den. Hold up.
Check it out.
Because that's where it started, Bandsaw. I brought a spinning. You would have seen it, like a spinning fish tank.
Yeah, with the centrifugal forces, how it goes up the edges. Yep.
Right, and so we had two. We had the argument of the tank at rest.
Yep.
How it behaves, and then what happens once it's rotating, and how it climbs at the sides.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, in the end, the person who did it was Flashburn, because I dropped a picture of an Olympic swimming pool, and I said we could measure the pool, and he chucked in a Sagitta, and it was a red line, and he measured the Sagitta. The basic curve, it's down to a micron, like it's 0.0000002 or something, right?
Yep.
And that's where it started, and we were never really able to measure. Like I could still do it in Melbourne. There's a couple of Olympic sized swimming pools.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's another gift. I've just got to do it. I've got to go to an Olympic swimming pool with a surveyor or someone and measure it.
Mm-hmm.
And at least I'll know.
What's the supposed rate of curvature over 50 meters? Because that's the size of a Olympic swimming pool. 50 meters. It's probably pretty minute.
You'd have to measure it with a micrometer.
Yeah, and I don't think a surveyor is going to have that sort of toolage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My argument is there'll be no drop.
Oh, same, Merle. I mean, exactly the same. But their
Yeah,
argument is it's too small to measure. That's their argument.
because even in a pool, if you've seen it, there'll always be a little almost. They'll have like sometimes a grate for overflow.
Yes, yeah, yep.
And so when people start jumping in the pool, especially doing bombs, right, all this, the body starts fucking rippling and
Mm-hmm.
doing its thing. So, but once that comes back to rest, you can see around the lip of the whole pool. On any side or at any end you could measure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and if that's not deviating or in any way, then you could run lasers like Dawn was saying across the top. And if there was curvature, it should pop out and hit the laser.
Mm.
I don't
Yeah,
think it's too.
I'm not.
You have to freeze the pool, boys. You have to freeze it, otherwise there'd be too much moisture just above the water to actually run the laser properly, I reckon.
Well, there's actually more refraction over a frozen lake than there is over unfrozen lake.
Just above the frozen lake, there's zero because all the moisture's gone. But a little bit further above that, you're right, it's more moist.
Yeah.
Did you know all this before this?
Know all what, Merle?
That it's quite difficult to fucking measure water.
No, I never knew it was that difficult. Yeah, I never knew it was that difficult to make a horizontal line, and it was horizontal, right? At all points. Now, like I said, in trade school, in school, with my working peers and all that sort of stuff, never once, Mel, never once has the curvature of Earth ever been mentioned in any schooling project or trade school, I should say, or on any job site. Never once has it ever been mentioned, right? And I've worked on some big projects where one would imagine that it would be essential that you take into consideration Earth curve, right? When you're trying to marry up, pipes and risers and all this sort of stuff. Now you do have a little bit of tolerance, but when you're talking about 8 inches over a mile, that's well and truly outside the tolerance. Never once has it ever been mentioned. I've never asked directly that question, but to the best of my knowledge, it was never taken into consideration ever. But once again, the ball argument will say, well, have to take consideration because it's that minute that it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And it always comes back to that argument, Merle. It's the really, really big numbers or the really, really insignificant little numbers. That's what that's the best they've got. That's the best they've got. Really.
I mean, I've seen Dell do it a couple of times. So he'll ask a plumber or an engineer or a tradie about level, and then he'll say, so you agree, that water helps us establish a horizontal, and they'll go yes, and then he'll go, okay, you've got all the oceans, and water finds its level. He's sort of saying like, how is that not a horizontal plane? And you just watch the wheels turn in a tradie's brain, put on the spot, and you just see the light. I've seen that a few times. Just the light bulb comes on. They don't get the whole picture, but it clicks like, yeah, it's water.
Yeah,
This is how it behaves.
anyone. Yeah, I defy anyone, Merle, right, to go up to any random person that ain't in this realm, right, and you ask them about water, right, and a body of water, and if that is flat, level, and horizontal, I guarantee you every single one of them will say yes. Every single one of them will say yes. Not one will turn around and say, oh, yeah, no, there's a curve due to gravity and the curvature of Earth and all that sort. Not one will say that. They will all say it's horizontal, level, and flat.
Yeah, but then if you ask them about oceans, as soon as you use the word oceans, what would they say?
Well,
This is it. This is
we're
it.
talking about a still body of water here. We're not talking about moving
Yeah,
water that
okay.
has waves, tides, and other sort of stuff. I'm talking about a still body of water on a lake or a dam
Yeah.
or in a pool or something like that. Branch, every single person would say it is flat, level, and horizontal. Every
Probably
single
right.
one of them.
Yep.
I know I'm right. I know I'm right. I'm yet
That's
to come across
reality.
Really
one.
big
That's
ass fucking
reality.
lakes. We got some pretty big ass lakes in Texas.
Yeah.
But I still think you're right. Even though those will show curvature, nobody would. Regular people won't know. They'll just say
No, exactly. They'll all say it's flat. Flat as a
Because
tack.
I mean, I'm not trying to be annoying here, but a couple of times, because I've I've always wanted to know, how does gravity make water curve?
It's the same way it pulls you down, it pulls the water down.
Yeah. So it
Well,
pulls it down. Wouldn't that flatten it?
Right, but over a long enough distance, it's pulling down towards the center
Right.
from everywhere, and that's why you get the curve, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if you do it, like, say if you had the same length of string, and you had like a, I don't know, a kite or something, like just a long string, and you pull it all towards the center, it all would end up curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying? I don't even explain it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
because that's where the argument sort of goes. Because I do understand what you're saying, and as a principle, like, gravity theoretically would work like you're saying if it was true, if it was real. But that's the question. Because if the Earth's not a planet, what the fuck's going on with gravity then?
And think about this, Merle. You know that that plumb bob that's hung next to a mountain, whatever it is. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where apparently, because it's next to a big mass, it pulls it.
It's getting attracted to it, right?
Yeah. Apparently, that's what they say. So think of this, like in a big dam or in a big lake, right? The very center of it is deeper, right? And as you get towards the edges of the dam, it gets shallower and shallower and shallower. So there is more mass, right? The closer you get to shore. So then,
Right.
why then in a lake or in a dam or these sorts of things do we have convexity, right? We should have concavity. Right, it should
Right.
bend the opposite. It should bend. You know where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
There's more mass. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the way that should work.
Yeah. Like a gravity well.
Yeah.
It's always like a vortex.
The weird part is the bulge because of the moon. What about that?
What bulge?
At the equator.
What bulge?
No, when the moon on the ocean causes a little bulge.
Does it really?
Like a chubby.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Does it really? Really?
Yeah, tides.
High and low tide.
Tides. Okay then. So what about when you get a tide when there's no moon around?
There's two moons. There's a black moon, and then there's a one that we can see.
Moon you can't see.
I
and a moon
think
you
there
can
could be some truth in that, though.
see.
There's something up there that.
Oh, there's definitely something up there, Merle. But whether or not it is sucking all the water up into outer space that's the question.
It's just where is that shadow coming from?
Mhm.
Because if it's not the Earth and it's not the sun and it's not the moon, there's something else there, like a lens or something. How that's possible, I have no idea. But
So then, if you have a swimming pool and you're trying to measure this curvature because of Earth, what if the moon's right above you? Would it then be bulging?
Damn, there's a good test to do. More
imagine
bulge.
if it lifted all the water out the pool like jelly and made it levitate.
Yeah, so once every night we become like weightless and just float towards the moon and shit. That'd be fucking great.
So if I go on a crash diet, right? You know, think about going on a diet. Am I best to weigh myself underneath a full moon because I'll get better results?
But you'll be lighter.
Exactly. It'll
Weigh
be called
yourself.
the full moon diet. That's what it'll
No,
be.
you weigh yourself on Mount Everest, then you'll be a lot lighter. A, because you had to climb all the way up there to fucking.
Yeah. Oh man, it is absolutely insane. People climb up there. Insane.
Wasn't there some article about some Asian woman who just recently went to the North Pole or South Pole? One of the two. I think North Pole all by herself.
The North Pole?
Yeah, she was like supposed to be the first Asian person to ever go to the North Pole by herself.
Okay. Like, did she get right underneath the Polaris?
I guess so.
If she says it's so, I'm not gonna doubt her. I've got no reason to doubt her.
Mo, you should try to become the first Australian to get to the North Pole.
The North Pole?
Yeah. Or South.
Yeah. I'd like to go to the North Pole more.
You got to be pretty fucking fit though to go on a mission like that.
Yeah. What? That. It. I mean, what's there?
Water.
That's what I want to know.
Water.
Nothing.
Mm.
I think there's some shitty fucking flag or some crap.
Yeah.
And this real shitty sign that says the North Pole. It's like written on a piece of wood.
That's not the true North Pole. I was reading an article a couple of years ago where apparently Russia put a flag on the ocean floor right at where the North Pole is.
Right.
So now Russia owns the North Pole now?
Well, apparently they tried to make a claim on it. Good old Putin.
I mean, all those old maps show like almost like four rivers.
Mm-hmm.
And it all leads to like a mountain.
Like a central point. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know why those maps would have been drawn. And there's quite a few of them. And then they just take all that out off the map. Seems a bit weird.
So, Manso, I posted a picture of that Russian flag, right?
Oh, there you go. There it is. Yeah.
Look how shit the flag is. They could have got a better flag.
They could have. Yeah, they did it with some sort of drone submarine or something. Put it there. Boom. But you know what? At least it looks like it's on the bottom of the ocean. You know, there's silt and a bit of dust and all that sort of stuff over the base. You know, it kind of looks a bit realistic, that, doesn't it? See the probe arm. Bit of refraction happening there.
If the moon landing was done in the ocean, then shouldn't the moon landing look just like this?
It looked nothing like this one. There's a bit of mirroring. Yeah. Is that a Fata Morgana? There I can see. Does Dell have any projects on the
I think he wants to sort of dig in a bit to mental illness and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
That's what he was sort of focused on.
Yeah. What sort of mental illness in particular does he have
Sort of like putting forward the core. So maybe the hypothesis could be the cause for mental illness is having a faulty program installed in the human mind, and the subconscious recognizes that on a fundamental level, so it gets confused and it's sending a signal to the conscious mind that something's wrong, something's not completely in balance. Almost like there's a calibration system encoded into us.
Mm-hmm.
And when we detect something that's off, it I don't know what the mechanics of it are, but something in the nervous system, there's something there that's giving a signal. So he'll sort of, and we've spoken about it, me and him, like when we were little, like so when we were kids, although we felt safe and we'd play and have fun, on another level, we never fully quite felt completely safe. Like there was, you couldn't quite put your finger on it, but like there was this danger lurking.
Okay.
Or some, yeah. And so the more this unfolded, it was like, I think that's why it clicked for him and me, that something was off, but we didn't know what it was. And then when that clicked, it was like, oh, of course. That's the fundamental thing. So, and that's why I mentioned the thing of being delusional before, because the more I've spoken to him over the years, privately, offline,
mm-hmm.
we've both acknowledged that we don't know. We recognize our own assumptions, that we're in the dark, that we need more information to broaden our awareness. And then just even the thing of that saying you don't know when you don't know something, and that not being a position of weakness. But the more it's unfolded, he feel, because he started to get depressed and he started to think negative and he spiraled, and then he caught himself, brought himself back to center, got perspective again, and that's why he's talking about it, because he's trying to help himself stay centered, but because I think we're all going through something deep, and although we're all individuals, it affects us all somewhere the same.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the whole process with Dell and what I've got from him over the years is if we can, once you start to accept responsibility, you can then stop being the victim. And then if you make a decision and you're making that decision consciously, and then a mistake's made, or it turns out that you were wrong, you just own that. You don't lie and
Okay,
double
yeah.
down and try. You know what I mean? It's more about getting if there's a big ball of string and it's all fucking jumbled up, or wires that have all been put in the wrong fucking connector holes,
Mm-hmm.
you got to come back, unjumble it, put all the wires where they're meant to be. Then you're going to be operating at optimum performance, like a service and a tune-up.
Okay, and so if your position is right that you don't know,
Yeah.
okay, which I think is what
Yeah.
you indicated, that you don't know. So
Yeah.
then to make claims of what water is,
Mm-hmm.
okay, which is a claim, okay, that
Yeah.
you know it's flat, level, and horizontal, right? That's a claim. So you're saying that you do know that water is flat, level, and horizontal, which with that claim then extrapolates out to the rest of the earth as well. So that is a claim of saying that you do know. You're not coming from a position that you don't know. You're coming from a position that you do know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think the I don't know is it sort of comes back again to where did we come from,
Mm-hmm.
and where are we now? You know, are we native to this habitat? Because some of those questions were like, why have we potentially been lied to? There could be also a benevolent reason that potentially we were in danger, or there's an outside civilization or civilizations plural. So it really is a deep thing, Bandsaw, this. And once you start to get outside of Earth as the parameters and the reference points we have of it, when the I don't know aspect comes in, it's what's outside all of our reference point that we don't know. That's the aspect where we're in the dark.
Yeah.
We still
See,
haven't
that's
established it.
that's how I see how and I know the globe earthers, you know, hate this word, but you know, the globe earth being a religion,
Mm-hmm.
right? It answers people's question of the unknown and where are we, right? And who we are and where we've come from, just like what religion does, right? Because religion does exactly the same thing. It gives you the answers of who you are, where you've come from, and where you're going to go. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. And that's why I think, you know, both of them, and you know, the globe earthers will argue with black and blue that it's not a religion, but it does exactly the same as religion, and they can say they have, you know, scientific proofs and evidence and all that sort of stuff to back it up. It is still not giving anyone any answers of exactly who they are, where they are, and where they may be going. All right, people, you know, people don't believe in God. They'll believe in the globe story that they came from, you know, an insignificant piece of dust that ended up being slime crawling out of a pond onto a rock, and then they stood upright, and they will once again, you know, turn into an insignificant piece of dust, and you know they can be happy with it, but it, you know, the globe story still gives them the answers of those unknown questions.
Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting hearing that China at a foundation is atheist.
Yeah, I think you said that yesterday or
Yeah, it was
yes.
Anthony. Anthony
Yeah,
asked the
Anthony.
question.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't not have thought that actually, personally. I thought they would have had some religion.
There's Buddhism, right? Buddhism and China and atheism. They're two big ones. And Christianity is pretty big there too, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I think
yeah,
they're more about just not talking about religion than we're getting like in America. You know what I mean? I heard at least people that they just don't like religion talk.
Mm-hmm.
There were people in Melbourne. They were doing a protest in Melbourne, but they had all these photos, and there were people meditating in China, and vans came and kidnapped them, and then like tortured them, like waterboarded them, and all these weird esoteric torture techniques because they were meditating and going against the norm. Called Falun Gong or something.
For reals? Shit.
Yeah.
Where's this in Melbourne?
Yeah. They were it was like a Chinese lady, a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
And they were that's what I mean. They just want to practice their religion, their meditation, and they could in Melbourne, but in China they're persecuted if they do.
Oh,
And
so
tortured.
so this waterboarding happened in China, not here in Australia. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, bloody hell, this is happening in Melbourne.
No. But Carlos has lived in China, and I know people who've lived in China and who have been, and they all say it's amazing place.
Yeah. No, Carlos. There was another fellow that used to frequent here, quite a bit, or was in the debate. Aaron Moorfield. He lived in China for about 7 years. Thereabouts was an English teacher over there, and he said, basically that what we are told and taught about China, it's nothing. It's all just propaganda and bullshit. He reckons it's a lot of it. People are beautiful. They don't have a worry in the world.
See, I'd like to go to Russia. I know that might sound weird, but I'd like to go there.
St. Petersburg, happy days. In the summer though, it looks too bloody cold in winter.
I saw there's a movie. It's called Stalker. It's about this guy who can navigate dreams, and he takes these two men who their lives haven't worked out, and he can take them into this other dimension, and they can sort of ask for their dreams to come true.
Okay.
It's really intense. It's all set in Russia, and just it's got it just seems like another world, like literally there. Very different to here. Very mysterious place, man.
Hey, I sent you a link. I think it was yesterday, Merle. Have you
Mm-hmm.
seen that series of
No, no,
videos?
no.
There's 5 of them. You know, there's 10 or 11 hours of stuff. I've
Yeah.
just got through the first one. It is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fascinating when you see photos and the way he analyzes the photos and a different perspective, what he puts on onto them, and just everything. Oh, I'm looking forward to actually watching all the stuff. But
Yeah.
it's a worthwhile watch, Merle.
Yeah.
Even if just the first one,
Mm-hmm.
you'll start watching it and you'll go, oh my God,
Yeah.
yeah, and you will get something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if
Yeah.
if nothing else, just to look at things
Yeah.
slightly differently, and the evidence that we're presented, especially some of the photos and whatnot, which is at the start of the video, how he analyzes the photos and what's in the photos in particular, and what is missing, and what is also missing from the photos in particular, is absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And speak of the devil, person that put me onto him was just popped in the chat, actually.
Yeah.
Perspective.
Well, it's funny because I was just going to mention it too because Gibby and Psychics Warrior, Sean, especially Sean, funnily enough, like they all went down the Tartaria pathway. So they were and Artez, they were looking at star forts and all that. It was great.
Yeah, you kind of you resisted the Tartaria a little bit at first, Merle. And I've
Yeah.
sent you the UR videos over and over again. You haven't looked at them yet.
Yep. No, I've always been very resistant. I thought it was a massive distraction.
Yeah.
I'm glad I resisted it now though, because I appreciate it more.
Dude, I'm jealous of you getting to watch. This is what I told Bensaw when I first gave it to him. I'm jealous of you getting to watch this series for the first time. Like one of those things where it's a really good movie and you're like, oh man, I wish I could watch that for the first time over again. And you show it to someone else and you kind of vicariously enjoy it through them. That's what I'm doing with Bandsaw now because it is that good.
It is. It's fascinating. I've just finished the first one, perspective, and I'm just started the second one, and where he's talking about Mercury and all this sort of stuff, and the lighthouses and everything. It is, it is really.
The Legend of Ophrys, the giant. Did you ever look up the statues when I asked you to? Isn't that weird that there's all these statues of this giant called Ophrys with the Christ on his shoulder, and that's not a motif that we're familiar with. Even Dress wasn't familiar with it.
No, exactly right. But he was, when we were talking about it the other day, when he was in chat, he was very, I think, closed-minded about a lot of the stuff that was,
that was hilarious. He was trying to say that those buildings, those cathedrals, were handcrafted, like with circles and stuff. Like what? You're saying they had no advanced technology and they made things we can't even do with our technology today?
Exactly.
Because they were that good? Oh, it's just sad. It's so sad to have such little faith in man. What? What is this? You have to have faith in something that seems impossible? Or is physically, literally impossible? Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah. And the way he, compares these structures to different things, resonators and capacitors, and big batteries,
cool part,
and the architecture inside them, how they marry up to how these components actually work, today. It's fascinating perspective. It's absolutely fascinating to see the resemblance, and anyone that says there's no resemblance to it whatsoever are kidding themselves. Absolutely kidding themselves.
Just sorry to cut you off. I think someone just posted looks like a phishing link in a live stream text.
It's a what?
A phishing link. Look at a link to get people to click on. That's
you want me to delete it? Delete it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right. Yeah. Too easy. Thanks, Branch.
Oof.
Done. Gone.
Got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the glass, like that one glass building he was talking about, where the the manufacturing, and then he shows the building that supposedly the glass came from. Like it was manufactured in this building. It's like brick, like dilapidated, like
yes,
completely ridiculous.
I know.
You know who finally opened up the door, Dave? It was John Levy. For me,
yeah, he did a good. Yeah, I think you're right. He was key in opening up. Oh, for you maybe, just
yeah,
in
for
general.
me, like that was no, just for me. Like Martin Leakey too, but I subscribed, and then he had these they're temples somewhere in Asia, but at the top of them they almost have like an antenna, and it generates electricity. It was all these like arcs, and I was like, wow, here we go.
Right?
What is that?
When you think about the fact that there's so many of them and so completely similar, and the grandeur of it, and the steeples, and you're like, when you realize that the steeples had a second purpose, or a better, a more explainable, more common sense reason to make them that way, rather than just the glory of God and we want to reach the heavens. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
And the way this architecture is repeated worldwide too, and the timelines don't marry up, and all that sort of stuff with the technology that they've had, and all these sort of bits and pieces. Yeah,
the copper domes, these massive copper domes.
Yeah.
And the gold and the mercury, that whole thing is very interesting. And then there's a whole thing about water and hydrotherapy that he gets into later. And that's he gotten that far yet? Yeah.
He's just started to get into it now, and how basically everything's been demonized. So even mercury, the uses of mercury,
right?
How everything has been demonized and taken out of today's stuff. But
acceptance range,
exactly right. But the water therapy and the way the water trickles down all the steps, and all the steps are different size and a different shape to create different frequencies and all that sort of stuff, and gathering power, and it's just it's absolutely
just the whole connection between frequency and water. And and like you were saying, if I stand under the moon, would I be lighter? I mean, we are water, we are frequency, we are electric. And that is one of the big things they're hiding, I'm sure.
And the way he actually,
you know what I hear in your voice though, Bansaw? Excitement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
Because it's these things, you look at every day, right? Every single day you look at them, and you don't give anything a second, right, at all, right? You see these domes, you see these cathedral thing, right? You see water, being in parks and whatnot, where they have, trickling water down different, size steps. You see all this stuff, and you never give it a second thought, And now all of a sudden,
look closer. Do you see it now?
Exactly. And the way he connects dots, like so simply, like in a chronological order, and he reveals just a little bit, right? And that little bit leads on to the next bit, and then the next bit, and then all of a sudden he's a picture will come up, and before he's even said anything, you're going, oh, bang, there's there's the other thing. You're kind of already reading into stuff before he even opens his mouth. Yeah.
He's like the Ken Burns of flat Earth, I'd say.
Yeah. It'd be good to be able to get him in here and have just having.
That's the thing. It's a mystery. You cannot get a hold of him. He doesn't have his own channel. He was trolled there was a whole thing going on with him that I didn't get into, which doesn't even matter. It was just sort of drama, and I don't know what the deal was, but his information and presentations and entertaining at the very least.
Yeah, and the quality of the the editing and the making of the
Yeah.
clips is second to none, really.
Doesn't it seem like it's hard to believe it's just one guy in his room doing that?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a team of like white hats are in there. Like, okay, we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna tell them the truth, but we're gonna do it in this obscure way that not a lot of people are talking about, and take the channel down and then move. Always have it uploaded secondhand, and wait a month before each next segment and stuff like that.
That's why there's a lot of intelligent, creative, smart, capable people in this community.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the most intelligent, creative people that I've ever witnessed as far as a group of people go. Sure. But we're all individuals. We're like the club that no one wants to be a member of. As far as like no one wants to just be a part of any club. That's a flat earther. We're not club joiners typically.
Mm. Well, I watched a little bit of Martin Leakey, British there, but I really couldn't get into his style. So I really just couldn't follow it. It didn't.
I'd have to agree.
Martin too
Martin,
can. He can spin a yarn.
I like his videos that are just pictures, like 2,000 images. And it's not him talking, and you can just go through
some archive he's found, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff sometimes too.
Yeah. He does have some like
the old world.
I think he inherited a bunch of books from a relative. From what I remember him maybe mentioning it. I hope I don't have that wrong, but I think he inherited some of those books. And that got him started.
Wasn't he writing a book at one stage himself?
I don't know. I don't really keep up with him too much, but
no, this is years ago. This is years ago that I heard that. Like I said, I started watching a couple of these things, and his style just didn't resonate with me, so I kind of switched.
Yeah. He's kind of a cheeky monkey. I think that's the way he describes people sometimes. He's the kind of guy that would describe people as a cheeky monkey.
Yep.
If that tells you something. I don't know what that even means. But yeah, Ewar's the shit. You got to watch him, world. You got to watch him. Just go to that channel. I'll repost them to you.
No, okay. I sent Merle the channel. It's that channel. You'll find all 5 of them on that channel, Merle. I just sent you the first one, but the first one will lead on to all the other ones on that channel.
Cool. Yeah. I tried to put you in that film. I was going to have you in like a trench coat with sunglasses on, and you'd open the trench coat, and
that's what it was.
Inside the trench coat would be all the links.
Yeah, links. You want some links, kid? I got links right here. First one's free.
And it's like, but the magic link, like you could almost just leave the link somewhere, like people could start stenciling it, just the link, nothing else. And when you type it in your computer, it has a lot of the secrets of life, the true knowledge, and a real, almost like a family tree of geocentric, maybe, cosmology, and how it's evolved to all the Gnostic stuff and secret history. I don't know, something like that. Just to get people started.
There could be a channel. There should be a YouTube channel that is links, and it's not necessarily for the content of each video, but more so like reference links, that you could post in the description or that you could find in the description or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you could have that character as the icon with the open trench coat.
Because some of your links too, like if you were able and you had the time, it is like an unlocking like you get the keys like in a game.
Well, yeah,
You
and
collect
it's
keys and
interesting with this conversation, or just a conspiracy in general. I think we've talked about this, where you meet someone and they're at a certain stage of investigation, like maybe they're talking about the Pope being the Antichrist or something, and you're like, okay, I know where you're at, right? Like, once you get to flat Earth, it's like there's even another level, and I'd say if there is another level, it's with the law. Like, like Issa might say it's the law or something, there was a talk between him and Whitsitt earlier. It was talking about that's another level of study that we could get into that has the same kind of snafus and subterfuge. But there's a truth to be found at the bottom of the cup kind of thing. And I was just to say there was another, Ewar is the next level in a lot of ways. I think that Bandsaw agrees. I was trying to explain that to him, and I sent him the links, and I think he's fully on board.
Oh man, I'm on board 100%.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that dude. Yep.
Yeah.
I've actually sent that link to heaps of people. Send it to
Yep.
my
Yep.
kids. My kids send them to my kids.
Nice.
They're having a
Nice.
look at it, whatnot,
Right?
all over the place. Yeah.
Yep. There's so much more still for you too. There's a whole thing about Flat Earth he does in the other series. It's a little bit more like, back to the basics of Flat Earth deception, but does a better job than a lot of people we've, been familiar with at like just explaining the occult reference to, the roots with, some of the occult, esoteric type knowledge mixed in there. So it's interesting. I'm going to send you actually something else. I have like a list of old school Flat Earth links with a little intro that I sometimes send to like newbies that seem like they might be worth it. Like they might actually look at the links, because you can't find any Flat Earth information anymore on YouTube unless you know where to look or know exactly what you're looking for. And even then, you have to like scroll through pages to even get to that video. So this is one way of combating that, where you could actually, just send the links. Got links. And there's a bunch of links for you, kid. Welcome to the show.
500 different links you've sent me.
Right. Yeah. That's for the newbies, because there's so much information. I'm like, you want information? Here you go. Otherwise, because it took us hours and hours and hours and hours of research to actually realize it, and it's not just
that's what
to
Jem
believe it.
never. That's what Jem will never know, Bandsaw. Like, it went on for years. We have these back chats, and it was just everything that everybody was finding that was interesting, like a discovery. You just drop the link, and you could click on. And we were like our own resource department.
Yeah.
And everybody would bring something to the pool.
Yep.
Yeah, it used to be as easy as saying research Flat Earth, and you could expect someone might find out what you found out, but not anymore.
Yeah, we weren't just sitting there, speaking like whatever, like shit. We were going deep.
Look, it was amazing, Merle. Like, 4 or 5 years ago for me, and you've been in it a lot longer than what I have. But
Not really, not that much.
Even 4 or 5 years ago, if you type Flat Earth into anything, Google, YouTube, the amount of hits and the amount of stuff that would come up, like unfiltered, unalgorithmed, so to speak, was amazing. And you do the same thing now, and a majority of the stuff is about debunking the myth of Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Or if you have or if you're watching a Flat Earth clip, right, in the recommendeds, right, there'll be all these anti-Flat Earths in the recommendeds coming up next.
And then originally the algorithm did recommend it to us. We were all lured in at the same time, just about. And so it's like we were kind of designated as this test group almost. If that was the case, right? If that was the intention, they absorbed it right away. Put Mark Sargent out there and all those other guys.
It did look crazy on the fringe. I think the very first hangout I ever saw, it was an American dude, and he was sitting on his porch with his shirt off. And Vinny I'm pretty sure was there. Maybe even that fucking hillbilly guy. Like, I just, saw some of the oddest characters, and I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I just didn't know what it was, who they were. And I was really, like, dubious. I was like, nah, this isn't for me. But I kept on with it. But at first, it was like, what the fuck's this? This is sketchy.
Yeah, there's a lot of sketchiness with it in general, because you don't know if they hired to make it look, because it started with the Flat Earth Society, and that was just a controlled opposition group. And, then you're like, okay, so what other tactics have they got in store for us? Are they sending in people to make it look stupid on purpose still? Seems like it sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter.
I think
Flat Earth already won. We already won, guys. There is no goal that we haven't reached. You realize that, right?
it's good to hear you say that. Like, sometimes I don't know if I lose perspective, but I think some of the people in Gems, I don't know if they realize it or not, but it is almost like a parallel universe. The people who've stayed in heliocentrism and refused to budge from that position are on a different timeline almost. It's weird, man.
I actually think, Merle, that you do, and anyone, right? Jin being the exception, but spending time in that room, like the amount of time that you spend in there, I think it does you a disservice, Merle, and it does you more harm than good. Way more harm than good.
Well, the whole thing's set up. It's a false dichotomy. We know that. It's not flat. We know that. It's like there's hills and valleys, and so the whole thing's a misnomer to begin with. And I'm in an echoey garage, I realize. But anyway, so yeah, I'm about to leave for some food. But the whole thing's set up to be like we're supposed to know what the whole thing is because of the deception of the fact of them presenting it as if you could know what the whole thing is. So then you're cornered into claiming something about the whole thing, which is completely ridiculous. How could we know what the whole thing is? Compared to what?
Yeah. Well, that's the full circle bit, because that's what I was saying to Bandsaw before. And see, New Perspective has been around long enough, Bandsaw. It's almost like the more you learn and the more you become aware of, the less you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's
more questions than there are answers at times.
Yeah, the more you know, you don't know.
Yeah,
I know that.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's why I think it's after 7 years, the I don't know aspect. You just have to be intellectually honest about it. There's nothing wrong with just acknowledging that potentially the situation is a lot bigger than any of us originally thought.
And on that
So
note,
it's a little,
we are all in agreement. We all agree that locally it seems stationary and like a stationary plane. Ballers have to admit that. So game over. That's all we can know.
And that's what kind of is so glaringly obvious. Like, okay, then in my mind, no question of a doubt, planar, stationary, horizontal, no issue with that whatsoever. Okay, then. But then when you watch these videos and this series that I'm watching, Perspective, even though I know, okay, that I'm on a planar surface of flat Earth, right? There are way more questions about, well, what is it? Who are the people that are here? Who are the people that were before me? What did they do?
Right.
And all this kind of stuff is just,
the best. It's the best.
It's like a new beginning, Mel. It's just like
Good on you, mate.
your eyes are like
You get
dinner
it.
plates. They're like dinner plates now. Just go on, give me more, give me
Right.
more, give me more.
Yeah,
Right.
feed me.
Right.
Feed me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You want the real deal. You want the real
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I don't mind Ewar's speculation, because it's like he does a good job of correlating things enough to where you're like, okay, well, yeah, it's hard to deny a lot of what he correlates. And he does make, claims that, you can't necessarily back up, but definitely well done.
Yeah, but it makes you think. Perspective. It makes you think. It gives you a new way of thinking things, and
Yep.
that's what's so invigorating about
Necessary
it,
and
and
necessary.
necessary. But just a
You
new way
need
of
it.
thinking, a new way of analyzing it, and stuff. Yeah.
Because if the gates open, right? It's like open up the floodgates.
Mm-hmm.
That it can't happen too quickly, right? Because if
Mm-hmm.
we get too smart and we're in our egos and still in that destructive kind of urges, like we were talking about with little kids, even though we're adults, we're still, some of us are young adults coming into our real maturity as men now. You see what I'm saying? So it's all very synchronized. I think whatever the creator is, it's moving at its own speed. Some people say it's unfolding as it should. But I think what I can see is when the gates open, if we're here, if we're fortunate enough to be here, so much more information's going to come in, so much more light. And then we'll be able to see further and know more because more light will come in the way of information. And then that will broaden our awareness, we'll know more, we'll become more intelligent, more powerful. And that's why taking responsibility, I think, is here now. Because we know we can destroy ourselves and each other, but can we recreate? Can we heal? Do something different? Adapt. That's what I want to do.
I'm actually looking forward to my boys' perspective on the video that I sent them and see what their thoughts. That'll be an interesting conversation, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good series, especially the other one, if you haven't gotten that far yet. But there's a whole other series called What on Earth Happened that he did. I think that channel renamed it. But it's What on Earth Happened, and that goes into the more of the flat Earth information in the first few episodes at least. Good for newbies, because the way he puts it and the way that it's edited and everything is so well done. But he's a mystery at the same time. That's the weird thing. Who the fuck is this guy? Ewar Anan.
He reminds me of the usual images in your head of either Moses or Jesus.
Yeah, he's got a gothic quality to him for sure.
Have you spoken to Wolfman or Felix or any of those kind of crew?
Not since Jimmy died. Too much. No, sucks. He was kind of a connection to those two for me in a way.
Yeah, I've been thinking about him quite a bit.
Yeah, it's just so strange. You would think with him and with Sidney Silver, that the thing that baffles me is you'd think that with their personalities they would have done something a little more dramatic, to like say goodbye. If they were gonna both end it, or if they were on their way out.
One last moonshine fucking rant.
Yeah, right. Something, right? You would expect that. I don't know why.
He actually came on one night and said goodbye in a moonshine sort of state, and he cried. But I miss Jibby. I really do. His perspective, his sense of humor. I kind of like keep him alive in my mind. Yeah.
Do you know who we're talking about, Bandsaw, at all?
Yeah, I do. And it was I think 2.5, 3 years ago. I was in a hangout with him, but yeah, I haven't had much to do with him at all. I was actually sent a link by someone in Gem's server. I'm pretty sure. Like this private meets. It was a meets link, and yeah, he was in there, and yeah, it was a look. I can't remember too much of the conversation now. To be quite honest with you,
Yeah,
it was,
he had a very overt personality. And,
yeah,
had a good heart and was really funny.
yeah,
Pretty crass. He could be overly crass sometimes, for sure.
yeah. But I do remember thinking to myself, this is a cat.
Yeah.
In a good way, you know.
Yeah, I'll send you the tribute video that we did. We did a tribute night for him.
Too easy. Cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah, watch that. I should also send you where I first came on camera and used my voice.
That was so good. That was so good.
Send you that. Yeah, I pumped the crew at Flat Earth Hollywood, and they were doing like street flat smacking, and I came up as a baller and acted like I had no clue about flat Earth, and let them convince me, and then totally freaked out. We're just like, oh my god, you guys are right, Jesus Christ, like that never happened. So I just wanted to like act out like what that would be like for somebody. I wanted to act out like what that would be like for somebody, you know.
Yep.
So
But when you looked in the camera, like you looked at all of us as well.
Yeah, I was checking my phone because
like
I was
you
on
took that moment, like to look into the camera.
Yeah. I was like, who is this in here? Who are these guys? I think you might have convinced me. I'll have to go in for food, guys, so I'm reviewed.
All right, perspective, catch.
I'll be on.
Is that link was always open? You could join 24/7.
Yeah. And the first time I joined it, and which was no dramas, and then I was always getting notifications. I'm thinking, who's sending me notifications? Because I had no idea about the technology back then. So I'm getting all these notifications to bloody this link all the time, and the chat, the text messages would come up on my screen and everything.
Because even when it comes to like the models, like I've seen all the models that are out there.
Well, that's all they are at the end of the day, Merle. They're just who knows? Who can confirm them, really?
I'm coming back to being open about satellites and all that and the distances, and I think that will be a landmark thing if you could get some disclosure on where they really are.
So when you say you're open to satellites, so then quote unquote outer space and stuff, you're open to all that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what redefining what outer space really is, because if they're not orbiting, they're in the
something.
upper, right? They're in the upper atmosphere or some other medium that we haven't been told about for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And
See, can't get my head around the whole dome thing, Merle. Right,
Mhm.
like this hard, glass dome, whatever, crystal dome or whatever it's made of, because I suppose have not seen any evidence of it. Right,
Right.
it's to me it's just a claim. It's
Yeah.
just a claim. Something I suppose along the lines of a like a helium superfluid kind of thing. To me, I can get my head around that because it's practical. I can visualize that because now this is a malleable, permeable kind of barrier, that can almost breathe like a lung, like because we've got all these and it's porous as well. And it can almost breathe like a lung, expand and contract slightly, just depending on the pressure of everything. But how thick that superfluid would be, or a barrier being the superfluid, and what keeps it up there is obviously the temperature, and whatnot. It Yeah, I'm more on board with that sort of thing. But what's beyond that? What's beyond that? If that separates waters above from waters below, yeah, no. See, to me, that's a little bit too biblical. And once again, the Bible being written by man, someone sitting under a pear tree and God whispering in his ear and writing all this stuff down. I'm very skeptical about that sort of stuff as well. But sorry, I cut you off, Mel. You want to say how?
No. Well, I guess because as far as I'm concerned, like this is where I've arrived with it. Like all that pressure in a container, it started to do my head in. I just thought, this is going on. It went on for 2 years. That conversation.
Yeah.
So, but still going in a way. But the fact that it seems to taper off to zero, right? Then it's like, well, what is above our atmosphere?
Yeah.
And then,
but it never
how
does.
could that not have some kind of containment?
Yeah, it never does taper off to zero, Merle. It never does. Even in the globe model, it's never zero. Right? There's always something. There is always something. Even what they tell us the outer reaches of the universe are at 10 to the negative 17 tall, because I heard just the other day that apparently around the moon or around the ISS it's 10 to the negative 12. So it ain't the 10 to the negative 17 tall that I've heard ad nauseum over so many years. This negative 17 is at the outer reaches of the universe. Well, that still isn't zero. All right, so it still gradiates. All right, so with anything that I know about pressure, you always need a container, and I'm a firm believer of where there is a start, there is a finish, right? This it goes on forever. No, I don't believe that either. An infinite plane, no, I don't believe that either. I think it's bigger than what.
Finite.
Yeah, it is finite, most definitely. But I think the plane, there are other lands. I'm all over the other lands, other ponds, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
And I think there are some interesting things when you see things like sundogs, and whatnot. Images of these, which they put down to lens flare and whatever. Okay, then whatever it is. But if there are other lands, right, so that means there's other stars, other suns, other moons that we don't see, but occasionally they cross over into our realm that we live here at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, what did they say? Sundogs they are lens flaring. You said that's what their
Oh,
explanation.
yeah, no, I've heard that, Citizen. I've heard that it's been lens
What,
flare.
what is the explanation for sundogs?
Lens flare is what I've heard.
I've never heard that.
Okay then, fair enough.
Because you'd have to be able to see them with the naked eye, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why you take a photo of it.
Right.
Like you see it first, you go, oh, then you take a photo.
Happy days.
That's right, exactly. Happy days.
I've heard Lemon say, it's the dome. That's what causes it.
The reflection off the dome.
Yeah, the sundogs themselves are reflection of the dome somehow.
Maybe.
Same with a rainbow.
Yeah, I've heard that with the rainbow. Yeah, I've heard that with the rainbow. Look, yeah, don't know. Look, I'm not going to rule it out, but like I said, I just can't get on board with the whole solid dome theory.
Yeah,
it's just not me. I don't know about you, Mel. Well, seeing as you're coming around to space, it's probably not you either.
Well, because the more I just look at reality, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't think it's a simulation necessarily either. But see, these are all the things that are on the table. But just looking at it in my backyard at night, the stars and the sun and the moon just seem close. They don't seem that far away, and the fact that I can see them with my eye, not a telescope, nothing, tells me something now. So that's the real question: like, how big is the sky? Like the depth of it from here to a star. How far is that really?
Yeah, like we're told they're far away, right? And they look like they're far away. Like you can go up in a plane, you can go up in a hot air balloon, and you still can't touch them. So then what is far away, Mel? Right? We see one star, okay, then, and which is a certain brightness, and there's another star next which ain't quite so bright. But so we're told that the not so bright star is further away because it's dimmer. Okay, well, you can get exactly the same. I used to make fairy my kids, right, and I would get a piece of thin ply and I would drill hundreds of holes in them and get Christmas lights and stick them, right, and have them all at different brightnesses, right, and that just right there. Now they're all at the same distance away from you, okay,
Yeah.
but that gives the illusion of depth. That those different brightnesses right there.
Interesting.
But
Right.
yeah. So just because one looks brighter and one looks dimmer, doesn't necessarily mean that they are further away, right?
Right.
They could be in a dome, right? All exactly the same distance away, just at different brightnesses and all that sort of stuff. That is a possibility. And like I said, building fairy gardens and stuff for my kids when they were younger. I demonstrated, and I didn't even think about it back then. I didn't even think about it, right? This whole debate that we're in. I just did it, right? But it gave that illusion of close stars, far away stars, depth, and the illusion that you were looking at the night sky, which is exactly what it was. It was an illusion. It's pretty cool, actually.
You got me thinking just then, could the stars be an illusion?
Look, when I first saw Star in a Jar, well, remember that Star in a Jar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that got me thinking. Like when I first heard the waters above, waters below type of thing, it got me to. I went down a path there, going, well, maybe all the stars are, and this is going to sound crazy, right? But they're just a frequency, and that frequency comes from Earth itself. That's what's giving the frequency, right? The power for these stars to be seen through the sonar luminescence. Okay, but yeah, who knows? Like I said, it was just a fleeting thought there for a moment, but it did make me think a little bit.
I think that's what Pete Shea is sort of saying, but in a really elaborate kind of fairy tale sort of way. But that's ultimately what he's saying, like bioluminescence, or like things in the ocean that are real. It's deep and it's dark, but there's these sea creatures that light up.
Yeah.
So if the as above, so below thing, like, and then you bring in like people like Grim V, that there's some kind of plasma, and then light and sound and electricity and magnetics can potentially form matter. When you combine all four of them, light, sound, electricity, and magnetics.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the whole magnetic thing is interesting. Which part of the there was a video that I watched. Trouble About, Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah. She and someone else interviewed someone. Can't remember his name now. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway,
E1. It was E1, bro.
Yeah, E1.
Right.
E1. Yeah.
Right.
And they were talking about magnetic fields, right? And the properties of the magnetic fields. And when you look at the star trails on the equator, right, specifically on the equator, where you see them converge and diverge, right, it looks exactly like a magnetic field. Exactly the same. They are identical, absolutely identical. Right? You can't spot the difference at all. And so, if that is the case, there's something else there that the movement and direction of the star trails could be influenced by a magnetic field potentially. Yeah, E1. Yeah, that was his name, perspective E1. It's quite interesting, actually.
No, but name like that, there's no way he was lying.
Yeah, exactly, Rance.
Well, he came on camera one time, and I'm sure this might be a dream, but he was wearing like gloves and like he had a gas mask. Maybe I'm thinking of this wrong, but like it was full survival commando gear.
Right.
Am I remembering that right, Dave?
Yeah, you are. That's when the COVID started.
There we go.
Like he was prepared. Like I got scared seeing him. I was like, fuck. Like he was ready for war. He was going to survive.
This E1 dude he's a flat earther or a glober?
How would you describe him, Dave?
Oh,
you
definitely
know him
flat.
better than... Yeah.
Not a typical flat earther though.
Yeah, but then
not at all.
Shouldn't he have been thinking that COVID's a hoax then?
Careful of careful of the C and the V words, guys.
He got criticized for that because he took it seriously because he had some military friends that were telling him it's a real thing, and it's some of the lines of information took people down this rabbit trail of seeing that it was a lab created virus, and that it went to Harvard and all that kind of stuff. Harvard and then over to China. There was a whole story that you can follow that was convincing about that. He's not. He wouldn't say it's not a hoax now, but at the same time, we might be told it came from China, whether it did or not. Also, his dad told him that there's going to be a time where this kind of thing happens, and left him like a thing to unbury in the yard to protect his mom with. So he was kind of ready for it psychologically, And it is kind of a, some kind of takeover we're in the middle of. So it's not all wrong.
Hey Merle.
Yeah.
Have I showed you what I wear when I go down the street these days?
No.
Just to be sure. Hold on. It's coming now. Boom. That's what I wear.
Wow.
Just to be sure.
Is that what is that for?
That.
Yeah.
That's for everything, mate. Nothing can get through that. That is military grade. That
Yeah.
stuff.
What's it called? Like, if I went to Army Disposals, what would I ask for?
Oh, you wouldn't get that at Army Disposals. That one.
No?
No, not that one.
Wow. You're ready too.
100%, mate. I'm not leaving anything to chance. Not leaving anything to chance.
Good on you.
But yeah.
If it all went tits up, I don't know if I'd. God.
But yeah, I wear that if I'm spray painting and stuff, working around gases of any sort.
Can you breathe? Could you have it on for a while without it being annoying?
Yeah. That's what's so good about it, actually. Instead of those small ones that just actually cover your nose and your mouth, that one just covers your whole face, and it's a nice tight seal.
Yeah, and it doesn't fog up.
No, not at all. Not at all. No. And you got good vision. You can wear glasses underneath them too, quite comfortably, without it compromising the seal.
Are they expensive?
That one was about $140, and the cartridges are about $30 or $40 each. The cartridges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not too bad.
I was actually gonna in the prime of everything, where they were telling you to take all these precautions. I was actually going to take it with me one day, and when they asked me to do what they asked you to do, just you know, pull it out and whack it over my head and just walk around the shop with that on.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just to see the reaction, actually, just to see
that's
the
what I'm
reaction.
thinking. Like, I might try to find one and like make it a bit arty or whatever, but like play guitar in one of them.
Yeah.
It'd just look full on.
It would.
And if you were playing really like fast riffs and shit, it'd be good. Futuristic.
See, that's what you can do too. I think that's what Isa was talking about last night. I don't know if you heard, but you can talk about a lot of these things through art. You know, whether that's comedy or music, or even visual art, and get away with it, right? Because it's art. Like, you can get away with it because it is art. But you know, just talking about it, that's where you get censored. Just talking about it, but they won't censor. Well, not to my knowledge, but they're probably more lenient on it when it comes to an art.
Yeah, he really did fucking, when he wrote that song, Welcome to the Show. Like, I remember when I first heard that, I was like, fuck, he's captured this.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. And then I mean, he is one of those people, like, he's like an enigma. Him and Tim Osman, people like Slam and Hitch, like FaZe. We ended up all fighting each other, but when we were getting along, yeah, we had some crazy battles, like internet war with each other. Yeah, it was nuts.
Cool. Yeah, he's been here a couple of times, Timmy.
He used, like, Marshall, like, you'd send an email to Marshall, and then Marshall would send the link to Dells, and he'd be moderating. He was like the moderator,
Okay.
and and then you join. And what Tim figured out was it's called sniping. So he'd join and he'd kick Marshall and Dell out and anybody else who was on the panel, and they'd all drop off one by one, and then he'd have, I think, 5 minutes or a couple of minutes because the hangout would just shut down. And he'd just do a community service announcement and shut the hangout down.
Terror.
Yeah.
It's quite funny, really.
It was like you felt like I mean, I'm sure it pissed Dell off, but it was those, having that happen, you felt honored, like you were over the target. You're doing something right.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that actually when I think that Bandsaw was questioning Don about why he's attracted to the, or maybe it was Gio. I don't know. Maybe it was you, Bandsaw, or both of them actually were kind of pinning down somebody. I don't know. Gio was asking Kosho why he's still attracted to this group of people, and what makes it, it seem like there's interest in hanging out here if he really is, fully believing everything NASA does and all that. I think you questioned Don about it, and he said that he actually did some weird things like accusing people of being pedophiles and some of the more trolly stuff. And for his benefit, to be fair, he said he's grown up since then, so he doesn't do that anymore. But yeah, just the reaction itself tells you something. Like the fact that that there's people spending time to talk to us about this. If it was really ridiculous, as they say in their mind, they wouldn't be here.
Actually, Dawn and Crypto were having a conversation last night. You were here for it, Mel, yeah? You heard the conversation? Yeah.
Funny.
I'm actually laughing in the background because I'm thinking of
Same.
Crypto's
I
trying
heard
to,
that.
yeah, Crypto's trying to make progress here, and Dawn is just not giving him an inch at all. And it was like he was trolling Crypto so hard, and Crypto was just it was kind of falling for it with Dawn, thinking that he could make some inway with him. Or maybe not, but it was quite amusing just hearing Dawn just.
I heard that. He's like, quit calling me names. He's like, I'm describing you. It's descriptive. It's descriptive. Well,
You're delusional.
I might decide to make up descriptions of you too, so you better watch out.
Yeah. If you're not careful, that's right.
Yeah, if you're not careful.
Dawn's a different cat. he's all right. He loves.
It was kind of telling that he said that he was trolling it for a while, and didn't want to think about it and doesn't want to do experiments and all these other things. But at the same time, he'll say that he's carefully deconstructed it and gone through everything and disproved it. So I don't think there's kind of a contradiction there, Don, if you're listening.
Yeah. But he always does preface it with for himself, like for himself.
Wow, that's true. He does.
Yeah, he does. He does preface it with him that he's quite happy with the simple explanation that why we see sunsets is because it's going below the curvature of Earth. He's quite happy with that explanation. And he's no longer willing to entertain any other explanation other than the curvature of Earth.
They all have to get in that mindset, though, because if they really did speculate, and were honest with themselves, to be honest about the conversation, they would have to admit that it's a good point. Everything seems stationary and level.
And he'll say something like, you're just making stuff up to make your silly assertions work.
Yes.
Right. You and all the other flat earthers that are saying the same thing are just making it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. I was gonna pounce on him for that, because he's always attacking the person as if they're making up something when it's just something that we've all figured out. We've all realized this.
He does have a knack of being able to trigger people. Very simply, he can trigger people.
And strawman people very easily.
Because he's a
into
flat
that.
earther.
Yeah, he is. He's helping us actually in the long run.
He's obsessed. He's been obsessed for years.
Yep. He knows we're right, but can't admit it.
He can't. He used to join and like Oakley's as well, and you'll hear Oakley just telling him off and muting him, and then he'll come back in and yell at Nathan. Like he didn't. That's what I like about Dawn. He wasn't intimidated. He wouldn't let people bully him. He's like, "You're bullying me." He's like, you're challenging my religion, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he'll admit to it being a belief, I think. It's the people like Brenda or other people that are just stating it as if this is a fact and we all know this and this is what we know. This is, I like Crypto's term. He's weeing all over himself.
Yes.
We know this. That's good. I'm going to use that one. And Brenda's the closest they got to a woman on their side, it seems. It's another interesting point. No women ballers out there arguing their points. really, except for Twitwit, but she
Just
doesn't really
Queen,
do much.
just
Yeah.
Queen of the Trolls,
Oh.
and Amy, Hannah.
Amy and Hannah don't really. They don't really.
No, they keep their heads down, like in the trenches. You know, they're not out front and center, like dodging
It is,
landmines. And
I didn't think of this till now, but other than the fact that they're more intuitive, possibly as well as in sense, more sensing than men, it does
yeah,
really show that the ball earth deception was part of the patriarchy. Right, rather than the matriarchy. And we may be going into an age of the matriarchy coming up, and that could be the whole disclosure of this whole thing, intended for us to have a new age and 7 years of good after the 7 years of bad, or whatever it is.
yeah. At some point in history, men seem to have taken over, but how women, I think women in the past were a lot more powerful. That's how I intuitively sense it.
Okay.
That they weren't so much looking to the man to go out and work, and they're at home like taking care of the kids. I think that's a modern thing, eh? But I could be wrong.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this that so you'd have a central area or a tribe, so you'd have a camp, right? And then all the hunters and the scouts would go out scouring for food. And then maybe the women would take care of the kids at the camp, and they'd forage for the salad and the berries and the fruit and the nutrients and the medicine.
Yeah.
So they'd both have roles, but kind of codependent relationship.
Yeah, but are
So it's
those
like team?
are those roles really any different? Well, I suppose today they are, because women are out working, because apparently that's where their worth is, in the workplace. That's what they're being told, whatever bizarre reason. But I don't think that role really has changed too much. Home, the men were out hunting the food, aka working. Okay. But the women were home with the children, and they were foraging. They were getting the berries and the salad. They were dishing out medicine and stuff. So the roles are very, very similar, just in a different era, I think.
Yeah. I guess because I kind of bought into it. That's why I'm mentioning it. I think her name was Germaine Greer. So there was a whole
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she wrote a book, I think it was called The Female Eunuch or something like this.
Yeah.
And this whole women being oppressed by man and the sins of the father. So for some reason some women feel held down, and they want to wear the pants and be in charge.
Yeah. Jermaine, she was the worst thing for feminism. She just says controversial things to get her name in the headline. I'm sure of it. She's an attention seeker, that one.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, she coincides with all that Margaret Thatcher and punk and all that. It's all in the 70s.
Yeah. She used to be on Q&A, that ABC show.
Yeah.
Yeah, she used to be on that quite a bit, and some of the dribble that used to come out of her mouth was just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolute dribble.
Yeah, I like Helen Razier, I think, or Razor. I like some of her views. just like I've never wanted like to hold like women down. You know what I mean? But it can go to the other extreme where you put them on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you do that and they twig that you've got them on a pedestal, that can put them in then a power position and they can lose respect for you depending on who they are.
Right.
Especially if their dad was like, say, a strong father figure and they looked up to their dad. If then when they get together with you, you're looking sort of up to them, they're like, what are you doing? You're the man. You see what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do.
And I think that's why that thing of the alpha male is there. Like women want the strongest, smartest, coolest guy, right?
Yeah, well, that's what we're told. That's what we're told, Mel. Right? Is it actually the case?
Yeah.
You know, so these things are programmed into us. You know, I think, well, I don't know. I'm a big believer in all that pheromone type of thing, attraction, really.
Chemistry.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. It's
You know,
got to be there. It's got to be
it,
there.
it was written on a wall.
Yeah, but
Or some-
girls, dude, girls always want you harder when you're with another girl. What's up with that? For reals, dude. As soon as you're with another girl, all the bitches want you.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that, that's just the way it is. I think it's, and you know, if you think about chimps and shit, the people we're supposed to have come from, you know, they do have the whole alpha male thing. I think there's still part of us that's about the whole alpha male thing. Girls want a guy that's already got girls.
It's not even just chimps; it's cows, horses, you know, big cats. A lot of those animals, when they're in their they're in their communities naturally. There's typically one alpha male, and all the bitches. That's his like, main purpose. He's sleeping with all the girls. That's what he
It kind of
does.
makes sense, right? He's probably got the biggest balls, so
He has the best genes. It's like what's his name? Genghis Khan. I mean, there's a reason why most Chinese people or Asian people, let's say 10% of Asian people have his DNA
yeah, it's crazy.
because he had successful DNA. He's probably a rapist too.
What happened to that cult you was gonna start, Kosho? Was you gonna start a cult and then like have like 20 different wives and shit?
Different mothers, yeah.
I've made sure my DNA will last forever.
Last forever?
Yeah.
Genius.
It'll never be wiped out. Ever.
How did
But
you?
you came in like a vacuum chamber?
No, I had 7 children to pass my DNA on.
Oh,
That's
genius.
a lot. All with the same or different?
No, same.
Nice.
It was pretty easy on my part, actually, looking back. Didn't take much effort.
Well, you missed an opportunity, man. You could have banged 7 chicks.
You had 7 different support checks to fill out, man.
No, dude, that's the beauty of the ranch. It's on the ranch. There's a building in the front. It's like a Holiday Inn, basically, and it's for all the mothers. It doesn't matter how many mothers you gather. You know, if you get another girl that you bang and she has another baby, she lives there too. And all the kids. Here's the other thing: all the kids that you have very early, they are identified with a certain role, a job that they're as part of the family, they're responsible for, like the doctor, the custodian.
But what if the doctor
the,
turns out to be a complete dumb fuck?
well, you're gonna fucking teach him how to be a doctor. You're gonna teach it to him.
Yeah, but some people are just dumb fucks. You don't know that until they're about, in their teens.
There's a lot of dumb fuck doctors, dude. You just teach it. You just teach him how to be a doctor.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, as long as he knows what he's doing. It's like, yeah, you're fucking dumb. He's like, yeah, well, this is what it says, man. Because I gotta fucking pull this out of your heart. He's like, all right, the doctor.
As long as you trust them, it's all good.
Yeah, but I mean, there's multiple kids, man. There's multiple. There's a surgeon. One of them is probably anesthesiologist. I don't know how it's gonna work exactly, but that's the beauty of it, is they kind of fill those roles, and yeah, it's very cohesive.
What about the women that already have children? And then are they allowed to join the?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, no way. That's actually instant fucking banishment. Find out that she was hiding that she had kids already. No, I don't know. I mean, actually, I don't know. It depends on the kid and depends on the chick. Yeah. It really depends on, they wouldn't be equal to my offspring, though. Unfortunately. They'd be like Jon Snow a little bit. Where, well, you didn't watch Game of Thrones, but, or did you? Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Like Jon Snow was a bastard child. That was a little bit different.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I would call them. I'd basically call them bastards.
What, like being a stepdad?
No, that's like he fucked the work. He fucked the maid.
But what if you met someone you really, really liked, and then you found out she had a kid, and the kid was cool? Would you be the stepdad?
They can join. Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I mean, and I'd be a stepdad. A stepdad, I think, is an honorable task to fill. But I was talking about on my cult ranch thing. I don't know if I would allow single moms there, because it might set a bad precedence. It just changed the whole dynamic.
And then actually the offspring of that mom, when he gets older, is going to be a threat to you. Whereas if they're your children,
that's a good point. Yeah, be competing for shit and all this kind of stuff. Next thing you know, he's going to want to be a doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah. But anyway, the only reason I can't do that, the only way I could do that is if I find something that I actually believe in. But I can't like lie, like be a liar. You know what I mean? Like like it'd be easy to have a cult and then get cult ladies to join and do that and stuff. But I wouldn't want to be like.
You just gotta find 2 cult ladies. Once you find 2 cult ladies that are into it, the rest will just start falling in, bro.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, because I see them doing it.
So you could just pay those 2.
Oh yeah, genius, dude. That's actually a genius idea, dude. You have a bunch of people that are just like actors, basically, that are the people in the cult at the beginning, and then people started joining based on those people. That's a good point, man. God damn it, man.
I think Kosho, what you need to do first is develop a game that replicates this idea. Just to test it.
Yeah, dude, you could do a metaverse first.
There we go.
I guess, but you could, yeah. But women wouldn't want to play that game, or would they?
I don't know.
Men would want to play. No guy would play.
They get to do dress up. We have some incentive, like some dressing up show. That they can...
Oh yeah, that's true.
Combine the ideas. Exactly.
Yeah. That's actually that's something they can do in their little Holiday Inn part of the ranch. The very it's at the very entrance.
Like in the game, you could be Hugh Hefner, and you could have a Playboy mansion.
No, just walk around naked the whole time. You don't need to wear a gown or anything.
There's kids around, man. There's kids around.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah.
True.
Whatever. There's not kids around everywhere. There's, like I said, there's the very first part of the ranch where the women stay at the hotel, at the very front, and then there's the kids, and they're all in the middle. But the man cave,
Sex
that's in the
Mountain.
back. That's where the parties happen and all that kind of stuff.
Wait,
So,
but
yeah.
I thought you were the only man. And the rest will be
Most of the time. Yeah, but I invite some friends over.
Okay.
Stuff like that. The man cave, nobody knows what happens back there. So it's like the women, they don't even know what's going on.
Shit.
So,
you know what? What's even better is maybe you should have just bought that dude's island and did it there.
Little
Epstein's
St. James?
Island. Epstein's
Yeah.
Island.
Epstein.
Yeah, that's what it's called, Little St. James.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. There we go. You know too much about it, Kojo.
Oh, well, no. I mean, I looked into it. It's occupied by the authorities right now, so it's not available.
Take over Jekyll Island.
Oh, Coober Pedy. Actually, New Zealand was ideal, but the Coober Pedy is going to be. I still got my eyes set on Coober Pedy, dude.
I'm there, Kojo. You know, I'm there.
It's got built-in protection. It's got a built-in hiding, like it's like hidden, plain sight.
Right. And we're gonna hack Starlink for everything.
Starlink, you can't use Starlink from Coober Pedy.
Can't you?
I guess you could have like a beacon set out outside or something. But
yeah, what happens if we have like a really, really, really big aerial?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could, but like I said, it's basically gonna be like a trailer, like one of those old tin, metal trailers. And it's gonna be beaten down. People are like, well, it's just a fucking dirty trailer. But then when you enter the trailer, there's a staircase that takes you down to the real, secret layer down in Coober Pedy.
Ah, nice. But are the women? So the women aren't allowed to leave then, because otherwise there'll be too much.
Actually, yeah,
there's too many people coming in and out.
Yeah, but Coober Pedy, I don't think was ever meant for. I don't know if that was. When we talked about it, we didn't talk about bringing women there. That's kind of like a secret. It's like Batcave a little bit. You know what I mean? Like
Just
he sometimes brings girls down there, but not really.
Find one of those bunkers, dude. Just find an old World War bunker underground, and just use that.
There's probably some huge ones we don't know about.
Yeah, like I think Lebanese and shit like that whole Middle East area. I heard they have a lot.
I just meant in the U.S. alone, but yeah.
I don't think we have many in the U.S. I don't think we have any.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude. Under there's one underneath what's it called? What's it called? The airport in Denver. There's one underneath the White House, under Washington D.C.
Wait, there's what in Denver? What?
A underground. What do you call that?
Yeah, but the aliens use that
bunker.
Deep underground
I heard the
military
aliens
base?
use that one.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, it exists. It doesn't matter. I was saying you could take advantage of their bunker. Anyways, they should make one at Coober Pedy.
Where's the deep underground military base?
Alaska.
Deep
Not
underground
in
military
Denver.
base.
Where in Denver, Kosho?
It's under the Denver airport.
Well, I never said anything about a military base.
Where's the tunnel network? And you said it's under the DIA, Denver International Airport.
Yeah, that's right. There's
How
a
do you
bunker.
know?
That's right.
How do you know?
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, the one people don't know about is the one in Alaska.
I think they. I mean, it's mainstream that there's a under the Denver airport, at least somewhat. Like they do admit that there's a huge underground military thing there.
Where? Where do they admit that? Show me that. Where do they claim that, Gio? The mainstream that there's just an underground base. I mean, what? I mean, maybe I've heard. I mean, yeah, it's like mainstream conspiracy theory that there's. Yeah, I mean, for
It's
sure.
underground, but it's actually pretty high up because Denver's a mile high.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was like admitted that there is something under there, but
I don't know. They're doing weird shit there all the time. It's just a big psyop, dude. But there's something there for sure. I mean, who knows? I live really close to it, dude. I legit live like 10 minutes away from DIA. Could roll up to that shit right now. We could go in there and do a live stream and just walk around. I'm gonna do that one of these days. Actually,
They won't let you.
nah, you can. You could go up in there and
Try
just,
it. You see what happens.
I mean, you couldn't just like blatantly like be walking around filming. You could do it like discreetly. Probably for a little bit until at least they caught on. Do people have lived in airports for a while? Like you can actually do that. Maybe not so much anymore, but
all right, maybe it's not mainstream. I thought that there was at least a mainstream admission that there's some underground facilities there, and then people have taken it, to a whole extra level.
That's exactly right.
What?
What you just said is exactly right. That they have underground. There's underground facilities, and yeah, people say all sorts of crazy stuff. Some of the real stuff.
Right, but what level do they admit then? What do they say? Just underground
Well,
facility?
yeah, I mean,
no, where people
there's
hold up.
underground tunnels and
No,
trains and shit.
Well, I'll say where people extrapolate the idea that there's like an underground or some sort of military base in the DIA airport is because I guess the cost, it was like the cost of the actual plan of DIA was like way over what they estimated was like a pretty significant degree, to where it was like very questionable. It was like, why did it cost like an extra 300 million to make this airport? It's like it says here in the blueprints it was like, supposed to cost like way less. Or I don't know the exact number, but like that, I'm pretty sure that's where that extrapolated from. And then
Sounds like the Rona coming on, mate. Those sniffles, that's how it starts.
I'm sorry, the what?
The enchilada.
The 300
Yeah.
million extra. Now,
I
what I heard is they legalized cannabis in Denver because so many people started catching on. This way, they can just be like, "Nah, bro, you didn't see nothing. You was just high as fuck."
Yeah, it's true. Everyone is high as fuck out here. I mean, it's no lie. But I mean, it is really creepy, dude. There's not much else you can really say about it, though, other than that. You go up in there, they have the weird murals up in there for sure. They're up in there. But it's kind of stupid now, in that they sort of like play on the idea that it's like a conspiracy. Everyone knows sort of DIA is like whoa, it's spooky. What's up with the murals in there? That's the mainstream conspiracy about DIA is the murals.
You can make a story up
inside.
about anything, though. You know what I mean?
What's that?
I'm just saying you can make up a story about anything. You know, they
There's
saw
like
the
a
murals and they made up stories about it.
Well, no, the fact is that there are very strange murals in there. Why they're there, who painted them, and I'm sure you could find the artist, you know. But I mean, you know, what they mean, yeah. There's another strange, like, you know, horse statue outside of DIA. That's also very weird. Weird story behind it. I guess the guy who actually sculpted that like died. It fell on him or something like that. A few other strange things with that, but it's like outside of that, you know, DIA is relatively normal. Nothing really like strange happens there. But I will admit, it is a pretty big facility. And you know, the other strange thing about DIA is that, you know, most cities' airports are like, and this isn't true for all major cities, but like most cities that I've been to, the airport's like in and around like the downtown area, if not directly in downtown. You know, Phoenix comes to mind, like LA, like all these airports are like in the city, so to speak. Like DIA is like out in the middle of nowhere, sort of. It's like out in the middle of the field. So it's like huge potential for like underground, expanded sort of work that you wouldn't know about. It's like perfect for that. It's literally like out in the middle of the plains. Like go look at it up on Google Earth. It's like just sort of out there. It's like, why is it out here? I mean, it makes for a nice sort of, you know, clutter-free experience, so to speak. But other than that, I mean, I wouldn't say there's anything like out of the ordinary outside of DIA, but it is very creepy. For sure.
I mean,
So why would they? Do you think if they did some huge underground thing there, like compared to other locations, that it has something to do with the altitude, like something that is easier to build underground when it's up in the mountains like that? Possibly.
I would say if they did, I mean, yeah, I would say that, you know, why they chose if DIA was the capital or some sort of like New World Order headquarters or whatever they call it. This is the slang they use.
you
I
don't have
would
to worry
say,
about flooding, right? If it's all above sea level, you don't
oh
have
yeah,
to worry about flooding.
exactly. The strategic positioning, dude. Nothing happens here in Denver. It's, so to speak, like a perfect sort of like, the only thing bad that happens here is like a snowstorm. Like that's really it. Like that's all that you've ever had. There's no earthquakes. There's no like flooding. There's no. Well, actually, there were some floods in the mountains a while ago. There's fires. There's a few other things, tornadoes like on the eastern plains. But like other than that, there's really like nothing that catastrophic that happens.
It's also the most strategic point.
When you have
you know,
NORAD.
for defense.
And plus, we don't know how far down that thing goes. You know.
Why, Coach? Because it's in the middle of the country.
No,
middle.
mountains terrains is the most difficult people to beat. People who are in mountainous terrain.
You have other things here. No, it's very Colorado's very military. This is another part of the whole conspiracy. It's very military here. I live.
Well,
right next to a
what would they be
Air
doing there, though? Is it like an idea that they need that as a central hub to get to Antarctica or something? I mean, like why would they need to put it under a public airport?
It could just
Just
be
in case of
major
nuclear
hub
war.
and a greater sort of network that they're working on building and sort of just sort of expanding. Because, you know, if shit is to go down, you know, got to think like, have these people, is there some sort of like escape route? What if there is, dude? There's no way that there's not, that these people don't have some sort of underground tunnel system. Even if they don't, you know, there's ways for them to sort of like get off the quote unquote face of the earth. They can, you know, obviously go up and stuff pretty high. We can go in objects and stuff pretty high. I don't know if we can get necessarily outside the dome or whatever, but you know, so if
no
floods
dome,
go
dude.
down, things like
There's
that,
no dome.
they'll be well prepared to either, or if something happens from above, they'll be either well prepared to burrow underground or go above. You know,
What if it's
we're stuck on, you know, what do we do?
What if it's just something really simple, like this is where we're going to point joint command in case of nuclear war with Russia or somebody else, right? We moved from Cheyenne Mountain, which is on the east. We moved it centrally in the U.S. to Colorado, and we put it underground so that in case of nuclear war, you know, it's going to survive. And that's all. That's it. It's Joint Command Center in case of nuclear war.
joint command of the aliens.
No, just joint command of the U.S. forces in case of war. Right? You want your command center to survive a nuclear attack, right?
I know what you're saying, man.
So you put it underground. Just it was at Cheyenne Mountain. That's where it used to be, right? And they moved it. Cheyenne
But
Mountain
yeah,
is.
and not just that, you can't just have one. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, that whole.
No, you have one. That's
know,
what.
but you
That's
can't.
why it's a command center. You have one center where all
Yeah,
the
but-
generals are. In a nuclear war, that's where all the generals go. They get there, and then they direct, whatever happens afterwards, right?
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
that sounds
lousy
like a nice
to,
story, dude.
It'd
but
be
that's
pretty
all-
lousy not to have a backup plan, though.
Yeah, who knows if that's the
That
case?
is the
You have no
backup
idea.
plan.
Yeah, you have no
Yeah.
idea what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
that
think you're
seems
right.
Could be the
reasonable.
case. It could be the case. It
So
could not
that
be the
seems
case.
reasonable to me. It seems reasonable to me to think that the United States, because of our past with the Cold War and the threat of a nuclear exchange with Russia, right? We built an underground facility in Cheyenne Mountain, right? That's on the East Coast, and it's entirely plausible to think that they moved it to Colorado.
Right, and then while we're not using it, the aliens are using it.
There's no aliens, dude. And they're perfectly happy with idiots on the internet thinking it's a conspiracy because that just gives them more cover.
Dude, we weren't even really talking about nuclear. No one was talking about nukes. No one was talking about.
I mean, we weren't really talking about
I can't
aliens
hear him.
either.
He's just mumbling.
We weren't
No,
even
we
talking about aliens,
it,
dude.
yeah. You just interjected with that. It's like, yeah, who knows where the launch button is at the launch codes? Who really cares? I mean, they'll tell you. It's like, oh yeah, we had the launch code at Yosemite or whatever, or not Yosemite, but fucking NORAD or wherever the fuck. Who knows?
There's an app for that now.
Why is it even relevant anyway? But I mean, they have headquarters positioned probably strategically in a lot of different places, I mean, but the idea that there's not some sort of like inner city, some sort of like inner Earth network or like grid system, there's got to be, dude. Whether it be ancient or modern, like there's something like where there's got to be something going on because there's so much.
What do you
space.
mean now?
It's very possible that you would have a large network of offices and all kinds of equipment at your joint command center. It would be, you would probably have a nuclear reactor so that, you could survive for a long period of time, right? So that you don't lose power, or at least some kind of independent power station. And then you'd have all the infrastructure that you need to support a lot of people. And they're all, but it's all directed towards, here's where we go when there's a nuclear exchange with Russia, just in case, right? That makes perfect sense, and it's perfectly reasonable.
Well, it's a nice conspiracy theory.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just
Brenda's
a
dropping the conspiracy theories.
It's
Well,
not a
it's like, Brenda,
conspiracy
who
theory.
was talking about Russia?
You should make a
one was
YouTube video
talking
about that.
Russia.
It's not a conspiracy. It's not even a conspiracy theory. It's just a
Well, all these
reasonable
people are
speculation.
conspiring. You're telling us.
Who was talking about
What, the
Russia?
government? Well, we know that the government built an underground places in Cheyenne Mountain. We know that. That's not a conspiracy.
No one said it wasn't. No one
So
said it
it's
wasn't.
entirely reasonable to think that they may have moved it to Denver.
They have hubs all over. That's the point that we're talking about. I mean, I don't know if you happen to come in here, I think, in the middle of our discussion. You have no idea what we're not even talking about Russia, first of all. Okay. Second of all, I mean, yeah, there's a greater network of it. There's probably some in Cheyenne. There's some here in Denver. There's some in, Cali and other
LA.
places, in New York, all the way. There's the whole network that goes out.
Speculation about
Sure.
the Denver airport is hardly new. It's been going on for decades. And the most reasonable speculations to me seems to be that that's where they put the joint command in case of a nuclear exchange with either Russia or China or any other
Okay.
any other
We've
eventuality.
already heard your opinion on that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I'm just saying
Thanks.
that that's reasonable.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
I wasn't
A
enjoying
reasonable
the conversation
conspiracy.
we were having before you just came in, to be honest.
It's perfectly reasonable instead of
Okay,
wild
well then pat yourself
speculation.
on the back with whatever reasonability you feel like you need to
Right.
tag on yourself, and then mute yourself so we can continue speaking.
No, it replaces it's more reasonable than wild speculation about aliens, right? That's just unreasonable.
Nobody was talking about aliens, man.
Nobody
I
was
just
talking
thought
about
that was a
You
joke.
mentioned it, Branch.
I know, but that's after you started talking.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
I know, but I'm just saying. I said it as a joke. I wasn't being serious.
And it's also more reasonable than speculation about the New World Order, because that's just a standard conspiracy theory, right? That nobody really believes in because it's just bullshit. Everybody thinks it's bullshit, right? So it's just nonsense. It's more reasonable to think that it's just joint command in case of nuclear war.
I mean, or maybe they just didn't plan well and they needed extra money to finish the project.
Yeah, that could have been.
Speaking of unreasonable, I'm pretty sure in the heliocentric model, all the other galaxies and planets and shit out there, that wouldn't it just be logical that there would be other life, not unreasonable at all?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yeah, it's very reasonable to think that there's life out there.
I noticed that a lot of like globe Earth enthusiasts use this word reasonable. Like Gem Panda uses it every single time he speaks. He screams about reasonability. What's up with that? Is like it seems like a specific like bridge that you guys need to use to always use to somehow manipulate people's minds.
How is that manipulating people? Do you feel like your mind is being manipulated?
Because you're using your own judgment of what reasonability is as some kind of statement for convincing people of something.
Isn't that a good way to go? Shouldn't your beliefs be apportioned to the evidence?
Kosho, you know this all started because you talked about having an underground facility where you'd have your cold ladies stay.
Sorry. No, but yeah, I agree with Brenda though about the reasonability thing. I mean, it's like that's kind of not it shouldn't just be a globe thing. It should be like everyone's strategy when trying to, I want to say reason through things, but it's trying to figure things out, come to the right answer. Usually you want to reason through it, right? You want to be reasonable, logical.
Reasonable is a good word.
Not a bad word.
It's an umbrella word for logical and, just making sense. I can't think of a better word to use.
It's not necessarily logical. It isn't necessarily true about reasonableness. It's just based on our past experiences, what seems more likely than not to be the case, right? So if I tell you I have a Ford Escort in my garage, it's reasonable for you to believe that I have a Ford Escort in my garage, even though logically you can't be certain about that. But if I tell you I have a UFO that is capable of light speed in my garage, that would be unreasonable because you don't have any good reason to believe that I would have such a thing.
I do.
No, you don't. That's the point. And the whole point from the globe perspective, if you're complaining about reasonableness, is that we think that your beliefs should be based on those kinds of common sense about reasonableness. What is most likely to be the case, right? And it seems to me.
Right, but that's a judgment. You're making it into a judgment.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
so
a
you have your
judgment.
judgment of what's reasonable, and other people have theirs.
Sure.
So you can't project what you think is reasonable and how you've come to your conclusions based upon how somebody else does.
But I can say what I think is more like. Is it more likely that I have a Ford Escort in my garage or a UFO? What do you think
Brenda,
is
do
more
your
likely?
past? You said your past experiences are what you use to determine what's reasonable, right? But
Yes.
then your past experiences include everything you experience
Yeah.
and sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you would judging by that, then everything you experience and sense is you're on a stationary plane.
No, I don't. That's not
Well,
true.
what sense besides observations that could be interpreted one way or another? Besides observations, what do you sense or experience that tells you you're on a spinning ball?
Ships going over the horizon.
That's an observation.
Yes.
I said, besides observations, what do you sense or
Well,
experience?
What else is there but observations?
Everything you sense and
What do you mean
experience.
sense? That's an
Are
observation.
you not able to admit that the Earth presents itself as stationary and flat locally? That's what it seems to be.
No, that's not how the Earth presents itself. You're
Okay,
arguing.
well then never mind.
Dude,
Yeah,
Brenda,
you're
you can't.
starting.
Then
Here we're all having a good
your
discussion, and you're
experience.
just like pooping
just a
all over the
second.
argument. You know, you're just like you're just
second.
like
One
no,
second.
you're
One
you're literally
second.
just like arguing with everyone to argue.
No, one
Just notice
second.
this pattern, and you're just
One
like
second. You're
no,
starting with
you're just
your
being a
conclusion.
contrarian, dude.
You're
Yeah,
starting
it's
with
kind
your
of her goal
conclusion
these
that the
days.
Earth
Like
is
we'll
flat.
all be having a good conversation, and she'll come in, try to take the center stage, and get a bunch of people arguing with her. So I think Brenda, like to be fair, we were actually having a conversation. It's not fair for you to come in and just pretend like you're the middle of the party, and we all need to answer your globe addiction problems. So if
I
we
was
could just like
asked.
chill out and maybe flow with the convo, it'd be better than.
So I was asked, if I thought that my senses, that the Earth presents itself as a flat.
Yeah, because you
And
baited
that's-
a conversation that was
wrong.
not actually what we were doing in here.
I don't think that. The Earth does not present itself as flat. That's the conclusion you start with. And then you work backwards from your conclusion. I don't.
Well, most people here think it's reasonable to think that to go with the idea that the Earth does seemingly present itself as stationary and flat to everyone. Seems reasonable. And I was going to say also, I think flat earthers use common sense the way that ballers use reasonable.
Well, here we have people continuing to ask me questions and to pose questions. But I have Geo being upset.
That's because you started and debated some kind of like as if you're the center of attention. And once Brenda comes in, we all need to argue with her about what the shape of the Earth is. We know what you think the Earth is. We're not really that interested in looping with you. So you can maybe do that with other people somewhere. If you want.
They're asking me, so I guess I'm.
Yeah,
I've
it's
been
because you
instructed.
derailed the whole conversation and baited whatever this is right now.
No, I started off just saying that it's reasonable to think that the Denver airport is strategic command in case of nuclear war. That's how it started. That's all, and that was appropriate to your conversation. And then it sort of winged.
Yeah, but you didn't just like
dovetailed
say your
from
thing
there.
and then let the convo. You said that thing and then you just kept asserting all of these other like anti-conspiracy whatever things
Right.
until you've now debated a looping conversation, which you're the center of attention.
looping.
Everybody is supposed to talk to you about your globe
You
problem.
don't. They don't have to. You're the one not wanting to talk to me. The
I
others
said before
are.
you should just mute yourself and blend into the conversation. We were actually having a conversation as a group a minute ago.
Well, I am having a conversation. They want to ask me about my beliefs.
And I've already said this because you already derailed and baited the conversation into this.
I didn't derail it. It segued, right? Because I gave my opinion.
Yeah, what was that? I just left like that. It's like a temper tantrum, flail, and just left.
Pretty much. She's been doing that pretty much every time she comes in. She'll get the entire room arguing with her about whatever.
It's like, see, we were all having like a good discussion. Sometimes I think these people come in here and just like stir it up and try to get us, and then just leave and try to like kill the chat room. You're just like, what was your, what did you really like come here to achieve? Did you just come here to like, you know, what were your intentions? But I mean, it's just chilling. We're all having chilling. It's Monday night.
It's President's Day.
Yeah, President's Day today. Is it really? Oh yeah. I forgot. And then yeah, tomorrow's your 2222222. I'm pretty interesting.
I have to tell you that all day it was 2222222. Nothing happened.
Well, what's that, bud?
Because we're coming a little bit ahead in time. I think the good thing though was my mum's birthday today, so she's pretty happy about that. Not sure what it means to her, auspicious or something.
Huh. I don't know.
Just for a joke though, we did get her 2 cakes.
And a joke? 2 cakes? Why is that a joke? I
Two,
mean, that's pretty.
2 birthday cakes because it was 2222222.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, 2-2.
Yeah.
There you go. 2.
And
I mean, it
everyone
sounds.
text messaged her while she was sleeping. Everyone sent text messages to her saying happy birthday, and then they did it again on the second half of the day. So just to add to the 2s.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what your first part of that was. Yeah, that makes sense. Minutes
Yeah,
over
but
on a Tuesday.
I can't feel any change. Like it's not like 2000 and it's not like end of the world or something like that.
Yeah.
Citizen, what do you think is coming next? If you had to try to predict the future.
Yeah, man, I don't know. It seems really interesting. You know, this whole grab for the corona thing seems to be somewhat on its way out, which is really interesting. It's like, what do they do? Are they done with this now? They seem to be ending the mandates. Obviously, it's just as easy for them now to sort of corral us into like virus mode or whatever. They could just sort of, now we're so programmed, you know, where our ears are going to perk up any time, you know, a new variant or these buzzwords are mentioned in the future. So it's sort of like a dog and whistle thing. They've got us nice and trained. I think that was the whole sort of thing. Now they're probably just going to make it, you know, relax a little bit. I don't know. The whole trucker thing is really interesting, but I think maybe one of the big things to come next is, you know, a lot of people are talking about the whole cyber attack thing, some sort of digital hack. Could be a crypto hack, who knows, I don't know. Could be, you know, internet shuts off for a month, I don't know. Huge cyber attack. I'm not really sure what to think about, you know, what exactly is coming next, but we could, you know,
That's
a lot of speculation.
sorry to interrupt. I just joined the conversation. It's really interesting that you say that. That's they're trying to do something with the internet or a cyber attack, because they're always talking about trying to do their you know, you got the dark web and stuff like that, and maybe trying to get rid of the internet so that we can have something that's not monitored or more of, you know, a local intranet.
Well, if that did happen, that could lead into some sort of like a digital security, like a new digital security system or something linked with money, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna get through this pandemic, and we're gonna say, right, you know, this is where we failed. We've done the exercise or whatever like that. This is where we failed. Great, we're gonna sort that out. Now let's move on to the next thing of things, this financial stuff like that. If someone was doing EMP, then everyone, the value of everything would just disappear, like electronically. Like, oh yeah, you're worth $1 million. Where's your $1 million? Oh, it's in the bank. Well, the bank doesn't have any records of that. So, sorry, mate, you're back on the street.
Yeah, and you know, it could be, who knows, right? Who knows with the internet, right? The internet itself was given to us obviously by the military. It was first, everything's like a military application before it's like publicly, you know, a thing or whatever. We all know this, like phones, like even video games, like all the things, all these applications are all military. The internet, it's no exception. So it's like, you know, it may not be even some EMP, and it could just be this thing where they to shut off the internet for like, you know, a couple weeks or whatever. All your digital assets could be seized, could be gone. All your funds, if you had anything invested or any sort of money even in the bank account, could be gone, right? Or when they turn it back online, right? They might have you like sign up for things like, oh, are you vaxxed? They might, what they're saying is they're going to like reset the social credits. This is how they're going to reset everyone's social credit or whatever over here in the West.
That sounds
Sort of like,
Americanish then. Sounds like an American thing. I mean, if they were to freeze the internet and do that sort of thing, I'm just trying to think, like, if you're trying to cut off from a virus, you cut off from the internet. If the internet cuts off from you, can the internet take all your details, you know, in one hit, and you wouldn't know? But can't they do that normally now? No, you have to ask for permission nowadays, or I don't know. What's the benefits to taking the internet away? Yes, destroying all the information, but at the same point, doing something much worse without you realizing anything happened. Doppelganging information, making up IDs and stuff like that. So it looks like a bank is lending out twice as many or more money to people, you know, characters or profiles that don't exist, the doppelgangers.
well, yeah, it just is really interesting to speculate. Like I said, I think that there could be some sort of truth behind the whole, like, right, the whole tagline of the Great Reset. All this, the Belt and Road is another thing that like a lot of people are apparently not talking about a lot. And this is like China's idea, China's plan to sort of like restructure the global maritime and land trade routes to basically disclude the West and disclude other, like Australia, the UK, I think is not a part of the Belt and Road. The hand-selected nations are not part of the whole new like global restructuring trade route thing that like not a lot of people are talking about, but it is sort of like the driving force behind what's going on right now in Ukraine, Russia, what was going on in Syria, all of this stuff. Basically, the Belt and Road Initiative is placing Israel at the center of a global, right, of just the basically, greater geopolitical grid, we'll say, or infrastructure. And, who knows what that's going to look like. That's really the whole like Great Reset or whatever. And the West is basically preparing to fall, right? As it has been for a while now, right?
Yeah.
The start of which could be deemed September 11th, 2001 was like the symbolic ritual of the fall of the quote unquote West, right?
Yeah. I feel that. I'm just going to go on mute now. But the last thing was think about the resources. If we're talking about what things are happening at the moment, the resources of lithium and where their deposits are. And I'm right in saying like Ukraine's got 5% of the world's deposit of lithium. So I think it's important that we mustn't always look at the first option, but possibly look at the second and third option to see what the chess game and the chess move is about. Because these things are planned like many steps ahead. So I wonder if the lithium technology, which is battery, I mean that's the next thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be the whole IoT battery grid. Yeah, that seems to be sort of the long-term plan, right? The sort of push towards smart cities, the push towards cramming us into cities more, right? And what I think could play a major part of this is, what's going on in the news. I don't know how much truth there is to the idea that there's some sort of doomsday glacier. That's what they're calling it. Kind of sounds like a crock of shit, to be honest, but they're saying that there's some huge glacier the size of, Great Britain that's going to fall into the ocean, and it's going to, and that this is what they're saying. I'm not even, you could look it up, just search Doomsday Glacier. They're saying it's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when. And I know we've heard this tagline many times before, right? But this is what they're actually saying. They're saying like legitimately in the span of like 1 to 5 years, that if this does happen, it's predicted to basically flood all coastal cities, right? And we have to understand that like the most densely populated cities in the world are
Yeah, I
coastal.
mean, people have to be looking at where they live, and if their backyard is flooded, like if you're in America, people have got big backyards and stuff and lands in America. Like if your area is flooded, then doesn't that mean that you're pretty much at water level? Your level, your level, is that your local water level, or is that the water level? And then it just, if that's the case, then it goes to show how close we are to flooding.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. To be honest, it could just be another one of those like fear bait things. Like, oh, it's just another thing to like worry about, right? The old Doomsday Glacier. It's like just another boogeyman for the news to sort of like, clench its teeth on, so to speak. But it's like, is it out of the possibility? Absolutely not. And by what they're making it sound like is like a huge possibility. And we have to like really think about the ramifications of such an event happen. If it were to happen, you have to think it would just wreak havoc. Everything would just get 10 times worse. Everything,
well, and if they
as
were
we
going
know it. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a place.
I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, if they wanted to shuttle people into smart cities in some way, then that could perhaps be one way to do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, in just like the greater picture, it's like just sort of pushing people into cities, into bigger metropolises in general. It wouldn't be that big of an impact, but I mean, it would. You got to think like, if New York all of a sudden like overnight was 10 feet underwater, the entire city overnight is just rendered useless. And it wouldn't just be New York. You're talking about like multiple major cities, or across the earth. We'll
But
say, right?
even if you're like 5,000 miles inland or whatever, you still have chance of flooding. It just takes one tidal wave or something to go past the boundaries, the exterior of the lands. I mean, England's pretty much at sea level, so I watch our local waters rise by about an inch or 2 inches a year, because you can tell by that the period floods that we have every year in our local park just get higher. Well, it's the water level of the canals, the rivers get higher as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's definitely something to consider. And the time frame that they're giving us for the Doomsday Glacier, they're saying it could happen any day now, from between 1 and 10 years. But they're saying it definitely will happen. And it's just like, how many times have we heard this? Bill Clinton was saying that, or Al Gore, right? He was saying we were going to be underwater by now, 20 years ago, and his whole thing, and climate change and this and that and yada yada. And who's to say, like the whole Antarctica thing, right? Because I have my questions about it, right? Because who's to say that the volume that Antarctica takes up as a whole thing isn't already displaced? So even if like something like quote unquote falls into the ocean or whatever, would it have an impact, right? Because as we know, we can go back hundreds and hundreds of, or no, not really, hundreds of years, but we can go back, into the beginning of the camera and see that places for the past, 100 years or so have been relatively same at water levels have been the same. So in all, this time, sea levels are rising. It's like, no, we've got photographs from a while ago that basically have the same water line now. And let's be honest. I mean, the oceans, it's an across the board thing. So it happens everywhere, like the shoreline and we're just saying the shorelines have been the same for hundreds of years. So that's not to say that in the greater like time length that the sea lines aren't changing, but it's just, seems relatively insignificant. So I don't know how much of the whole like, oh, a glacier is going to fall into the ocean and cause 10. It's like, yeah, who knows? I think it's a bit of hogwash, but who knows, dude?
We've got beaches on our south coast. I went there recently again, and basically the stairs going from the promenade going down would be 9 foot, for example, or 12 foot, and they don't exist because they're just covered in sea sand. And apparently they get like ships full from of sand, sea sand, from Netherlands area. Once a year they have to top it up. But the point is that, yes, it's probably quite evident that there's just coastal erosion because of the English Channel. Simple thing like that, the way it's flowing. But they've reclaimed, meters wise or yards wise, 250 yard beach. They've reclaimed that. And erosion from the English Channel. English Channel is letting through more water, eroding the beaches away on the south coast. But I haven't been to the east or west coast to demonstrate that yet. If that's the case, then I might say that, if you go look at your local beaches, what did the beaches look like 100 years ago? Pictures might look the same, but look really, really carefully. You'll see that the pier is like a lot further out than it used to be. So they have to reclaim the original land of the pier and then extend it out. And that's what they've done on ours. The pier has been extended like it's not like 200 yards long. It's 400 yards long, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's one of those things to think about, man. Got to be ready for it, because I mean, even if you're in a place that necessarily wouldn't be impacted by the flood, we'll say, it would still wreak havoc on just the entire picture. Everything would get way more expensive. Shipping supply routes would be absolutely destroyed. think supplies would be scarce for a long time. It would create, dude, the ramifications of an event would potentially, if the Doomsday Glacier happens, dude, in retrospect, it would be the start of like the actual end of the collapse. Could be the start of the end of the collapse of society as we know it, essentially.
Well, I mean, in terms of that, I mean, do you think that would it be an actual glacier that's doing it, or would that be just the deception to cover up, and that there's some other way that it's being done?
There you go. That could just be the cover story, right? Exactly.
When they say like 60 meters, I think I read up that our maximum water level would be 60 meters higher than what it is now. But whatever that answer is, if you looked at all the lands around the world and figured out which ones of those are above that maximum sea level, you might find that we all congregated together in these areas mainly and avoided everywhere else because naturally as the water came up, we took to whatever dry ground there was left. Everest, but not even Everest, like you could say parts of Africa are 5 kilometers high. Does that make sense? There's a lot of places that are above the maximum sea level, which is whatever that is. Is it evidence that we had a dense population in those areas in our recent past or something?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be. These are very good questions, and I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting.
Waterworld, the movie was probably a good example of Mad Max type of thing. Sort of thing. The word doomsday down on the south coast in the UK, there's a place called Christchurch, and there's a mill there, and on the mill is the plaque on Domesday, Domesday. It was I think it was the first census, or if not a major census in UK alone, of about 1063, I think it was. It was close to 1066, like for a few years, and that was the census, the big census, and it was called Domesday, and just in some other words, it sounds like doomsday, but the doomsday is, oh shit, they're going to get the numbers and they're going to realize it's not what it was, or something like that. It's maybe something along the lines of that, a fiscal or financial pattern. Yeah, something. They all go to tie into one original cycle, don't they? Something ties into something, because then they would know when doomsday is going to be, because they're using the right measure of time. They're using the right, the right measure of time. Would change everything, because even the value of what a hertz is would change everything. So if we didn't use the time that we've got now, which everything is locked into, we use the sun and the celestials combined to give us that time. So if the celestials are 4 minutes faster, does that make the sun maybe 4 minutes slower, or a day? Things like that. How do you get that high? How do you get that that average between the two?
Dude, to be honest, I kind of lost you, dude. To be honest, that was a lot.
I did too, man. And it's really hard to. Your mic is really hard to make out what you're saying, Realm. So, it's like really echoey. I don't know if anyone else is having a hard time, but I couldn't really make out what you're saying as well.
Yeah, it's really trebly. It's really high in the trebles. I can't. Yeah, it's hard to hear.
The only thing I can hear is a half South African, half English accent, and I'm trying to focus on what he's actually saying.
Yeah, like trying to make the words out is hard enough, and then trying to actually put together the words is even a harder thing.
Are you South African, Rel?
Hey, Realm, I understood you just fine, man. I don't know what these cunts are on about.
Yeah, no, I don't hear any echo or anything. It's just the accent that's distracting me, to be honest. But anyway, how's everyone this morning?
We're missing Brenda. Brenda, like, she came in the room, she won over everyone's hearts, and then left.
Well, it's not morning
Swooshed her
here.
hair.
Hey, Merle.
I was.
G'day, mate. I'm going to check your DMs. I sent you something when you get a minute.
Oh, cool.
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract from the conversation.
I was going to say one thing,
you.
Citizen, you were bringing up the possibility of some kind of big internet outage. I know it's kind of going back on that topic, but it was on my mind. It was thinking how, if that happened, it's interesting how they could probably do that, like under the guise of like, for like, you know, national security kind of thing, like that it has to be shut down because of, you know, possible military attacks or whatever. Like, I'm just saying they could probably convince everybody that it has to be shut down for a good reason.
Well, exactly. And I was gonna brush on this too. Is that, I mean, in reality, it's like these are the sort of questions that I have about the internet. It's like sort of like, you know, where, you know, is there some sort of like main switch off button?
No.
No. I mean,
No.
obviously, there's all these other like there's all these individual internet service providers. I mean, these guys should have some
The
sort
closest thing is going to be DNS servers, and there's loads of them all over the place.
You don't think they can shut it all down, Branch?
Like they're all over. They're all literally all over the place, and in every single country.
So, I
They have
mean,
to turn every single one of them off.
I mean, it's kind of amazing that it hasn't happened already, right? That kind of gives credence to the idea that, like, you know, how come there hasn't been some sort of like widespread internet? I mean, there has. If your like city's electricity grid goes down, your internet's going to be out, but maybe your cell towers are probably out too. So maybe it's just a matter of like cutting the power grid, perhaps. Power grid attack
Yeah.
could be something to that stature too. Could be some sort of internet thing too. Who knows?
Like when the Twin Towers got hit, there was 2 DNS servers in the towers themselves, and that's why most of New York lost its internet.
How do you know there's not some sort of internet kill switch? How do you know?
I'm just saying, but just because those 2 servers got taken out, it didn't fuck up anybody else in the US.
Because you have to understand, it is a military application. You don't think that they were gonna like install the internet and be like, all right, well, there's gonna be like a back door like that we only have access to, that we can control. All of this stuff is like carefully handcrafted and designed and given to us. It's not just like haphazardly like, oh, here's the internet. Like, what do we do with this? Like, I mean, it was sort of organic in that way. Things did unfold that sort of, you know.
I don't know, it'd be super
But
hard. I mean, the only way would be some super sophisticated virus that did actually take out every DNS server.
because the
And I
idea
mean,
is
DNS
that
servers ain't even it, because you can still route by IP address.
But Branch, isn't it all through internet service providers? And I mean, who owns these companies? Comcast,
Yeah.
all these big companies. I mean, they all have kill switches.
that's what I'm saying. There could be some sort of coordinated attack, and they could just make it sound like whatever. Oh, look, hackers shut off the internet. They got you. And see, this is the whole idea. Is what's going to happen is they're going to, when that does happen, everyone's accounts are going to be meticulously like emptied. All of your digital assets will be gone. Your digital debts. Well, it'll be kind of nice too, right? Because if you had any debt that you owed, it'd be gone.
I just
It'd be gone.
I just
Everyone
see
would be
it as
like,
being it's
oh.
almost impossible. I see what you're saying. It would have to be coordinated with every ISP. I mean, if you take out the ISPs, then DNS things don't matter, right? But yeah, so at that point, every ISP out there would have to synchronize up together and just turn themselves off.
Yeah, perhaps it is a bit more difficult than
In the world.
But these are the sort of questions that I have that are sort of like, I mean,
Hold on. Can I just introduce an idea, right? If I'd have said to this group 3 years ago, every single government in the world is going to coordinate on a controlling a virus, would anyone in here have believed me, or would you have all thought I was nuts?
oh, there you go. It's true.
You'd have thought I was nuts, right? So forgive me for thinking that ISPs can collude when world governments can collude.
Yeah, but that's if you believe there's some kind of collusion between all the governments in the world about this one disease.
No belief required. The collusion happened. It's whether you think the virus is legit or not that's the question. But the collusion absolutely happened objectively.
Oh, really? Did
No,
North
really.
Korea jump on the bandwagon of anyone, or did they do their own thing?
I don't know. Did you go to North Korea to find out?
I don't know. I'm asking you a question.
So we've
It's
got
the end of
200
the world
countries. We've got
as we
200
know it.
countries. We've got 200 countries that basically all agreed, and the only thing you can say is North Korea.
Yeah, I'm giving you an example of one, right? And I asked you a question. And it sounds like your answer is you don't know.
Of course, I don't know, and you don't either.
Okay,
But
I didn't say I did. I wouldn't have asked you the question if I knew.
Stupid waste of time. We know that
No,
every
you
single
said
Western country-
you said every.
We know that
You said
every single
every. You said
Western-
every. You said
Bro,
every. You said
why are
every
you
single
talking
one. I
over
gave you an
me?
example of one that possibly didn't. Right?
Okay, we know
You should
that
have
every
said every
Western
single
country-
one. You should have said
Why
the
are
ones that
you
you know
waiting
about.
again? I waited until you'd stopped to talk again, and then as soon as I started, you started talking again. Just wait. What we do know is that every single Western country, every African government, most South American governments, all of the North American governments, and most of Asia agreed. Right? Whether North Korea agrees or not is frankly a waste of time and complete irrelevance.
Yeah, I was just saying that before you said every, and you should have expressed it the way you did before. Then, if you don't know for sure.
So 99%.
Now you're saying that. You didn't say that
What's
before,
the
did you?
difference? You're just wasting time at this point. The point is that the collusion is obvious, right? So if virtually every government in the world can collude on this, then virtually every ISP can collude on something that would be of their interest, obviously. But why are you even arguing?
I'm arguing because, first of all, I don't think there was this big old collusion that you're talking about, right? And therefore, I don't think that it's reasonable to say that every ISP in the world is going to one day collude together and just say we're going to shut off today.
Okay, that's just a straw man of what I said, your second sentence. The first sentence, the collusion happened. Like governments all over the world were locking down their populations, they're recommending vaccines, they're talking about mask mandates. This happened all over the world, obviously, and objectively, right? Whether you think it's legitimate or not is a different question, but the collusion happened.
Okay, they acted independently, first of all. They didn't all get together in a room one day and said, you know what, masks, good idea.
Really?
No, yeah. Well, I think he's just,
Don't know if it's
he's just
fair to call it a
illustrating the point that,
collusion.
like, yeah, no, no.
Why
I
is it
totally-
unfair to call it collusion?
Well, look, I was just looking up the meaning of collusion because I wasn't sure exactly what it meant, but it generally means secret or illegal cooperation or conspiracy in order to deceive others.
Okay.
You think that's what they're doing?
Well, I think the mask mandates were illegal, yes. And I think trying to give the impression that you should be taking a vaccine is coercion of a medical practice, which is also illegal. So you got the illegal thing ticked easily. Secret, I mean, did anyone see it coming beforehand? No, they weren't talking about it openly until it was everywhere. So secret, I think we've got ticked. Conspiracy in order to deceive others, maybe that's the one that would be a bit iffy, but the other two for sure.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. If you think so.
I'm just not hearing a good argument against what I've said. I'm just hearing people going, oh, I'm not sure. It's not really an argument. Regardless, they did get together and they did do things together. So even if you don't like the word collusion, cooperation, is that a better word?
Well, they cooperated. They came to a consensus that this is what can happen if we don't take some action.
That's what they tell you.
Well, that's what and you hear something else.
Well, no, I look around and I see people have the flu. And when I look at the Pfizer 6-month report, and when I look at the objective data, the excess deaths and all the rest, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. And so, yeah, I disbelieve the fear rhetoric.
Okay. Well, I've seen it slightly different from my personal point of view. My uncle, my wife's uncle, they both got it and passed away because they got it.
Yeah, the problem with these conversations is that they often get emotional very quickly. Not really.
I'm not bringing emotion into it. I'm just giving you from my personal point of view.
Well, can I just ask, Waz, did they go to a hospital and get quote unquote treatments, or did they actually just pass away, naturally, as it were?
I'm not sure of the exact detail because one was in another country. My uncle was here in Melbourne, and he went to hospital, and they couldn't get him back. Look, it was in his system, and I don't know how much it contributed to his death. He was quite old as well. So, do we exclude the old? Do we just, I don't know.
Well, like Crypto said, I mean, it can get emotional, especially when you have loved ones. And
of course it can. Of course it can. That's why I'm not getting emotional.
No, look, man, I wasn't accusing you of being emotional. What I was saying is that I'm not here to shit on anyone or to step on anyone's toes, right? I'm not trying to kind of desecrate the memory of your loved ones or any of this shit, right?
I'm not saying you are.
I get it.
I'm saying from my personal point of view. You're talking about from your point of view, I take it?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the literature I've actually.
Yeah, it's your interpretation. Yeah.
It's not my interpretation. If you read it yourself, you will read the same thing I read. In the UK specifically, which is what I know the most about, the 17-18 flu season was objectively way worse than the 2021 COVID season. Objectively.
Right.
Like more excess deaths, higher mortality rate, everything was worse.
No, I haven't seen the numbers.
Sorry?
I have not seen those numbers.
Okay. Look, it's not flu's nasty. Like, I'm not saying that flu is this lovely disease that's really good. Influenza A and B are both nasty. Rhinovirus is less nasty. It tends to affect people in summer. And so people don't really know about rhinovirus. There are about 20 different coronaviruses, and most of them are pretty harmless. One or two of them are quite nasty. The point I'm trying to make, we've had nasty flu seasons, and no one's batted an eyelid because it wasn't on the news every day.
Yeah, but if you think the population 200 years ago was a lot less, but let's say the same amount of people died, if that makes sense. So the death rate would have been so much higher 200 years ago in comparison to today.
I was talking about 4 years ago.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you say 17, 18 as well.
As in 2017, 2018.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Yeah. So when you look into that in the UK, we had excess deaths in massive numbers of excess deaths, and the mortality rate was quite high. The thing about flus and coronaviruses, even though they're not the same thing, we'll throw them in, they tend to go in cycles. So what happens is that you'll have a couple of mild winters, and you'll get this kind of build-up of older people who are quite frail and quite elderly, but they haven't passed away yet. And so what then you get is you tend to get these kind of, there's no nice way to say this, but you tend to get these kind of cleansing years, I guess. I don't know how to put that in a nice way, where there'll be a harsh winter. A lot of them will have depressed immune systems. Something nasty will come around and it'll take out a bunch of them, right? And it's nasty and it's sad, but this has happened ever since we've known about viruses. And the 17-18 season came after the 16-17 and the 15-16 seasons, which were very mild, right? So there was this kind of build-up of very old, frail people. And then the 17-18 season in the UK, the winter was really harsh and a lot of people died. And it's really unfortunate, but that's just the nature of flus. And if you look at flus from a statistical perspective, this happens in a cycle. It's not nice, but it is true.
Should we get back to the internet?
I can do if you want. My original point still stands, I think.
Okay, just go with the original point then. Let's just go from there.
I'm trying to go back to that point. Okay. Well.
All right. So somebody asked a question: is it feasible that governments could just turn off the internet for the whole world with a single push of a button? Based on crypto's model, the answer is yes. So let's just move on from there.
Does anyone disagree with that?
Or can't they?
I just think that my whole point in the conversation was sort of just illustrate the fact that, like, well, we're here questioning whether or not they can't, right? So that's significant enough to just sort of say, well, there's certain like unanswered questions here. Obviously, there's like different layers of how the internet is delivered to people. It is through ISPs, right? Internet service providers in your local like area on a sort of more like local level. But like, those ISPs are provided then by an electricity grid. So it's like, it's multi-tiered there, right? And then that electricity grid's like a different company. So I mean, it is definitely like possible, we'll so to speak. But and then the greater part to that was then to also say that, like, if this does happen, right, the internet, let's just say this, right, because think about it, like, I mean, everyone's so addicted to the internet right now. You have to use it, right? I pay all the bills online, everything you do online now. It's like you have your business online. Everyone, it's like so essential, right, to your everyday life. Now, what happens if it just gets shut off for like a week? Like, people like wouldn't know what the fuck to do. Like, what would you do? It'd be like, oh fuck, like, whoa, we have to go back like 30 years, dude. What did we do in the 90s? Be like,
Well, short of turning off all electricity, how could you shut the internet down with a push of a button?
I'm not saying you could do it with necessarily the push of a button. It would maybe take even a more coordinated effort. It's not necessarily just you can push a button and do it. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult. Maybe it's going to require teams of people across multiple different like locations and all of this stuff. And like, but perhaps it could be done more easily than you think, but necessarily not so easy.
So if the internet does go down, then all the bank records and all that, it doesn't mean they're all just lost.
But what happens though, it gets pretty spicy though. We could speculate a few different things, right? So the whole idea to the internet shutdown is not only to like cause a little bit of panic, like, oh shit, what do we do now? Right? People just wouldn't know what the fuck to do. But what happens is, when it's off, is all your funds will be gone. They'll seize everything. All your debts will be gone though too. So it'll be kind of nice for everyone who had like student loan debt or any sort of like debt accumulation. It's gone. It's sort of like a Jubilee incident, where you're robbed, but you're also forgived at the same time. And then when they turn the internet back on, right, get this. And when all the internet comes back on, right, you have to like register, right? You have like everyone's got like a fresh, clean social credit score. And in order to register, right, you have to like then give them your vax info. Were you vaccinated? And if you say no, that's going to be like the first dox again. They won't really care. It's not going to be that big of a deal. They're going to be like, okay, fine. Well, you weren't vaxxed. Well, that's going to be a dox on your social credit score. It's going to look kind of bad, but that's, and then for those who did get vaccinated, you'll be like rewarded. You'll get like a +3 on your new social credit score that they've just installed. And this is going to be your metaverse socials score that Zuckerberg installed overnight.
So now we're talking about not only is the internet being shut off, but they've somehow wiped out all data storage in the whole world too.
Yeah, that was my question. Because the first thing we were saying is, could they shut the internet off without shutting off the power, or would they have to do them together? Let's say for a moment that they could do just the internet, not the power. Then the next thing you were saying, Citizen, like, in your mind, how does that then lead to like debts being erased and like the actual data storage part? Because like, are you saying that in this idea, like, or like an EMP type thing, or some kind of like national security reset, or like something, is that where you're going with that? Because just if the internet went out, it seems like once it came back on, everything will go back to normal. But are you suggesting that if this happened, it would actually be like an attempt at some kind of massive reset and then some implementation of a whole new type system?
Potentially. I mean, this is just like sort of speculation off the cuff stuff, who knows? It's just all to sort of generate good conversation. But I mean, yeah, maybe some things seems a little bit out of reach. Maybe, slightly improbable, but my guess is as good as yours. We're shooting for the moon here. We don't know.
Well, I've always thought that they would prefer to have, I mean, I think they own all the ISPs anyway, so they already control the internet, but I think like what would make sense to me is that for them to have a much more controlled version of the internet, you know, like where you have to log in with a specific type of login, and you can only, you know, access certain sites and certain information. So they can get rid of a lot of these kind of conspiracy theories and open platforms to where, you know, you just get your centralized news, you know, as it were. So, and then that could be linked in with the money system and the jab, you know, verification and all that stuff, like some kind of more centralized network.
Yeah. And this whole notion, which is really interesting. This may be a good segue into the whole topic of like Web3, which is supposed to be like the, you know, the next sort of like decentralized internet or whatever. Which is really interesting. I have my own questions about Web3. I'm not really entirely too sure I know what it even really is. But I do know that there are some sort of like, we'll say, organizations that are already like embedded in the Web3 ecosystem, if you will, and it's sort of like not as it appears, right, ostensibly, that it's not so like decentralized as we are sort of like sold on this like whole thing. I mean, you know, yeah, you do have some sort of authority on like a vote within this like blockchain infrastructure and some of these like DAO, decentralized autonomous organizations, where it's like a pool of people have a vote if you're a part of the node system or whatever. It's like, I don't know. This all seems very, very interesting, and it all just is so interesting, the whole crypto thing, you know, whether it's masquerading as some sort of like new money system that's going to free us or whatever, because as it stands right now, like, you know, we obviously can see that jobs are disappearing like that right before your eyes. Everything's going to be automated. It's happening at a very quick rate. And so, you know, how are you going to get paid? If there's no jobs to do, you know, what do they do? And they know this, right? Because it's sort of like the inherent structure of capitalism is to dwindle down to the most efficient model. And that is, in essence, not paying people, right? The whole trucker thing. The timing of all this is going to be better because, right, you have the electric truck now, all these companies doing this, the automated electric truck. They're like, fuck you, truckers. You know, we're just going to, the system itself will sort of like stave off and starve. It's like a war of attrition. Whereas it's like, oh, well, more truckers will just come in. We'll, you know, suspend your bank accounts. We'll stop your funds, whatever we have to do to basically do this. And it's totally fucked up, right? Or whatever. I don't know if the whole trucker thing is a controlled op too. Some of it seems pretty sus, and it's obviously not the entire trucker community. But I don't know. You know, definitely a lot of avenues where you could take the conversation. I'm kind of rambling now, but
Well, I mean, they already sort of shut the whole world down, as it were, for this last 2 years. So any other kind of shutdown, whether it's the internet or the supply chain, people are going to be that much more sort of used to. And whatever the problem reaction solution is going to be, they're probably going to fall in line for it to some degree. So if they want to do some kind of reset, restructuring, if that's all in the works, then I wouldn't be surprised if something like this, or, you know, some other type of shutdown or restructuring could happen.
Well, they were kind of throwing it into the COVID mix at the end there. They were talking about environmental lockdowns, weren't they? And I noticed that it wasn't actually the left-wing media talking about it, it's the right-wing media talking about it, which to me is normally an indication that they're trying to tell you what's going to happen but not have a backlash. Because if they put it on CNN or something, then you know that, yeah, everyone's going to be out going, oh, CNN said environmental lockdown. Whereas if you put it in Fox News, for some reason no one protests it. But I think that's going to be the next key, is they're going to push like the environment and global warming really hard as a reason to then restructure society.
Yeah, that could be another possible angle.
Yeah.
Well, why not just do it right now? Why are they waiting for another separate thing to come along?
No,
like,
you have to
this is
understand
like one of the biggest disruptions to economies and just life as people know it. They should have just done it all right now.
No, it's not that you can't just usher in an entire new technological like paradigm overnight. Like it's sort of this thing you have to like delicately craft over generation, decade, right? And this is the sort of like long plays that these people think about. And the whole COVID thing that happened recently was just sort of one stepping stone in the right direction, right? They got us all like trained. It's like a dog and whistle right now. Your ears are just gonna perk up at the variant. Oh, the fucking all these buzz phrases that they have us all conditioned to phrase now. They're gonna ease back. It appears that the whole narrative is sort of coming to a slow halt, maybe. But who knows where they're going to take it? They can take it anywhere they want now, but they've sort of got what they've needed from it. And the sort of the initial reaction that everyone, the virtue signaling, everything, they love it.
Yep.
But yeah.
And let's be honest, virtue signaling just means government compliance. So whatever the government is pushing, the people that kind of agree with it loudly and vehemently, that is now what virtue signaling means. And so people are going to loudly comply with whatever bullshit they push next. Because some people are just like that. They're just kind of, I think they're mentally ill, to be honest. But at the very least, they're kind of, that's their character. And so you're going to have these kind of very, very questionable narratives pushed by the mainstream. And then they're going to, like Gio said, problem reaction solutions. So they come up with problems. The reaction and the solution then ends up with us almost having, like you said, a Pavlovian response to kind of like variants. But on top of that, we're getting conditioned to, like for instance, 20 years ago, no one had a mobile phone, or very few people had a mobile phone. Everyone has a mobile phone now. If you'd have just said 50 years ago, right, we're going to put a chip in your brain so you can view the internet, everyone would have been like, what's the internet? What the fuck's a chip? It wouldn't have made any sense to people, but you slowly condition people. Now you've got a microchip in your hand. You like your phone because you spend a lot of time with it. Now we can look to go to the next stage of that kind of timeline. And then maybe the next thing is wearable tech, which is what they're pushing now. After you're used to having a watch, people have got Apple Watches now, got Google Glasses, all that kind of stuff. When that becomes mainstream, then the next thing is to put the chip inside you. And then it will become, people will almost be demanding it. And that's the point that they want to get people to, is where they're actually demanding their own enslavement.
I think it would happen anyway. I don't think they need a big plan for it. As technology evolves, people are going to naturally either be completely against it or be someone who's for it. And it's just, I don't really think there's a need for a big government plan for this stuff to happen. It's just natural evolution of who we are as people.
No, the point, I think you've missed the point that both, I don't know your name actually. What's your name? No, the dog.
Branch.
No, not Brian. The other dog guy. Who's got the dog in his profile? Come on. Where is he? Can no one else see the chat? Citizen, that's it. So I think you've missed the point that Citizen and I were making. It's about their timeline. They're working to their own timeline. They're not working to our timeline. So why not do it now? Well, because they don't want to do it now. It's their timeline, right? But also, it's much easier to get people to do something if they're demanding it. Whereas they've figured out in the past that if you try and force people, it doesn't work. So you actually get people to want it themselves, and then you don't have any resistance.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was thinking with the internet shutdown type of thing. Like, if right now, if they just said, hey, everybody, we're going to make a new internet, you got to log on to this thing and it's a centralized thing and all your money and your medical thing is all combined. If they were to do that right now, people would probably resist intensely. Like, no, I just want my regular internet. I don't want to do this. And there would be massive resistance. But if they shut the internet down for a month or two, some very long amount of time, and there was all kinds of fear monger, and this is just speculation, obviously, but if there was some kind of whole game plan around fear mongering and national security, and World War III might start unless we do this new internet thing or whatever it is, just like they ushered in the jab and all that. So I mean, if they did it in that way, then at the end of all that, people might be begging to sign up for this new type of internet, even though it's less, it's more restrictive and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, that's just an example of how right now people would resist it, but if they did some huge event, people would be begging for it.
But a company like Google will probably have the biggest amounts of information compared to everyone else, possibly. Useless, but easy enough to write a new narrative.
Even more so if they link something with like an outage, like the internet, like that with money. Oh my gosh! I mean that.
Yeah. But then all the details and the photos will all be kept on the Google Cloud, and Google's pretty much been the forefront of the internet for at least 20 years. So they've got their own backups. Then you erase everything else, and all that's left is whatever Google can provide. Or naturally, like Facebook, and compared to another platform, everyone stops using Facebook and starts using a different platform. So, like Google and another internet provider, but something a bit more, like it's the new internet. It's the internet that they're not monitoring or whatever, and everyone jumps onto that thing. It's like, oh, cool, man, we can do stuff, and it's whatever. It's all fresh and do whatever we want, and then the old internet just all of a sudden disappears, and it's got all that, the records of the deaths and everything. I see the relevance.
How would they stop the dark web on this new web? No, okay, it's getting a little technical now. Forget it.
Well, I mean, the dark web would be something entirely different, but I mean, it technically still like is the internet or whatever, right? It's just like a different like layer. I mean,
wouldn't people just start popping up with that type of internet that piggybacks off the internet that they give us?
Well, the thing is, though, you still access that through your ISP, and your ISP is owned by whatever corporation, whatever group of companies. So you still access that. So if that's what would have to change is the way we actually access the internet, and then you perhaps couldn't even access something like that. I mean, I heard like people talking about how when the internet first started coming out, like what they really wanted to do was something more like some of the way these blockchains work, which is more of a centralized type system, but that they couldn't really roll it out at the time. So they kind of tried going like the AOL route, like you had to have your AOL or your Yahoo paid service. And then I don't know all the details, but I have read some interesting articles about it. People speculating that like it kind of didn't go exactly the way they wanted it to. Like it kind of leaked a little bit more than they wanted it to, and it became a little more decentralized. So they kind of had to go with that. But there's a possibility that they're actually still wanting it to be more in some kind of centralized system where you do have to log in through one centralized network that is controlled. So you can't just have all kinds of open websites and open access that it's, so, and possibly with this blockchain stuff, they may be able to pull that off. So it's possible that they will try to restructure the internet in some way. Like that does resonate with me. I don't know if they're going to do a whole power outage or like how they're going to do it, but it makes sense that in a controlled system that they're perhaps wanting to build, that the internet is kind of a little bit of a loose cannon right now.
Yeah, exactly. Things are happening. That's the exact thing is like, right. Things are happening at such a pace that they can't, it's hard to like make laws and regulate it and keep up. These old fogies in Congress, these guys don't have any idea what's going on. Things are the block before they can even regulate the internet and like get this all figured out. Now we have the blockchain and all this shit coming up. They have no idea what the fuck to do. And it seems just like everyone's kind of going with it. And it's like, I don't know. It is definitely super interesting to me that the whole blockchain crypto infrastructure thing where it's going could be. What's up?
Do you think it's all like dark and evil though, or do you think it actually has some positives? Like, because
probably a bit of both. At the end of the day, any sort of technology like that could be used for like good or evil.
Yeah,
or just like nuclear power and stuff. Like we could use that for like good or evil at the end of the day. And I think that as it stands, like we were talking about earlier with technology, automation, and all this stuff coming through, it's like they sort of know that it's built into the inherent structure of capitalism to like be the most efficient thing. That's what I was getting at earlier. And that, look, these UBI systems, these coins, these currencies, these blockchains, the future of like making money is probably going to be like clicking buttons. Like you'll wake up and you'll just click buttons and move some stuff over here, click the button here and do the thing there, and you just like made your UBI money or something like that. I mean, realistically, guys, that's where it's going because, again, there's just lack of jobs everywhere. And again, that's the system itself sort of designing it. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but probably more evil, to answer your question, Joe, probably more evil than good, I would estimate. But who knows?
Well, if they were going to roll out some kind of new digital currency system, it would make sense that there would be sort of a new internet to go with that in a way. It doesn't mean that would be the only option, though. There could be possibility that there could be actually other networks decentralized that are not, that are actually more free and open. But if they're going to kind of centralize all of that, then it would make sense that could be a part of it all.
Yeah, I mean, as computers get better, we will have to evolve the internet, right? Because security standards will start failing and shit like that. Because it's too easy to decrypt shit. But I mean, I don't think they'll go all the way back to say they're going to start limiting what you can look at and stuff like that. I just think that more stringent security practices will be needed.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fun to speculate though about it, for sure.
That's I thought it might interest you, Geo, that McToon's challenge is for a 10 grand worth of Bitcoin. In fact, when he transferred it, it was 10 grand, and I don't know if it had changed or what had happened, but when I checked it, it was worth 15.
It's probably worth a lot less now.
Has it gone down again?
For what now?
Yeah.
For what?
So McToon's put the 10 grand worth of Bitcoin in escrow.
What escrow?
I don't know. He's shared a wallet for it. I don't know.
What's his actual competition?
I'm just wondering why you pinpointed me on this, because I texted about it, or because somebody.
Yeah, just because I thought you'd be interested because it's crypto. He's paying it out in crypto rather than in cash.
Yeah, nobody ever pays those things out. People do YouTubers do challenges to try to get views and to try to get people talking about them. And have you ever heard of anyone being paid out ever on those?
Never.
No.
They're not going to pay anyone out anything. It's just a little ploy to get people talking about them and to get viewers or whatever.
It's interesting.
You think MC Toon is gonna give someone $10,000? Say, yep, you proved the Earth is flat. I'll shut my whole channel down. My whole life has been a lie. See you guys.
You wouldn't even need to do that. You just need to prove that you can that sextant navigation works. But I mean, to me, it's win-win. It to me would almost be a bigger win. I mean, sure, I'd prefer 10 grand, but to me, it would be a bigger win if you won it, could show that you've won it. Could even get court orders and stuff like that saying, no, this person's won the terms of this bet, and they didn't pay out, because not only have you proved that it works, you've proved that the Globers are liars.
That's it. You just got to prove sextant navigation works.
Well, sextant navigation.
You got to show that it works on a flat plane.
Yeah, but it's worked from the dawn of time when they worked off of planar surface Earth.
That would be news to me. My understanding is there are no cultures that navigated using the stars, except ones with a spherical cosmology.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yeah, he's talking about throughout the whole world too, not even just.
Yeah, I mean Polynesians and Greeks and all sorts of people.
But no, I mean MC Toon probably wants navigation throughout the whole sphere. You can't say I can use it to navigate in this portion of the northern hemisphere.
No, not even. No. It's much simpler than that. like there's stipulations for it, but it's just these are the elevations of 3 stars and the time at which that observation was made. Show where this location is, and then if you win that, if you successfully do that, then and you've got to show your method for achieving that result, then he picks a different place. And I'm pretty sure that what he'll do is look at what the method is used to find it, because it would be super easy to come up with one result. It's just like, imagine you've got a pen and the pen's going to hit the table wherever. You could just move the map underneath it so it hits the table on the location, right? So he's just going to look at the method then, and I think then pick a different place where he thinks the method won't work. And because you have to use the same method both times. And if you can do that both times, then he pays out. If you don't agree with that being paid out, then it goes to arbitration.
Well, I'm not. I mean, this was kind of an abrupt topic change, but I'm not interested in anything Looney McToons is doing. But I am interested at some point. I think it'd be awesome to assemble a crew and basically traverse the oceans and take very detailed sextant reading measurements and actually, do it independently and track it all and get your GPs. And I think that'd be awesome. And it will.
Yeah, that'd be very cool.
To the earth. I mean, outside of McToon and whatever YouTube thing he's doing or whatever, I'm saying just in reality, I think that's something that we will need to do at some point. It'd be awesome to do. But I mean, I would say that celestial navigation has been done since the dawn of time, way before any idea of a globe Earth was talked about being pushed or whatever. So,
yeah, I just haven't seen evidence of that. Obviously, it's going to be hard to. But for me, like the Polynesians they had a kind of they call it a coconut sextant. I've got no idea what the Polynesians called it, but nowadays they call it a coconut sextant, and that, because they are both north and south of the equator, I think is a strong indication that they were aware that they were on a globe, because lines of latitude shrink both south and north of the equator.
Couldn't you do something with star charts? That would work, regardless of the shape of the Earth, just because you're looking at star charts that don't change.
What do you mean by that?
Like, we must have just charts of stars that we keep up to date, saying, here's what the cosmos looks like. I know it's all based on a globe.
Well,
yeah, Branch, this is what I was saying 2 days ago.
What's that?
Exactly what Branch is saying. That's there's nothing that would exclude you from. There's no shape. There's no tied to any shape of the Earth if you're just using the past data of where the stars were in position to the ground. If you had a catalog that had that information in, that wouldn't necessarily be a flat Earth or globe Earth specific.
Oh, right. Just sort of knowing where the GP of a star is at any given time.
Yeah, in the past, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, but I still think there'd be problems.
Yeah.
He'll find a way not to pay, for sure.
Well, I don't think so. I get the impression that he's would pay out. I imagine it'd be very difficult to do it, but I mean, he's put it in text and he's put his name to it as well. So if he doesn't with the text-based challenge, you can take him to court. Anybody in the US could take him to court.
I bet you could even get all that data, right, and put it in a computer model that would fucking just take the 3 stars and tell you in an instant.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Bacon's app does. That's what Kosho's did too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can plug it in fine, but the requirement is that you show how that works. Like as you can see from that equirectangular map, those aren't circles, right? Definitionally they are circles of equal altitude, but as you can see there, one's a wave, one looks like a sort of fly swatter, and the other one looks almost like a teardrop.
Yeah, but just send him the code. He can figure out how to read it.
I don't know what that means.
Just send him your code for whatever the program is he wrote. And just send the guy the code and just say, look,
right,
yeah,
but this code. But so the requirement is you've got to show you're working, and it's got to fit flat. You can't, like, for one, 60 nautical miles per degree. It is a measurement of a circle. It's the reason your protractor is a semicircle. Because it's the only way you can turn degrees into distance and have them both be proportional, have the relationship be linear. If you made protractors like triangular, you can imagine you're going to get a sort of weird spread of where the angles end up. So you can't use 60 nautical miles per degree to get this trilateration. So if the code relies on 60 nautical miles per degree, your submission would be ineligible.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into it enough to really discuss it. But I'm pretty sure Kosher will get it down and done.
If it can be done. I think I read McToon's instructions or his rules, because I was thinking the same thing. Rules. He basically writes it out so that you can't do anything that I was gonna do. Because I was gonna do things that like arbitrarily made these transformations and stuff like that, and
That's exactly what they said. They invited me to the group because they want me to do the get a reading from Australia, because most of them are like, you know, in the north it could be, because he's given it 25 nautical miles, which is a pretty big circle to hit. And they kept saying in the chat, they're like, our threat isn't a flat earther, it's a fucking glober who just wants to take the money. It's somebody who can, yeah. And so that's why they've said a few of those things, because they're like, otherwise you'll just have somebody bend and warp a globe to somehow match flat, so that they can walk away with 10 grand.
Well, if he wanted to show something or do something, I think he should do it. But to try to like make a whole ploy and try to pretend like he's going to give someone money, like I said, it just comes off as a sham, because
I mean,
just
that's
like
just
I said,
your
it's just
about it, right?
Right, but I don't really think
it's based on any evidence.
Yeah, but I don't think it's worth giving him a bunch of time to play into what he's trying to do. Is get people talking about him and trying to get people to think that he's actually going to give this money to somebody. If he wants to show something, he can show whatever he wants to show, right? If he wants to go out and do readings or measurements or whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sure that can be done. I mean, I don't think it's incumbent upon him to show how a flat Earth could fit, because I agree with his view. I just think categorically it does not. The more one understands sextants, with every time I read up more on how they work, I'm like, oh, that too doesn't work. It's like,
I mean, it's not really a matter of whether it's flat or not. We just need to figure out a way to figure this stuff out, irrelevant of the shape of the Earth, right? I mean, that's. I'm just saying that's what we need to do to win his money. But I guess you're right, Gio. Fuck it. Who cares? It's not gonna happen.
Well, I just think somebody who's authentically like researching or trying to look into something, I think should do that. But trying to like make a whole like challenge thing and just to try to hype that all up, it just seems inauthentic, and it just doesn't come off as something that someone does who's a confident researcher. Seems like somebody comes off as trying to like get views and create some kinds of drama and stuff around it. I mean, if he wants to, the thing is, most of us have not traveled the entire Earth and taken detailed measurements of the sky. So if he wants to do that, awesome. I think it'd be great to do. He's going off of stuff that he read on Google and information that's given to him, and it looks like a globe to him. But he hasn't gone out and done this. So, but if he wants to, I think that'd be cool. If somebody else.
So that's a long way from what he's asking. What he's just asking is, can you trilaterate your position given known elevations and times that they're taken? He has done that. So I don't think I don't think he's asking anybody to do anything he can't. He's just saying, here's how I do it, using a measurement that relies on a sphere. If it only works on flat, show me how you do it.
Based on a coordinate system that he's being given.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, circles.
So what is he claiming
circles
he's done?
that go horizontally and a series of circles that go vertically.
So what is he claiming he's done?
Trilaterated his position using that coordinate system.
By doing what?
Getting the elevations of stars and the times that those elevations were taken.
And then basing that on what?
I don't understand the question.
Well, walk me through what you think he's verified and exactly what he did.
So to my understanding, he has taken elevations of stars, mapped against where their GP is, and then used that to trilaterate a position given globe mass, i.e. 60 nautical miles per degree, and latitude and longitude. Both of those two things, there's quite a few things in that I think require us living on a sphere. But two things chief among that are 60 nautical miles per degree must not be correct. To live on flat, that cannot be correct. Or sextant navigation doesn't work. It could be that. So if sextants work, 60 nautical miles can't. And latitude and longitude has got to be wrong.
So, what's the possibility of starting from scratch, scrapping the whole longitude and latitude system we've got, inventing your own that matches observations and shows the Earth to be some sort of flat plane?
Right, that's the only way to do it, is to start.
Yeah, that's what you have to start from scratch, and I'd like to see someone do that personally.
Yeah, because me too, absolutely. Because you'd be starting from reality directly. You're not going off of other coordinate systems or.
That's right, and that's how we.
That stuff.
Yeah, and that's how we got the longitude and latitude that we have now, is by working off reality. Real observations that reaffirm it's a globe.
No, but assumptions that when something drops 1 degree per 69 miles, that it is due to the surface that you are on and not anything else.
That's correct. That's
Change that assumption, and we can have a whole different world, can't we?
Well, we can, absolutely. So if you're going to change that assumption, you have to show it matching reality as a whole to make that change. Well, at the moment, we have an assumption, as you described.
Optics is the difference there.
And that assumption that you've just described works because we use it as a globe.
Yeah, but that's just mathematical. That's mathematical based on the assumption. It's never verified, though. It works the other way, too, if we say that drop is based on optics. And it works just the same.
You have to show the system that shows that to work the other way.
I think it's been shown.
You think where? I'll have a look.
Yeah, I couldn't spot it or reference it, mate, to be honest, but I think people have done it before. I think it's been modelled. Personally, as I couldn't, off the top of my head, someone else in this room might be able to reference it. But, you know, it's not going to be a full peer-reviewed research papers that show that, you know, perspective and fucking atmospheric conditions can cause these effects. Of course not. You'll never see that.
Yeah, but what it looks like and how we use it in reality are two different things.
No, reality is reality. The story
Correct.
behind it can be whatever it is if it can't be verified. But reality
Correct.
is
So,
reality.
yeah, so your story could be one representation of reality, and my story could be another representation of reality. Now, the real clincher
Neither can be verified.
the real clincher between those two stories is to use it in reality. In reality, do
Yeah, but
something in reality,
yeah.
travel across.
Everything is done in reality. It was done before they thought it was a globe. People travel.
Yeah, but of course, I'm talking about the interpretations here. As are you, I believe.
Yeah, but again, if you're denying that there could be another cause, then that's fine. I'm open to the fact that there are other. Okay, right. So then, can you verify that there are no optical phenomena that could cause a 1 degree drop as you walk backwards on a plane?
I don't think I could off the top of my head myself, but I don't think that's important.
Why not? We're talking about a drop in something that we're looking at as we move backwards.
Correct. You've got an explanation for it, and so does and so do the people that oppose your explanation with their own explanation. So we've got two explanations here for it, either of which could work, right?
Well, they both work because in
so
reality
they nullify.
you can do it and it works.
They nullify each other out. Let's forget about those as explanations then. If we're going to look at it from your perspective, they would nullify each other out. So we have to go to another.
It's one
level.
or the other. No, it's one or the other.
How do you determine that?
It's just verification, mate. Like physical, determination of which one it is.
How do we? And what's verification? What is that?
Well, it basically leaves people without question. So 100 people out of 100 people would go, "Yep, that's the case." You wouldn't have one person going, "Oh, nah, I'm pretty sure that's not the case."
But you could
pick 100 And I'm not talking about consensus. I'm talking about repeatable experimentation.
Right. So what would that look like?
Well, you tell me. Apparently it's all optical. I mean, I'm doing my own test. I don't know if you've heard about it.
No,
I'm going to pull a line over the Earth. So I'm actively doing something to be definitive.
Oh, what have you done?
What am I doing? I plan to pull a line over the Earth.
Right.
And testing the geometry of the curvature.
Okay. And how's that going to work?
Well, if the Earth's curved and you've got 2 points A and B on the surface of the Earth, and you put a line between those 2 points, and you put tension on the line, the Earth curvature between those 2 points should be in the way of that line trying to pull its sagitta, pull straight. Now, if you think about it, I'm not trying to lift the line up off the ground. I'm trying to pull it into the supposed geometry of Earth, which will either represent itself as extra pressure or it won't. Right? So if you can think of something that's more definitive than that or equally as physical verification, I'm all ears. But if it's optics and calculations, I'll fucking argue it till the cows come home, mate. Everyone knows that here.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not arguing anything, really.
Right.
What are the faults that if it is a globe or if it is flat, what are the faults that you are accounting for in this line? I mean, how long's the line? How much does it weigh? How much tension can it withstand? All those sorts of things.
So at the end of the day, I've chosen 10 kilometers, right? And that's
10
because that
kilometers
means
of
that there's a 10 kilometer A to B distance, yes. And that's because there's 1.97 meters of hump between them, right? So that's a substantial hump, like in terms of geometry, like almost basically 2 meters above points A and B in the middle.
Yep.
So the geometry there represents a very simple fact that if I lay a line across the Earth and it's as
I
straight as
understand.
possible, and I bring up some tension, there should be, by definition, according to physics, some downward pressure.
Yeah, you've
And
already
all the
explained that.
ballers say, you're not going to be able to measure it. That if I'm putting enough tension on my line to withstand the braking, and the line can withstand the braking, the braking strain withstands that tension, which I'll have a gauge, so I'll be able to keep it there.
How are you gonna?
There should be some downward forces.
How are you
Simple.
gonna? Yeah, it all sounds very simple. I'm just wondering what problems you can think of with this, and how you've gone about accounting for them. You know what I mean?
The only problem I can see is if potentially there are a number of posts that, just due to natural changes on the beach between now and when I can do it, there may be a couple of posts that I put in that might not be close to the ground in terms of where the water level is, because I'm going to mark off water level across 10 posts across the distance. So I've actually got a water level line to work with, and I'm going to try and get that as close to the ground as possible. But I appreciate there might be a couple where the ground might be a little bit lower and the actual watermark might be a little bit off the ground, in which case there'll be a little bit of sag in the line as I try and pull it tight over the earth. Now, at the end of the day, the line over X distance weighs so much, right? There's a certain amount of weight. And as I put the line across the post, they'll go through eyelets. They'll all go through 10 different weighing devices, and I will zero it out. So the already existing weight of the line, right, will be zeroed out. And then if I apply tension and there's a down force equal across all of the weights, then that basically can only be due to geometry. Now, I'm going to further verify that by the fact I'll be looking at the downforce and working out what the weight of that could be. And if that is over and above the total weight of the rope in general, then I know that any of the sag along the way has had no impact, and we're generating more downward pressure than the weight of the rope itself can do. If it's on a flat plane, no amount of tension is going to cause any downward pressure, none whatsoever. That'll only happen if there's some geometry in the way. Obviously, the line could break. I'm going to try my best to avoid that by staying underneath the braking strain. And if I can't get a measurement of any down pressure right up to the braking strain, I'm probably going to, in all honesty, start to pulse it and see if I can get some brief periods of really high tension before it snaps, just to see if we can actually generate something. You know what I mean?
I'm curious about this zeroing out thing you're talking about.
Yeah, well, basically, okay, so there's the weight,
how does this
there's the weight of
zeroing
the
out
line.
thing?
Okay, think of a fish scale, right? You got a fish on a scale, right? In a way, say 10 pounds or 3 kilos.
A hanging scale or a precious, like
Yeah,
a
like
stand-on scale?
a hanging. Just think of a hanging scale, a fish scale, a hanging scale, and you've got a fish on it, and it says 13 kilograms or something. And think of just changing that, like calibration, or tearing it, if you will, to 0, so that even though the fish is on there, the scale says 0, so that if any more weight was to be applied to that fish, it would then read 1, 2, or 3, right?
Yeah, I get you.
There you go.
So you're gonna tear all 10 of these little hanging scales in the eyelets to 0, according to what the total line weighs.
Well, according to what it weighs based on where it is in situ. I can't do it what it weighs like on a roll, for example, because a lot of the line will be laying on the ground. and only some of the rope will be going through the eyelet. So that's essentially why I'll be zeroing these out.
So you're going to
let's see
zero
the-
each eyelet separately, according to
The rope will go through 10 different eyelets, yeah.
and
Besides
each of
point A and
those.
B.
And so, yeah. So you're going to hang the rope while it's loose before there's any tension on it to get the weight off it at that eyelet, and then zero it out there.
No.
Is that what you're doing?
No, the whole line's going to be set up from A to B, and it's going to be going through all these points. If any of those points register a weight, I'll zero it out. So there is
that before tension? Is that before you put tension on it or after?
Yeah, it'll be before the put tension. We'll get it as straight as we can with no tension.
Right, that's what I just. That's exactly what I just asked you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Right. So so once it's all laid out, I'll zero off what needs zeroing. Yeah. And then upon tension, there'll either be down forces or not. And if, like I said before, the only thing I can see is a couple of the posts will be a little bit off the ground, and there will be some downforce on some of those posts because of the sag between them, right? But that downward force and the accumulation forces should, on a flat earth, never be more than the total weight of the rope, which I'll know based on the pallet weight, right? So I'll know what it can weigh, and it can never put any more pressure than that down. So even if a couple of these things show some downward pressure upon, getting any potential slack out of the line or any sag, should I say, that pressure on a flat plane is never going to represent anything more than the rope. That's only if there's geometry at play. Will there be ever more pressure down than the weight of the rope itself?
So the mathematics that you're going to use to calculate this downward force that you should be there. What's the limitation? If it has to be a specific amount of downward force before it's geometry at play, yeah. What's that limitation? Where's that threshold?
Well,
what does your maths? What does your maths tell you?
It'll be above the weight of the rope, and that's just by logic.
I don't want to keep you away from your real passions any longer.
See you later. Dragged away.
No worries. Well, good luck with it, mate.
You can talk
I've just
to
got to
Les
eat something.
now. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Circle.
Lemon. Awesome. Who was I talking to then?
Me.
Oh, was that you, boss? Okay, shit, you sound different.
Oh, I don't on my side.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Maybe I've just put your name in different voice.
I was just kidding.
And White's word, do you agree though that so I agree with the weight thing for measuring if it was a globe. If you did that careful enough, that would be conclusive that it's a globe. But do you agree that if you don't get a weight that's above, like if you're pulling it and if you're pulling the string as tight as you can, and you're not getting a reading that's higher than the weight of the rope on the scales, do you agree that that's inconclusive? It's not.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a force the curve test. It's not a flat Earth test. It's purely testing the geometry of the supposed curvature. It's either going to be a pass or a fail. If it passes, then yeah. I personally will have a hard time justifying any other reason other than geometry as to how it could possibly be pulling into the Earth harder than its own weight allows. I personally will go, fuck. There's got to be geometry.
I'll just say again, I hope
Simple.
you're taking a lot of precautions to make sure it doesn't snap and slap you in the face, that rope. 'Cause someone could get hurt.
Oh, that's still all good, mate. All good.
No, but yeah, but you said it said if it passes, then that would end. If it fails,
Well, I mean, there's no way to use this to prove flat Earth. So
well, no, not,
it's a
not
different
just
test to try
flat
and
Earth,
prove.
but no, bro, not just to prove flat Earth, but I'm saying to disprove the globe. This test doesn't do that either. That's what I'm saying.
Well, look, what would be your reason? Like, because at the end of the day, let's just say it's still a globe, but the globe is substantially bigger. Then my 10-kilometer pull would be very unlikely to have enough geometry involved to show any downward pressure. So there is still the option for people to say, oh, you know, even though it was inconclusive, it could still be a ball or it could still be flat. You know, I completely agree that anything other than, you know, a decent amount of downward pressure is going to be conclusive. But there has to be some geometry involved if there is down pressure. So I personally would have a hard time thinking of anything other than geometry to cause that.
Yeah, but it's if it was simply just a limitation of the tensile strength of the rope, like you weren't able to achieve the pull needed to get the range of the whatever you want to call it, the rope, the slack, to get the range of it below the match to the earth. If you're not able to achieve that strength before the rope breaks, then it's just it'd be impossible to measure that if it were a globe of our size. So yeah, it would be a limitation of the ropes. Would be one cause.
What about the posts at each end that are the rope's going to anchor to? I guess you're going to have some sort of pulley system on one side to wind the rope up with?
My
Some
aim
sort
is
of
to
ratchet?
have actual four-wheel drives on the actual beach with hydraulic winches. And the winches,
Right,
like
right,
the
a winch,
pulley that the line will be guided through, that pulley will be adjustable so that we can just have everything mounted in the back of the utes. And like the utes themselves will also be anchored to a post, which will be well and truly in the ground. So that's not going to move. But the guide will be adjustable, so we can start off at ground level or water level, and then raise it up. Like, because my idea is if we do get downward pressure on the first run, and it's conclusive every time we pull, there's substantial downward pressure across the things. I want to raise points A and B up to 1 meter, and that should reduce the pressure overall. And then we should raise it up to 2 meters, which theoretically will put us in line, like a horizontal line with point C in the middle, and that should reduce the pressure down even further. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get all the sag out, so there'll still be downward pressure even horizontal.
Wouldn't you have to have them level with the winches of both the four-wheel drives? Or are you going to have some sort of mechanism to allow,
they'll be guided. They'll be guided through. Yeah, they'll be run through a couple of pulleys just to guide the.
Yeah, because if you've got them at say 2 meters in the air, and the winch is only like 500, 600 mil off the ground, for example, that downward pressure on those guides is going to be pretty substantial.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but at the end of the day, we're only talking about 1,200 kilos over, like the braking strain of this polypropylene rope is 1.2 ton, 1,200 kilos. So it's actually not that much for the winches and everything, especially one on each side. Yeah. So yeah, there's not much to play with, in all honesty. But as soon as the line is straight, right, when you think about it, and under just the most gentle of tension, the minute you increase any tension, even like 200 kilos or 100 kilos above, there has to be downward forces at play. Like if there's the geometry at play, there has to be. Like physics dictates that, right?
Yeah, but
any tension along the line goes down. Simple.
but you started from a point where it's already straight, and that's what I'm describing. When I think if you, I mean, it's good to actually do it in practice, but if you do the calculations to predict what it's going to do, like how strong you need to pull it in order for there to be no slack in either direction, that strength is just greater than you'd imagined. So I don't
would
think
you
it's
agree
ever
that?
get that starting point.
That's exactly what I
Okay,
said.
but would you agree? Would you agree that it takes a certain amount of tension on the line, and that should have taken up all of the slack? No worries, buddy. And that should have taken up all of the slack before the line actually itself starts stretching, because there's a certain amount of stretch in the line, right? So, do you think the line has to come up like under a fair bit of tension before it starts stretching, or do you think it stretches while it's still slack? What do you think?
It'll definitely stretch while it's still slack.
Yeah, because there's friction on the floor. You got to overcome all of the friction over that 12, let's say 5 kilometers to get to the center.
Yeah, but the standing friction's only a couple of 100 kilograms. That's calculated well and truly before we're going to be able to be drawing tension on it. Don't worry about that. We're on sand that's wet, right? The standing friction of that is fuck all. And we've got polypropylene rope, which is buoyant. Okay, so it's going to want to sit on top, and the diameter of the rope gets thinner as you put tension on it. So it has even less surface area as we apply tension. So the standing friction reduces as we pull. Like, that's all calculated. We've got about 800 kilos or more, if the mass is right, of actual of tension on this line once the stretch is done. So I'm just simply asking if you think we can apply 800 kilos of tension on that line and there are no corresponding downward forces at all, right? Then that's wrong. If you're going to suggest that there's only going to be a small amount and you won't be able to measure them, I would say, okay, what device would it be that wouldn't measure them, or what would be required in your opinion to measure it? Because if we can measure time dilation with cesium clocks and shit, surely there's a device to measure the tiniest of tiniest bit of pressure.
I'm saying from that strength, you're not going to expect there to be it to be straight.
No, we're not going to get it straight. What do you mean? Do you mean straight like looking from above?
You're gonna have a range of gap in the middle of the rope, a range in between, the possible lowest and highest point of it, which means that if that range is not below the sagitta, then you're never going to be able to pull it in such a way that it's going to cut into the sagitta.
Hang on. So if it's laying across the Earth and point C is higher than points A or B, and we've got all the slack out, and we're at that point now whereby we're about to put tension on, and we've got 800 kilos, almost a ton of weight that we can put on the line. Are you honestly saying there'll be zero extra pull into the Earth? But where do you think that force is going?
What you just described, I've already disagreed with. That's not how it happens. It doesn't get pulled to where there's no slack, and then after that.
No, I'm not trying to get slack. I'm not trying to get slack out.
No, you're trying to get the slack out of it. You're trying to get it to where there's no wiggle room up or down in the rope. So where it's
I'm pulling it
straight
tight into the Earth. No, I'm not.
Right,
I'm pulling it tight into the Earth.
Exactly, I know that. That's what I'm saying.
That's not straight. It's a curved Earth, isn't it?
No. The rope needs to be straight, though. The rope. It's the rope.
No, it can't be. It's following the Earth curve. It cannot be straight.
I know, but that's what you're forcing it straight. Is what I'm saying. That's the whole point.
Yes, and the forces involved we're going to measure.
That's right, and that's what I'm saying, though. The strength that you need to pull it in order to get it within the range of something that's be capable of making that measurement of that downward force is stronger than you'd imagine. If I remember correctly, it's like
Okay, well,
half a
thank you for
million.
that statement. Thank you for the statement. I'm still going to go ahead and try and do it, but I
Oh yeah,
appreciate
that's
your
fine.
statement.
I'm telling you,
If you've got
you should
anything
definitely.
more conclusive, please put it
No,
forward to me because you might save me some time
you
and
should
money.
you should definitely still try to do it. I'm just letting you know that
But hang
if it
on,
doesn't,
You're telling me that I won't be able to pull it hard enough,
it's an
and you
inconclusive
believe
result.
that. Okay, but you're telling me basically I won't be able to pull it hard enough, and if you're telling me that, then it's going to be a waste of time for me. So if you've got anything at all to back up what you're saying, please put it forward to me because you might save me a lot of time and money, and I'd appreciate that. So if it's just a statement, just say it's just a statement. If you've actually got something that you can put together and put forward to me to help me out, I would appreciate it. Fair enough?
Sure, I'll give you the formula. We worked this out the day when he told us to test. I have the notes. I gotta pull them back up. Hold on.
Fair enough. That's good. That's what I like. Some input.
I still suggest that because it might be worthwhile to attempt to do it.
Well, look, put it this way. If I do it and your math says that I shouldn't measure any downforce, and let's just say I do it and I measure significant downforce way well and truly above the rope, right? Are you going to acknowledge that? Are you going to say, shit, that can only be due to Earth curve? Are you going to say, well, you must have fucked something up? Or, are you going to go with it? Vice.
I think there's certainly ways that you can overcome that. Like if you have a strong enough rope, a strong enough yet light enough rope. That's one way. Another way is if you're capable of doing it over a great distance, then you're gonna have a bigger sagita, which is gonna allow for more
Okay, but you
slack.
just missed my point. Just back up. So, if I get significantly more downforce, that basically suggests nothing but geometry, and I've done everything I can to account for my own error, right? And we've done it 50 times. Every time we pull on the line, there's the same fucking downforce. It's like fucking pretty conclusive, right? Would you accept that as geometry?
Hey, I've already stated that. I've said
Okay. I'm
the
just
results.
clarifying. Now, let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish, though. Just quickly, let me finish.
Well, you just asked me a question.
Yeah, but I wasn't finished my statement. Okay, there was two parts to it. Okay, so you've answered yes to that. You would accept it. But if it's inconclusive, i.e., there's no downward pressure, you're going to assume that it's still curved because of other things, and I just couldn't measure it, i.e., there wasn't enough tension, or the device couldn't measure the downward pressure enough. So it's pretty sad, isn't it? So if it goes your way, you're going to be, yep, sweet, that proves curve. But if it's inconclusive, which may suggest flat, you'll be like, oh no, his shit wasn't just sensitive enough.
Okay, so the appropriate way of dealing with inconclusive data is not to make any. You don't make conclusions based on that. That's the point of it being inconclusive. So no, I would not
You're
make
already
conclusions based on
allowing. Okay, sorry.
You don't make conclusions based on that. But the other result, yeah, that there would be a conclusion that would verify one model over the other. So that would be a conclusive result, and there's no denial in that at all.
But a second ago, you were saying what I've got proposed, I wouldn't be able to put enough tension on, and I wouldn't be able to do it. And that's according to your maths and everything, which apparently is accurate. If I go out and do it and actually get downward force, are you going to go, well, shit, my maths was wrong, or are you going to go, well, you must have fucked up because my maths says that's not possible?
You see, I've already answered that, and then when I tried to repeat myself, you didn't allow me to. But what I just told you was that a downward force, downward pressure, would not be a surprise. It would be a conclusive result, and it's not impossible. It's just much harder than when you say 800 pounds. what I remember calculating it over 10 kilometers would be something like 500,000 pounds, right?
Right, but you just avoided my
That would be the
question.
amount of force. That would be the amount of force that you would need to apply to it. And if you were able to achieve that, like they're having some
Yep.
sort of very thin, very light rope, then no, I would not be surprised.
But you've just added a caveat: very thin, very light. So if I achieve it with the rope that I'm using, that you've calculated that's not possible, if I achieve it, what do you question? Do you question your maths, which you hold gospel and is true, or do you question my test?
I would question probably both at that point. Yeah, with a rope that
Okay,
heavy,
and
the
if
force
you
is much greater than 500,000.
okay,
It's just
so
as
we'll have to
possible you
make
could have
sure that
calculated something wrong.
yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm at water level, if everything's at water level, and there's
Hey,
no point higher than anything else, there theoretically should be no geometry involved on a plane.
What's the approximate weight of the rope, the 10 kilometers of this rope?
From my memory.
I'd also want to know the weight, like whether there is any.
I think it's 10 kilos per kilometer or 30 kilos per kilometer. I can't fucking remember off the top of my head. One or the other. I know that's a big difference, but it's one or the other. No, I think it's 30. I think it's 30 kilos per kilometer. And it's 8 millimeters in diameter. And it's made of polypropylene. It is 1,200 kilogram breaking. If you want to crunch some numbers.
So 10 kilometers, what's that, about 300 kilos?
Yeah, yeah.
So each of these eyelets will be zeroed at what? 10 kilograms? Or 30
No, they'll be
kilograms because
zeroed
there's
at
10 of them?
zero. Well, no, the whole weight of the rope's not going to be on them. And I can't say how much rope's going to be suspended from each of them. Remember, we're on a beach, and I'm going to have water level. So these will be close to the ground, but not on the ground. So there will be a little bit of a discrepancy between the ground and where the eyelets are.
Yeah, I get that.
All right. So I'll zero everything out to the best of my ability. And then upon tension,
You're going to
if it's
have the
curved,
rope.
we should see more pressure down than the weight of the rope can achieve.
You're going to have the rope loop through each of these 10 eyelets, and then just dangling off each one, running along the beach until it gets to the next one, goes up through that one, then goes back down, sits along the ground, and at each eyelet you're going to have a hanging scale taking the weight at that point.
Yeah, my idea is to have one that goes up and down. So it'll measure if there's upwards as well, because there's people out there that think it's concaved, mate.
Wait,
so we could actually lift this rope up.
Is this to measure the tension?
Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, so
it's to measure the pressure down.
Right. It's just that don't they also assume that things weigh different depending on where you are?
No, this is irrelevant of that. Go on with your line of thought, mate. Go on.
So you're going to have about 30 kilograms of rope between each eyelet.
Yep, 10. Yep, exactly. Break it up into kilometer lengths.
But you're gonna zero it out at less than 10 kilos because you won't have the weight of. You won't have that 30 kilos between that eyelet and the next one.
Yeah, basically. I mean, when you think about it, it makes sense to just zero them all out because they're all going to be slightly different depending on how much each eyelet is actually off the surface itself, based on where the water level was. Right, so they're not all going to be.
Something about that doesn't gel with me, and I can't put my finger on it.
So there's something I think that I wanted to ask about is when you say the eyelets are close to the ground but not on it, how close?
Yeah. well, that will vary because, like, just think for a second. You've got the water, like a tide, a gentle tide coming in, and think of that water rising, and then think that as it gets to its sort of midway point, it overwhelms all the posts, and then as the water recedes, I'm going to be trying to wait for the last post to be left underwater, right? So that I can mark them all off at water level. Now, they're not all going to be as close to the ground as the others. I'm going to try and get it as close to the surface as possible, obviously, but there'll be some that'll be off the ground. And some may be 2 or 3 feet off the ground. I don't know. I'll try my best to make it not the case with a shovel and whatnot, and maybe get some sand up a bit closer. But that doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because the overall force, if you think about it, can never be, thanks to gravity, more than the weight of the entire rope itself.
Right.
Like, even if we manage to pull it tight and get it all off the ground, it can only ever weigh 300 kilos. If all of a sudden it weighs 370 or 400 or 500 kilos, we know there's something at play.
Yeah, it's the reason I'm asking is, like, isn't your curve going to basically not quite zero out, but close to zero out at each islet? So if you've got 10 kilometres of line and 10 islets spaced evenly along them, there's a kilometre between each islet, and there's meant to be how much drop? But if the islet's an inch up, you've zeroed
Sorry,
out
go
an
on.
inch of, like, if an islet is an inch off the sand, then from that point to the next point, you've zeroed out 1 inch of rise. So anywhere that islet is measuring and it's not flush on the sand will be subtracting that from the overall curve you're measuring. So you'd almost, in essence, be better a shorter line that was closer to the ground than a 10K line that's lifted off the ground by an inch every kilometre. Unless I'm not.
Yeah, but look, well, I mean, I see your point, and I'll try and, I mean, you know, even reduce that further, which may or may not be practical. But at the end of the day, there's either there's either geometry at play that's going to pull this line in hard into the ground, or it's not. And if that tension is not any more than the already existing weight of the rope, which we know can't ever be more than 300 kilos. And we can, like, if you're saying that zeroing out is taking away from it, then obviously we'll see what they are before we zero out.
Well,
we'll check out what each one is before we zero out and account for that if need be. Right? Yeah.
Can someone explain to me what's wrong with this idea? Putting 30 kilograms on each of the eyelets and zeroing it out at 30 kilograms. If the rope in total weighs 300, I'm working on those presumptions. So therefore, if there's any geometry at play and you pull that out, you will get a reading above zero.
Well, that's essentially what I'm doing. No, it's not wrong. That's essentially what I'm doing. That is the threshold.
So you're dividing that rope up, that rope's weight. You're going to divide that rope's weight across all the eyelets, or as many hanging scales as you have, and then zero out each of those hanging scales at that divided rate.
Yeah, but I think you're seeing that as something that doesn't make sense, because at the end of the day, like you've just said, there's a threshold with which it has to be greater than for it to actually be based on geometry. And that's what I'm trying to achieve.
So I'm just proposing a way to get that threshold at zero, so that when you do pull its taut and it does everything that you think it will do, it will show a positive reading. Just plain and simple.
Although I see my it's just plain and simple anyway. So I don't see it as any different, to be honest. I get your point, but I don't see it as any different.
Are you just saying just do one measurement in the middle? essentially. Same thing, but one measurement in the middle. Or I missed your point. Was.
Well, I guess the scale in the middle would show the most amount.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it'd simplify the thing. The scale in the middle is the main one of interest, and you don't have the effect of other scales confounding the measurement from your main one.
But they don't confound anything, and they actually add to the fact that we can then have a data profile of the curve. If we do in fact get downward pressures, as we raise points A and B at different levels, we will then get a different downward pressure profile. So there's a point to having 10 posts and 10 ways to measure the pressure. But if there's geometry, it's going to be more, like you said, than the total weight of the rope under gravity's, gravity's pull.
Well, you're saying there should be a 2 meter sagittor, so your eyelets have to be able to account for a 2 meter drop in the rope.
2 meter drop?
Well, the one in the middle wouldn't it? If you say that
Dude,
if the rope,
curvature apparently.
yeah, listen to me. If you say the Earth is curving in the middle, that's the sagittor there, right? And you're saying the middle is going to be almost 2 meters higher than A and B, right? So the rope passing through the hoop in the middle would need to have enough room to move 2 meters down.
These are.
It's already on the ground.
Fuck. Sorry, man. Yeah, no, you've just missed. You've missed it. It's all on the ground.
I
basically.
thought he was doing these at different heights.
No. The idea is they're resting on the ground the whole way along it, and he's just trying to measure if it pulls harder into the ground, like a you might cut a piece of cheese.
I see your confusion now.
No, I get that. That's fine as well. I just thought you were doing it a different way. It doesn't really make a difference.
No, well, hey, there'd be a lot more slack
thinking
involved.
about it isn't
like the way
making a
you were
difference.
thinking of it.
Pardon?
There'd be a lot more slack hanging on each post involved, the way you were thinking of it. But the way I'm going to do it, there's going to be very minimal.
Yeah, it doesn't really make that much of a difference either way. It's the same
fair enough.
concept.
What do you think is going to happen in this experiment? I guess the better question is, do you think the rope is going to break or not?
I don't think you'll get enough tension on the rope before it breaks. Personally,
I think the major challenge will be getting it dead straight, because I think what you might find is that you are measuring a pull, but it will be hard to tell if that's up or down. Like making a fence dead straight that they try to do at the farm is pretty hard, and they've got days to set it up. Whereas this sounds like you've got to sort of rush in between tides.
Yeah, but no, look, there's hours between tides. It is okay. I'll say it's if we had 3 days to do it, that would be ideal. We're going to definitely have between tides without a doubt, right? And that's like a 6-hour window. So, but at the end of the day, if it's a curved Earth and between points A and B isn't dinky dire straight like from an aerial view, that doesn't affect the geometry down, right? If it's a flat Earth and we've got a slight arc from an aerial view, then we may pull sideways. There won't ever be down. There'll be the weight of gravity on the rope. It'll never be any more than that, and it will be a sideways tension, not a downward tension.
Right.
But on a curved Earth, it would significantly be down, even if it was curved.
Yeah, I get that. But the question is, how are you measuring a downward force? It's kind of like you're suspending eyelets from like baggage scale kind of scales, right?
Yeah, look, probably more sophisticated than that, but that's what I'm trying to convey to get the heads.
If the rope was pulled sideways and they're fixed at the top, but it wants to pull sideways, it's going to measure that as a force. How will you know that that's not the sideways force you're measuring?
Okay, but on a curved Earth, would it not also be down?
Yes. Yeah. It's just you're going to have a number there, right? Let's say the number is 12. will you be able to say, well, 8 of that force was sideways and therefore 4 was down with the curve of the Earth? Or if it's not dead straight, is there a chance that you just get a number and you're not able to pick back out of that number what is left-right curve versus up-down curve?
Well, again, if it's a flat plane, there will be no down. If it's curved, there will be a down component, and that's what we're measuring. If you're going to maybe try and say that there's going to be enough sideways component to outweigh the down component, then hey, show me, please show me that that's a possibility.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, if you have something the equivalent of a baggage scale attached on a post to a rope, and that rope pulls left, pulls right, or pulls down, that's just going to be a number on that scale. It's not going to go, oh, this is how much right it was. So if it's pulling right, let's say it's pulling this eyelet away from the post. How will you know whether that was down, trying to cut into the Earth, or
it'll be
right,
zero.
the other post is right.
It's not going to register anything because it's not pulling down. It might pull the device away from the post, but that won't pull the device down. It'll still say zero.
Will it, if the 2 points of the device, will they pull apart from one another?
Well, not necessarily. Not if the device is just simply moving away from the post. You might just be moving it away from the post. That might be the force involved. You might not be registering anything.
Is it going to be fixed to the post at the top and fixed to the rope at the bottom?
I haven't conceived exactly how these are going to be built.
So
in all honesty, I've got a few months to work that out.
That would be an important part, right? Because I just imagine a baggage scale basically nailed or connected to a post with an eyelet. If it doesn't have the ability to move,
I'm sure that's what you pick, Shells. I've just got a nail and a hammer. I've just whacked it on at some random point. I'm sure that's what you actually picture, isn't it?
Blue tack, actually.
Blue tack, a bit of string.
The point still stands. If it can't move, even if it can, but if it can't move left to right, you're not going to know what you're measuring. So posts don't sound like they're going to be enough. It sounds like you're going to need to either have the post 100% in a completely straight line, or they've got to be on some sort of like dolly rail system so they can move left or right to zero that back out. And to know that is well oiled enough to not be, still, I don't know. It sounds tough. That to me, I think the left-right is going to be the biggest difficulty.
All right. So if I get down with force, you're going to say it was just an arc. It's possible that it was just an arc, and it's not curvature. That's cool.
What were you saying, Bandy?
No, I just said I kind of see what you're saying, Eggshells. Like, if that line wasn't dead straight, say it had a big arc in it, for argument's sake, and in the middle is where you've got your scale attached to a post, and you try and get some tension in it. The more tension you get in that, it's going to pull straight, okay, and register on that scale. There will be a force on that scale, not necessarily a downward force. It could be a side-to-side force.
What if you got like squishy balls and just drilled a hole through the center of it, right? And that way, if there's a downward force, you'll be able to see it because it will get squished downwards.
But setting a straight
we're going to see it anyway. They're missing the point. If I go to the supermarket and put some grapes in the scales, and I put my hand under it, and I just move the scales sideways, like I'm not letting the weight go down. I'm supporting the weight, and I'm just going sideways with it. The scale still says zero, even though I've gone sideways with the scale. It's only until I allow a downward force to apply that scale will ever read anything else.
Right, but I think what Ryden's saying is if it's not a straight line, then you wouldn't actually be going side to side. You'd be going up or down at some point.
And actually setting a straight line really isn't all that difficult. It's not all that difficult.
No, a straight line, as opposed to the aerial view is quite easy,
Over 10 kilometers is pretty difficult, man.
Yeah.
You just do,
it's not going to be dinky die, but it doesn't.
Yeah. You just do it half a kilometre or a kilometre at a time. That's all you got to
do you reckon that'd take to bang in posts half a kilometre at a time for 10 kilometres?
Yeah, well, you're not
They're
worried
not
about
banged in,
you're not worried about up or
sinking
down,
them.
right?
Yeah.
You know, you're just worried about the left to right, and
Well,
you know, you should be able to get it pretty spot on, to
yeah, I
to
think,
to to negate any sort of sideways arc.
yeah. Yeah, so, well, because I do think you are worried about up and down, because what you've got to try to do, as far as I can tell, and I started trying to do this on a map last time we had this discussion, is get 10 kilometres in a dead straight line that doesn't have either end way up in the dunes while the middle bit is lapping at the shore. So you're
Yeah, no,
trying to
obviously
figure out
all points need to be at water level, otherwise it's pointless. Yes, of course.
Yeah. So
There is a stretch, but it will be a case of there will be a slight arc. It's not going to be dinky diet. There will be a slight arc, but like the curvature of the Earth, for example, is more than the arc. And again, I put to you, if we're on a flat plane, we have an arc, then before there's any downward, like any downward force on those scales would have to all be pulled 90 degrees on the posts, and then tension would have to come up, and then they would start registering a sideways force above zero. Like they don't register any forces until they actually are pulled in a straight line. So pulling them sideways just makes them move at an angle until they settle at whatever angle they're going to be at, and then tension's applied, and then they start reading more than zero. So on a flat plane, if you think about it, let's just say it is flat, each one of these posts, if it is a slight curve, which it will be, each one of these theoretical hanging weights will pull 90 degrees fucking across, won't it? Literally pull sideways as tension comes up. Obviously, there's sag and.
So you're saying there is going to be when you keep saying there's going to be a curve, you mean there is going to be a curve left to right in the posts?
Yes, there is going to be an arc. Definitely.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, look, it's 10 kilometers. How are you going to even verify that it's straight anyway? You can't even see the end of the other post. Like, you can only do it from one to one and then hope that, you've done the right thing straight. Say that again.
I'd try. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how meaningful the result's going to be if it's curved. I think if you come back with a positive reading in the middle and say approved globe, I think a lot of flat earthers will say, no, you just measured the curve left to right.
Well, they'd be denying physics. Because if they're going to say that the scale that's designed to measure a downward force didn't get pulled sideways by the apparent force that is you're claiming is a sideways force that somehow, like the actual, like, do you not understand that if it's going to be measuring a sideways force, the device itself would have to be on a different angle away from the post? It couldn't be pointing straight down plumb, could it?
No, that's right. It would be leaning out to the side, but the force,
a clear indication.
It's only going to lean out away from the post when a force is being applied to it, and it would be impossible to tell whether the force is downwards or sideways because it's just going to be pulling somewhat sideways.
No, but what I'm saying,
what you could be guaranteed is that some of it is sideways if it's not pulling straight down.
Of course. So if there's some sideways component and some down and down component, we know that there's a bit of both. So we know there's down and we know there's some side. We can't say it's all side, can we?
Okay. So if it is pulling out a bit sideways from the post, and we measure a number, let's go back to number 12 because for some reason I love that number. How will you say that some of that was down and some of that was the side? How will you determine that?
Well, because let's just say, go back to what I just said before. For example, an angle of the device. If the device isn't pulling plumb, it's pulling to an angle, we'll be able to see that there is some sideways component.
But that's what I'm asking is, if it's hung up and down and it is pulling somewhat sideways and measuring a force, and that force is 12,
how will you know how much of that was sideways force and how much of that was vertical?
Well,
With a
it's
drone.
sort of irrelevant if the weight of it is going to be pulling more down than the weight of the rope can be pulling down. Which is our threshold.
I guess I'm not able to make my question clear.
So
sideways relative to what? The post or earth? Sort of this vertical, straight vertical would be if you got that 10 kilometers dead straight, no deviation left or right, and it pulled straight down, that'd be great. But I'm saying, what if it's pulling out to the side a bit? How do you know how much of that to cancel off to say this is the curve of Earth?
So White, if you were to run the line out to what you think was as straight as possible, and then you before you even set the scales, all right, you put tension in that rope, right? Quite a bit, underneath the braking strain of it. Now that is going to alleviate then some of the sideways movement because you are straightening the rope to start off with, and then you go set the scales.
Well, yeah. So bring up all the slack before the scales are set. Is that what you?
Exactly right. So then that line then is. So you put a fair bit of tension. So work out.
Make it nice and taut.
Yeah, make it nice and taut. So you've alleviated
Preload it.
a lot of that sideways movement, and then once you've done that, right, slacken it, and then go set the scales after that's done.
Well, I still think that both forces would just apply at the same rate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to negate what some of the objections may be, is all, mate.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I think again, if there's any sideways pulling, there will be if there's a slight arc. The devices themselves would be moved from vertical, and let's just say again, if it's flat, they'll be moved substantially, right? Because it'll all try and pull. If there's a slight arc, they'll all try and pull sideways. And if it's a curve, I'll give eggshells that there is obviously some component of sideways force, but the amount of bend is insignificant compared to the geometry of the curvature.
And if you were to get at each of these points, right, where the scales are going to be, instead of setting it on, if you had two scales, for argument's sake, and a bar running across the top of those two scales. Okay, so the rope is now draped over that bar, and you've got a scale either side of those. You know what I'm saying? So then that sideways pressure or any force, it'll just be running across the top of the bar. You won't get the pulling on the scale.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. Something that would allow lateral movement. I almost think what you need to be doing is pulling the rope fully taut and then hammering your posts in dead along that line that it's already on, and then setting up the scales to that so that you've zeroed out any curve to it. I don't think there is a perfect way to get a meaningful result if there is left to right curve.
No, I personally still do, because the geometry is down and slightly across, and therefore anything more than what we're expecting down is still a function of geometry, because that cannot physically happen on a flat plane.
Yeah.
Right. There's either geometry there or there's not, and you're trying to suggest that if it's a flat plane and there happens, I'm just putting this out there, if it happens to be a flat plane and there's a little bit of an arc in my line, we potentially could register downward force that we would confuse the curvature. Now that's not possible.
Yeah. The sideways pressure would be less than the downwards pressure.
Way less.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, for argument's sake, also eggshells, there's probably 8 kilometers of this that I could do dead straight. It's just that last 2 kilometers, if I wanted to put it at either end, that would start the arc. And I'll have the ability to do it. But I'll have that
that's
ability.
what
I
I'd
will
do.
have
If you
that
can do
ability
it
to
dead
do that.
straight. Yeah, that'd yeah. If you know you can get it dead straight and you can do it dead straight, I'd be doing that.
I don't think it makes a difference really. Like your findings will still be legit if you do 8 or 10 kilometers.
Yeah, but if you
I'd
think
still be
about
doing
the
that.
maths of it, the fact that it's 2 kilometers shorter reduces that 1.97 meter fucking hump like by a fair bit, and that does increase the attention required to get a force. So that's why I chose 10. Like obviously more is better, makes it all a bit easier. But yeah, 10 is really that borderline of going, how much force can I put in this? How much geometry is involved? All of that stuff. Yeah, because I think
Is there-
5 kilometers is under a meter. You know.
Is there another way to do it where I hate to just throw this out there, but like, is there a way to do it where you start the rope off always tense, and then you just drive your Jeep forward?
Well, that's how I'll lay it out. Like it'll be spooled up, and I'll tie it off to one post, go and lay it all out, like with the ute.
But why not just always keep it tense?
Well, look, it'll be as tense as it can be. Yeah, I'm not going to just let it be all over the beach. It'll be fairly straight, man. Yeah, when I lay it out. Yep.
Be good if you could find like a 10-mile stretch of pretty much as flat as you can get, unused railway in a straight ass line, because then you could have that line just resting on the on the what do you call the wood that goes across the tracks?
Yeah, but we don't have water level there, mate. We need water level to establish what is either a curved level or a flat level. You know what I mean? It's all based on water level. Because topography can be changing, whereas if the Earth is curved, the oceans have to be fucking curved. There's no two ways about it. That's why we're using water level and not a freshwater lake, because that could have different anomalies. It's the ocean. Has to.
Feel like you could do a canal or something where it'd take you, because I'm just staggered at the idea of, I've only done bits of fencing, and granted this is not fencing, but like it's kind of similar, banging in posts and trying to get it dead straight. And what
We're not
like
banging
10
in posts.
fencing for a professional team?
No, we're not fencing.
Like I know, take time out for
have you
not
ever
building up.
have you seen?
But add time in
Just
because you've got total, amateurs, people who haven't done it before. And
okay, I've done it.
You've done fencing?
I've done exactly what I'm going to be going to. I've sunk lots of posts in the beach. An estuary has had many posts put in by me, and you don't bang them. You use a water jet. All right, you just spray the water down and moves the sand out the way. The post goes down fucking within seconds, and you stop the water and it fucking sets. Right, so it's going to take all of 10 minutes each post, and I have to do that because I need to be able to pull them back out. The council want me to pull them back out, so I need the jets to do it. So each post will have a hole down the middle of it where I connect the hose and put it straight in. Boom.
So 10 minutes per post. How many posts? One per
I'll give it half an hour. Who cares? Hey?
Okay, so half an hour per post, one per kilometre, one post per kilometre?
Yep. All done the day before or a couple of days before, so they can sort of settle in if need be.
That's 5 hours right there.
Yeah. I'm not charging you for my time.
No, I'm just trying to figure out between tides. Tides happen like that's 5/6 of your time between tides, isn't it? Tides are about 6 hours apart usually.
Yeah, but I can put these posts in over a week if I need to. Like at the end of the day, that's not an issue. The experiment itself needs to be done in one go between tides.
I was
Yes.
misunderstanding that you were turning up on the morning and putting the posts in and doing the whole bit.
Oh God, no. Fuck.
That sounds good.
I'd need a team of people that could all sync posts, man.
Like,
Fuck,
I was
no,
gonna
that
say,
couldn't
like,
happen.
how many people is gonna be in your team?
Oh, look, I would imagine at least 10. I've got 10 people that can very easily already. So
if you give me warning
more
about
the
when it's
merrier at the
happening,
end of the day. But 10 is enough to do
I
You
it
might
got
be able
11
to.
now.
because I
Looks like,
want
looks like
people
you
on
got
each
11.
post.
Got riding here.
Oh, look, yeah, there'll be more. There'll be hundreds of people on the day because as I sync posts, people are going to go, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm going to say, "Hey, I'm testing some the integrity of some rope," and that's what it'll be. It'll be about rope tension tests.
Did you get T-shirts made for
There we go.
everyone to wear?
No, there won't be T-shirts, man. If someone else wants to fucking ride the financial wave of it, they can, but I won't be doing that. I'm sure there'll be tweakers out there that want to buy a T-shirt.
That's true. If you make them, people will buy them too.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun.
Well,
I'd
would you
fucking
buy
make
one?
them.
Would I
Cool.
buy? If I was there, and I probably would buy one.
You can't have 10 people turn up and not be wearing the same shirt.
That's what I'm saying. You should have T-shirts.
Sacrilege. You gotta listen to
No,
Branch
it's
on
not
this.
my aim. My aim is just to get this done and prove something to myself and anyone else who cares or not. That's my aim. I'll take a video because people want it, obviously, and anyone else who's taking videos can do that. There is a university involved, a team of people from there, and I'd like them to make it as scientific as possible, but that's entirely up to them. And they'll be recording things as well. So,
Yo, forget T-shirts. Get custom-made high-res vests.
Yeah. Awesome.
Those
That'd
probably
be
more
awesome.
expensive. A lot more
Call it
expensive.
white cheese cutting test. WCCT.
No, it's force the curve. That's all it is. We're just forcing the curve. It's either there or it's not.
Forcing the curve. Cut the cheese. Fart in the bed.
Cutting the cheese. Fuck. That sounds like someone's dropping a fart.
Look, you don't have to call it that, but I'll turn up anyway if you want. If you want the, I
With a cutting the cheese T-shirt on.
Dropping the fart is pretty
Hey, from where you are, you should just be able to drive along the beach all the way down. I'm joking, of course.
That will be my car's good. It's not that good for that. That kind of off-roading is a bit too serious for me. Need a rock crawler for that.
I like the name though, Forcing the Curve.
Forcing the curve is good.
I
FTC.
appreciate the double
I
entendre.
prefer dropping the fart, to be honest with you. It's way better.
I prefer snapping the branch.
Ah.
I apologize, I was a little too aggressive. Forgive me.
I know, it's trying to kill me and shit.
So how's everyone doing?
Meow.
Yeah. My cat's in heat
Now
right
Sean
now.
G's gone. Sean G had me going before. Right off.
I think
My
it's a
cat's
great
in heat
idea.
right now.
I think it's a really
Sorry, go ahead.
ingenious test, and I really want you to do it.
I will.
I think it's
Where are you doing
full of,
it?
like,
God willing.
logistical challenges, which is also quite fun and difficult.
You say you're from Florida?
Yeah, from Florida.
Nah, for
Genuine
real, where you doing
Floridian.
it?
No, in Australia, mate. South Australia, to be precise.
But he is a Florida. He catches the waves. You know, he's a flow rider.
Florida, yeah. Our city does actually fluoridate the
I don't know why I thought you was in Florida for some reason. On Australia and Florida, and I was thinking, how is riding gonna get up there?
You were in your mind thinking, fuck, is there some sort of path I don't know about? That's pretty funny, man. A rock crawler. That would have had you going even more. Yeah, bad luck.
So Waz will come join you, right, Waz?
Yeah, there's a few. Bandy?
What? I was reading something. What do you say?
You're gonna help drop the fart, right?
I've got plenty of farts.
There you go.
He's
There
even
you
broken
go.
the branch. Sorry, snapped the branch or two.
Yo, I might come through too if someone wants to put me up. Give me a couch to crash on.
Well, I suppose.
Where are you
Double
doing?
and triple jabbed, you'll be
Where are
able
you
to
doing
visit.
this, mate?
Someone's away, but I did the couch.
Where are you doing your saggy rope experiment?
Down on the beach, South Australia.
Oh, nah, too far for me. Couldn't be bothered driving 8 hours. It's not too
Where
far.
was?
Melbourne, up the road from Merle. North
Okay,
Dandenong.
right. Yeah, no, it's not too far at all.
Mo would drive down where there was.
It's over, drive across.
Oh, okay.
Adelaide's a little bit higher in altitude.
Is Adelaide
I
that
mean, in
far from
latitude.
Melbourne? I thought it was quite close. I thought it was like
Melbourne,
4 hours away.
Melbourne to Adelaide's about 8 hours, maybe 9 if you're having a break.
Australia's stupidly big, isn't it?
It is big, definitely.
Yes, it is.
She always just goes on about it. Every time we drive across. She loves how big it is.
Well, once Kosho wins this 10 grand, he can probably pay for all of us to go.
10 grand? What's happening? What?
10
Where?
grand Bitcoin.
Oh, in it? Oh, fucking hell, what's that? Half a Bitcoin? No, not even.
So you're going to run the line first so you can get it fairly straight, and then you're going to know where you're going to put the posts, right?
No. No, the posts will be put in as straight as we can put them in. Like, that's just how that'll be. Come test day, the line will go out along the posts. We'll put all the devices on the posts at water level, wherever we've marked that off. Because once we've got water level, the tide can go out. We don't need to worry about the water after that. So we just mount the devices on the posts, run the line.
So you just
give it some tension.
So you just drive up the beach, and where your tire track is, that you just keep them all on one tire track.
No, that wasn't the plan. I'll do what you do with fencing and line 2 or 3 of them up. I do the next one and then use the previous 3 to line the next one up, and I'll do that all the way as far as I can to get them as in line as I can. And as I've said, about 8 kilometres will be true. It's really more than likely only the last 2 kilometres if I choose to make it one end a bit more curved than both ends a little bit curved. Like, I'm still trying to work that sort of things out. But as I said before, both utes can drive into the 8 kilometre mark on each side and pull it as true as can be at 8 kilometres, as well as, and even 5 kilometres. If we haven't broken the line, we're still not getting measurements, we might be able to go to 5 kilometres and try that. Who knows? And if the tide starts coming in, we can just pull the line out and drive up the beach. The next day comes along, try again if there's need to try again. It's not the end of the world. We can all camp on the beach, catch some mulloway while we're there, have a good time with it.
It'd be cool if you had 2 lines that were just spaced like, I don't know, 200 millimeter apart from each other, and then you could see if there was any sideways movement as well, because they would be comparable.
Yeah, look, it might be possible in my investigation to devices for measuring that I do find something that's actually able to be a little bit more dynamic in terms of direction and forces, which would be fantastic. Like, it'd be good if I could get something that's digital and does actually have some sort of directional to it, because that way it can all go into a database and be logged properly. Because the profiles that we would get if we do actually get some downward pressure, the varying heights of B, would be much better to see the format or logged like that, as opposed to weights from scale, piece of paper, plotted on a graph. But yeah, I'm not that fancy, so someone else would have to be involved.
So how do you guys feel
acting up
about?
for anyone else? Like, are they getting disconnected and reconnected and shit?
Not fine here. How do you guys feel about Putin recognizing Donetsk and Lugansk?
What?
Putin recognized the two, like the Donbass regions. There's two different like people's republics that he recognized as being independent now in eastern Ukraine. They've been like, you know, basically rebelling since, you know, for the past like 10 years or something more.
No, I don't know about that stuff too much, man.
Is this to de-escalate things? You think, or what?
Well, I think so. I think there's, you know, that it's probably a good move because these like these regions, basically this Donbass region, they've been like in conflict since like 2014. They had like the Minsk agreements that kind of failed, and so the alternative is either to leave them kind of like this, you know, in the strife, or that it escalates to civil war, or that they become independent, or that Russia annexes them, which he didn't do. You know, they identify a lot with Russia more than they do with Ukraine. It's kind of like you know, some of the Balkan countries, right? But he didn't, like, you know, take them over or anything. He just recognized them as independent people or republic.
Sounds like a good option. From my little perspective of it all, yeah.
And probably had like agreed with them that, you know, he'll place like, you know, his army or certain forces inside there so as to, you know, guarantee the security of those countries and get, like, you know, a better position against Ukraine if, you know, it were to escalate. But I don't think he intends to. Yeah, I don't think he intends to go into Ukraine at all.
You think things would have been different if Trump was elected? With the Ukraine situation.
Not like really, but in terms of the sentiment, like the Western sentiment about, you know, him being a warmonger and trying to just, like, you know, attack Ukraine and, you know, this sort of thing, I don't think that sentiment would be. That's like a lot of fake news driven, and, you know, Biden kind of plays into that.
Yeah, it's a hard one to think about who would have handled it better.
But whenever I watch,
they all
like,
play
those
for the same
speeches, I'm
people.
like, this guy's a G, man.
Who, Biden?
Not Putin.
Yeah, but I just see it as controlled opposition.
You know
Just
what,
plays
man?
the good guy, bad guy card. Like, yeah.
I kind of agree with that.
All
He
the
is kind of a
stage.
G. Like, he just don't give a fuck. And you know what? Honestly, if you think about it, what's the worst that could happen for him? He backs off and says, "All right."
He plays a good character. Do that. He follows the script, plays his character very well.
Is he playing character though?
Well, just think of it as a movie where there's, you know, there's like the evil genius.
No, I'm with you. But
just,
you know how they say,
yeah,
you
okay.
fake it till you make it. Like, hasn't he? If he was playing a character, hasn't he been playing it enough for this to be him now?
No. He's playing a character that he's basically instructed to play. He's not playing a character and being deceitful to other people, like that are above him. Like, he's playing a designed character.
Even so,
like they all are.
If he was playing that character, at some point, don't you think the external would, you know, incorporate internally?
Elaborate how.
Like if he was given a role, don't you think the fact that he's been doing it so long that is him now?
Well,
Kind of like
that
someone
all
that goes
depends
undercover.
how
Like
much you get into the role, you know?
imagine someone that goes undercover and they're undercover for years and years and years. You know, they basically become that person.
Yeah, but you're suggesting that some people might forget themselves and become that person, but that's not everyone. There are people who can very much be well aware of what their true identity is, and that they're just playing a role, and they've been doing it for years. Like that's a psychological thing.
I know. I feel like it'll be hard to fight. You know, the longer it goes on.
That's if it's the same person, though, right? It could have been clones that they've been switching in and out.
Don't go Dallas on us.
No, it's like Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand. You know, she's been well and truly conditioned to do what she's done and doing. She's, gone to all the right schools at the World Economic Forum, just as Trudeau and all these other people have to be groomed to be world leaders. And lo and behold, all these years later, look, they're fucking world leaders. They're doing exactly what they're told to do. Now, does she believe in the character she's been chosen to play, or is she just happy to go along with the whole script and play the role because it's in her interest? And is she the same person when she tunes out with her husband at the end of the day? Does she say, "Oh yeah, thank God for these vaccines, they're saving our lives," or does she kick back with her husband at the end of the night each night and have a fucking good old laugh? Like, I think she's laughing. I don't think she's thanking vaccine efficacy at the end of the night. Like that's what these people know who they are. They're playing a role. They're playing it very well. For you to think Putin's some sort of fucking genius or a good guy, he's playing it super well.
I said he was a G, not a genius.
Oh, gee. My bad. I thought you said it was really clever. That's why I said it's scripted. It's not him at all. He's just being told to do shit. Yeah, my bad. That was a tangent we didn't need to go down.
All good. All G.
Oh, gee. I don't think it bodes Biden actually tries to or does really anywhere over there. I think shit will hit the better. Be the distraction. Didn't happen before I do my test, the fuckers. Imagine that war breaks out, they're all primed up, ready to get fucking nukes are in the air. Obviously, they'd want to stop this test cost because, let's face it, it's definitive.
making a Japanese sword.
You're making one.
No, I thought sounded like someone was sharpening a knife.
Oh yeah, I was shopping. You fucked it with talk of Putin. think most of the test is because it goes the opposite to gravity. It goes with gravity, the opposite to most line tests. And almost all breaking strain tests, sag calculation, tension, pretty much everything in the world of physics is all about suspending between two sag and this does the opposite to that. And I think that's where all of those calculations go out the window. Now it comes down purely to a mathematical maybe of is there enough tension to get in? And because it's just mathematical, because no one's really certain, because there are no real formulas for it per se, it's an unknown. So I'm being encouraged to do it. Because for some people, I think they want validation that the maths was accurate. Lo and behold, look what we got. And for some people, I think it's a, hey, yeah, let's, like an integrity thing, an honesty. Let's put this math to the challenge. Because here's what the math says. It'd be great. Confirmed it or denied it. Challenged. Obviously, raising A and B up to 1 meter, 2 meters brings in the sag, of course.
I mean, I think it's going to be a shame if you don't have T-shirts, though. This could be one of the greatest
Yeah,
moments.
I'll have to think of.
It could be one of the greatest moments in the history of the world, and you guys won't have matching T-shirts on.
I wouldn't go that far, but if you want to do t-shirts, mate, I'll let you be the exclusive t-shirt man, alright?
Are you sure? Because the type of T-shirt I'll design, I'm not sure if you're going to want to wear it. But if you...
What would their T-shirt say?
Well, I'm not going to put the fucking t-shirt on. You can sell it to whoever wants to buy it. I'm buying your t-shirt.
No, I'm not talking about selling T-shirts. I actually just mean for the people doing the experiment. People that are on your team.
No, we don't need t-shirts, mate. It's probably going to be cold, so probably jackets. So there won't be any point in having t-shirts. Hopefully the sun comes out.
Hey, Kosho, is your Discord playing up? I don't know. Your Kosho was asking if you can change the region.
We've got a question. I didn't quite hear.
Yeah, he's saying that he can't get into the server, and I can't get in either. I've got to go on a separate network to get in.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
You around, Gio?
Yeah, I'm here.
So both me and Kosho can't get in. I'm on a different network altogether, but on my home network I can't get in.
Get
It's
into
just
the whole
your
server?
I can get into other servers just fine.
Uh-oh.
So he's asking if you can change the server.
The only thing you can set is the individual channel server override. And right now, this live stream is on United States East, US East.
Are the other ones on United States East?
I believe they all are right now, yeah.
Can you just change one of them so I can see if I can get into that one?
Okay, I'll change live stream to what? To Central, maybe?
Okay, let me make sure I can't get in first.
Push it at branch, tell them. Just told everyone.
There could be some Discord outage or something as well.
There's a few people that I watch a few live streams of, and all of them, bar one, have been having problems with their audio issues through StreamYard Restream, which is interesting. They can't all be having hardware issues at the same time, that's for sure.
Is anyone talking?
No.
Just you.
I'm talking right now. Hear me?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just seeing if there were any issues for me, okay, but fine.
I think I'm going to actually ask a surveyor to actually come down and to go from post A to post B. I'll see if I can get someone to do it just out of their heart, curiosity. They don't want to charge me for it for the sake of experiment. To go from point A to point B and daisy chain as much as they need to. And then, given that we know points A and B would be a set height, for example, above water level, right? It would be interesting to see how close a surveyor would actually get point A, setting a horizontal line, and then actually trying to get to point B, and how far off they would be without seeing point B. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't see point B. Obviously, you can't see towers, so they wouldn't actually be able to see point B. And as they go daisy chaining, obviously it would come into view, but they themselves wouldn't actually be able to see the mark on the post that's a certain height. And then they get to a certain mark on the post, obviously, and then we'd be able to actually see how far off they physically are from fucking an actual horizontal line. Which I think is actually, and it wouldn't actually have to be horizontal from point A. You'd probably go plumb from point A, work out the angle A's plumb line B would be, right? That'll be a certain angle based on the geometry below, and you'd set that as your plane, and then you daisy chain along to try and extend that out. And if you got to point B, like, you know, within the set margin of error, then obviously fucking and surveying works as accurately as they claim over the distance, 10Ks. But I bet you they won't be closest. I think I'll try. Obviously, on a flat plane, points A and B, the plumbs are both parallel. So once you set your horizontal plane from point A, if we were on a plane, that horizontal plane would obviously match up perfectly with whatever height we set point A at over there at point B. We're all on a plane. But the Earth is points A and B actually away from with the plumb lines. So a horizontal plane from point A won't match the horizontal point B. So we'd actually have to calculate the angle down from zenith to where point B would actually achieve a straight line and get the surveyor to map that line out, that plane. I wonder if they could do that. Where's Rakia? Ben Sorkin. Sean G. I'll even take you right. At times.
This is a golden opportunity, guys, to talk shit about Kosho and Branch while I can't hear.
What I've just suggested is actually fucking brilliant in itself. Did anyone listen to what I just fucking said about the surveyor and shit?
Not really. Say it again.
Theoretically, like create a horizontal line or any line in virtual 3D space, extend that out as far as they need to. Here. Pretty sure it's the case. Right, exactly. Someone in it. Yeah, no, that's fucking brilliant. Might not even need to pull a line.
Now I can't tell if White's is cutting out.
Oh, I must be because I've just been non-stop talking.
I've only heard little sections of it.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, there's something going on there.
Well,
really important too. God damn it.
Well, I just changed the server to US Central for this channel. But just maybe start over and let's see because yeah, I wanted to hear what you were saying.
I'm not sure where you get up to, but basically I'm thinking of getting a surveyor in as well on the day I do the test to set himself up from A and like assume that we're on a globe. So he'll calculate from his zenith, like he'll set plumb at point A at say start from say a 2.5 meter height, for example, off of sea level. We'll go from zenith, calculate the angle that it would be from zenith to actually be pointing directly at 2.5 meter high mark. Right? He doesn't need to see it, obviously. He won't be able to see it. It's 10 away. But with geometry from zenith, you'll be able to work out the exact angle it to be at the set distance away, be pointing in a straight line to that 2.5 meter. Are you with me so far? All good. Type it out. Typing.
Well, you were breaking up a little bit. Now I just changed it to US West. So let's try West. I don't know if you breaking up had to do with changing it to Central, but try to speak.
Yeah, this will be the third time The third
see,
time.
It sounds better now. See, that's funny. The central didn't sound good. You sounded distant and breaking up. Now you sound good. I've got it on US West now.
West Coast.
Yeah, you're coming through clear now. It got closer to you.
Beautiful. Awesome. All right. That's funny. Okay. I'm going to get a surveyor, hopefully, to some time and come to my beach test. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. Right, good. So the guy's going to come down. He's going to set up at point A. Going to get a plumb at point A. He is going to assume, of course, that the Earth is curved, right? So from water level at point A, going to measure up his device 2.5 meters, or up the post 2.5 meters. He is going to create a line from that point to the same point post at point B. So obviously he can't see point B kilometers away, like post B, he can't see it. But if you look at the geometry of Earth from his zenith point where he sets up plumb at point, you'll know the exact angle from zenith that it would be down to where point B would be at 2.5 meters. So he would be able to measure that angle down from zenith and go, right, so here's my horizontal. Even though it's not perpendicular to plumb, created a line that he wants to extend out 10 kilometers away. So I'm going to try and get someone to daisy chain their way and try and create as straight a line as they can on that angle, that plane that I've set. And as he goes along the 10 kilometers, there will come a point where obviously the point B post comes into, but he won't see where 2.5 meters is on that post. So he'll just be working his way along. And if he gets to a point on that post where he marks off, and it happens to be fucking 2.6 or 2.4 or whatever it is within his margin of error, then I would then personally be very confident that they've just verified that surveying is indeed able to do what they claim over a long distance by extending very accurate short distances and daisy chaining along. But I don't think they'll achieve that. I think if you tried to do that, they'd be way off. But do you think that's a good verification of surveying? To go from one point to another at the same height above sea level, but making sure it's not fucking perpendicular to plumb. Could be good anyway.
Yeah, you're saying just making like just a straight horizontal without necessarily comparing it to a plumb.
Correct. Well, you'd need your plumb obviously to set where that horizontal is. Obviously, it's not perpendicular, but just so you've got the right angle from zenith, assuming it's a sphere. It's like, you compare what I'm saying to a flat plane. Again, let's say it's a flat plane. You've got point A, you've set up your device, got your plumb. Now, we know on a flat plane that it would be exactly 90 degrees. Go across to the same point 10 kilometers away, wouldn't it?
The whole way, yeah. Yep.
Right. So we know it's exactly 90. So on a ball, they would have to calculate a slightly greater angle, arcing away or leaning away from each other. They would have a slightly greater angle to actually achieve a direct line straight over the top of point C at 2 meters, straight across to point B at 2.5. Right. So by doing that, they were to actually daisy chain that on a flat plane, it would go straight into the, wouldn't it? Or okay, maybe not straight into the ground, but it will be below the 2.5 meter mark, depending on how extreme it was. It would either be on that post below it, or it would be into the surface of the Earth. But on a sphere, obviously it should daisy chain all the way to the 2.5 meter mark or within the error margin of laying equipment.
I think that would be cool to add. Yeah, if you could get some of those, because with the posts like that, you can do markings on the post as well. So like you could use the you could have the surveying to kind of double check everything, and that might help with keeping the posts straight as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I think just quietly, I think the principle behind what I'm suggesting is being missed, even by myself. The way I just explained it then, it's actually very interesting because if we assume we're on a ball and they actually try, like the surveyor starts at point A and he tries to actually follow a straight line from point A to point B at the same height, and we are indeed on a flat Earth, then it will actually very quickly be very evident that his line is not going in the direction that it should be. You know what I'm saying?
This is, yeah, I get what you're saying. This is quite possibly the biggest flat Earth experiment ever done, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. I think the fucking rectilineator fucking one was pretty big.
How big was
It
that?
took a lot of people, and
What
it
I
was a
mean
lot of
big,
people, a lot
I
of
mean
money,
like,
and
I actually mean big as in size big, not amount of people big.
10 kilometers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think.
I'll say this, man, don't sell out. Like if people from FE Core reach out and want to become more part of it and stuff, don't just deny them, but don't let them take it over, type of thing, you know.
Oh, mate. Not that I think they would want to. They might, like, if they think there's anything to this, they might try and replicate it themselves, and all the power to them.
Well, the good thing about doing it on
Very,
Australia
very-
is you're kind of out of reach for most of them anyway.
Yeah, but there's plenty of beach. Well, I won't say plenty, but there's some beaches over there that they could do the same thing if they wanted to.
I can't see somebody being able to do this on an American beach for 10 kilometers. You know what I'm saying, Gio?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're saying to find a beach that long?
Not to find a beach that long, but to have 10 kilometers of space and not have people fuck around with it, and I think it'd be a lot harder in America.
You can do this in Virginia Beach area, but I posted my notes by word finally.
Say that again, mate. Posted some.
Those some calculations, Kojo?
Yeah, and again, see, you're using formulas that are account for going against the SAG and all that sort. I'm doing the opposite.
No. This is
And
this
I'm
is
not.
this is the equation to make the rope straight.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that against gravity. But look, I appreciate what you've put in, and I really hope that for you that your maths is all confirmed. Like, you get to actually be validated, and yeah, I don't want to argue over the maths. At the end of the day, I believe you've got the wrong stuff there. It's not quite the right calculation of my application.
Why do you think gravity is not going to be involved? Doesn't I mean whatever you call the weight of the rope, that's what that's what you're working against.
Sort of.
So basically, the sand would be supporting 127. Was that million or is that billion?
Say again?
The sand that the rope lays on, because of gravity, would be supporting 127 billion newtons.
127,000 newtons.
Oh, 1,000.
in order to pull.
Oh, sorry. There's a dot there. My bad.
Yeah, in order to pull that rope to the point where it was not perfectly straight, but straight enough to where there was less than that 2 meter sag, which is what you would have to do to overcome the sagittal. It would have to be pulled at that strength.
No, but mine's the opposite. It doesn't need to be pulled to that strength. I'm not even trying to get it to like anyway, we'll see. I really don't want to talk about it. Can you find one that's the opposite that represents what I'm actually doing?
There's no opposite. It's just the same thing. It's always the same thing. If it's laying on a scale, then it's laying on the scale. It's laying it flat, straight, and you're gonna pull it, and you're gonna keep pulling it until it's so straight that there's less than 2 meter gap there. Because if
but you're supporting the whole line here. You're literally supporting the whole line, and as you pull it, you're pulling like the whole weight of gravity pulling on every section of that line in the downward direction is countering against what you're trying to do. I'm doing the opposite of that.
That's always going to be the case.
Well, he just wants to see. He doesn't want the line to actually get completely taut. He just wants to see if in the middle of the line, if there's a slightly greater downward force than on the.
Exactly. I'm saying this is the equation to get the rope taut enough to where there's less than 2 meters in between one end and the other. It's not just about the weight of the rope, but in order to do that, you're going to be working against the weight of the rope.
Okay, I don't agree, but 127,000 newtons or 128,000. What's that in kilograms? Can you work that out for me quickly? Is that just divided by 10? Is it newtons to kilograms is divided by 10?
Something like that. Let's see.
Obviously, substantial more kilograms than I've got room for in your calculation.
Are you holding the rope from both sides and seeing if it falls down in the middle? Is that what you're doing?
Well, not falls down, but pulls down. Yeah, if that's what you.
Well, the rope would pull down in the middle, but if you held it in the middle, it would pull down on both ends, right? Same thing, but opposite.
The rope is on the ground. It's just being pulled taut against the surface of the earth to see whether there's a force because of a curve or whether there's no change, meaning it's not
How long is this rope?
Curvature geometry.
10 kilometers. There's a 2 meter hump in the middle.
Tell me about this hump. What's this about a hump?
Okay, man, where have you been? So you got water level, picture water level, but on a beach. Okay, so we've got hard ground, got water level established. We've got a 10 kilometer stretch of beach from point A to point B with each end, right, along the surface. In the middle of those two is a 2 meter high earth hump, right? If you were to picture a straight line between points A and B, it would go straight through the earth, a 2 meter hump of earth.
That's the curvature. Yeah? That's the earth curvature you're calculating from the globe model.
Yeah. So as the globe model would suggest, based on sea level, like mean sea level.
Can you put that? Yeah? Can you put that in feet and miles? So I know.
10 kilometers, I think 6 point something miles, and 2 meters is 7 feet, basically under 7 feet.
Yeah, Kosho, I see what you did, Kosho.
Let me check it with my calculator. Hang on a second.
How strong is the how much weight can you said the rope can hold?
1,200 kilograms. 1,000.
And how much does it weigh completely?
Well, weigh?
Yeah, like the whole 10 kilometers.
300 kilograms.
You know what's funny is I bet we can work out a way that the rope, the tensile strength, and the weight ratio would be measurable, would make this measurable. But according to this,
They tell me the
it's
height in
10 times
meters.
too weak.
Sorry, Kosher. What
Is
the
it
last bit?
is it an observation or is it a physical curvature? There's no height. There's zero height then, right? How long is the rope?
10 kilometers
in meters.
10,000 meters.
10 kilometers. I'll put 0. So 0 height, right?
Yeah, but what you want to do, if you think about it, is you want to be in the middle and go 5 kilometers each way so that you can get your drop from the top of. So everywhere you stand, at the top of the circle. So you want to go 5 kilometers either way and then take that drop.
Oh shit! I forgot. Hold on, I gotta recalculate this.
Guys, I got to put your thinking.
Are you gonna make sure you bring a bottle of champagne with you, just in
I
case?
have 7.8 meters hidden height over 10 kilometers. Does that make sense? 7.8 meters. Is that what you got?
It's not doing hidden height though.
What you want to do is go
That would be
5
the
kilometers
curve,
each
right?
way. So choose 5 kilometers and go, what is the drop at 5 kilometers? It's 1.97 to be precise.
So you said it's got 12.
I have roughly a different number. Hold on.
If you measure 5, that's not the same as 2 5s is not the same as a 10. Okay, here we go.
You're missing the point. When you stand anywhere, you are at the top of the ball. If you want to be at the top of that mound in the middle of a test line, you have to calculate from that center point each way. You can't try and calculate this in one stretch kilometer one end.
Okay, if you're in the
It won't
middle
work.
for 5 kilometers of rope, it's 1.96 feet of curvature. Does that make sense?
Meters.
I'm sorry, meters. 1.9. Is a meter more or less than a foot?
More.
More than a foot. Okay.
1 meter is three and a third feet.
Yeah.
1 yard.
So there's 1.96 meters of curvature on each side of the rope. Now what's your experiment going to do?
So from point A to point B, if you think of point C in the middle, that is 2 meters or 1.7 meters higher than points A and B. So I propose to pull a rope at points A and points B in a horizontal fashion to bring tension at point C. And not just point C, but tension down over the whole land match between points A and B. I'll have 10 posts along that line that will have devices to measure the downward force of the rope if there is any. Now, on a flat plane, obviously the rope just pulls sideways and it's not going to pull down. That would even. But on a curve where point C is 2 meters fucking higher than points A and B, there should be some downward pressure above and beyond the weight of. And that's what forcing the.
I just don't follow you at all. I'm not sure what you're saying. It's the
Okay,
same.
so have you ever tried? Go on.
It's similar flat around because you can use density of gravity, same thing, right? It's gonna pull the same on the rope.
Okay, no.
More in the middle.
No. So do you appreciate that over 10 kilometers, like if we look at a profile picture of the Earth, like just cut the Earth in half sideways at the circle. We've got points A and B on the surface. Point C in the middle is physically 2 meters higher than points A and B. So when I put that line across and I apply tension, that line, due to physics, is going to try and, with the aid of gravity, straighten up. It needs to form the sagittal, because that's what happens when you try and pull something, right? It tries to form a. Now, what's in the way of that rope forming a straight line between points A and B? It's the Earth, because there's curvature apparently. Now, that's different on a flat plane. Between points A and B on the ground, there is no resistance to form the sagittal. It's already straight. But on a curved Earth, it's not straight. And as we pull tension, it'll try and go straight. And as it does, it has to do that with force, because we're applying gravity's forcing it down into the ground. We apply tension. Gravity's going to assist us, as opposed to Kosho's idea that we're trying to lift this rope up somehow against gravity to try and counter all of the weight of the rope now. So it's going to press down as we apply tension. It's going to do nothing if it's not.
Do you understand what you just said about gravity assisting it downwards? That's just that's just its weight. And what you're looking for is its weight plus a downward tension.
Of course.
Right. So
I don't have to resist gravity at all.
Yeah, but you need it to be straight before you can apply that downward tension.
I think he's thinking, but it's not going to work out in reality.
No, the tension and the force are required to get it to go straight. It doesn't start once it's straight.
No, I'm saying before it's straight at all, it's not going to be adding extra weight onto the scale. But while you're pulling,
hang on a minute. Okay, so hang on, fucking. Let's just say I've got a ute, right, or a flatbed truck, however you want to call it, wherever you're. Flatbed truck. It's got a flat tray, and I put some timber on it, and I get a bit of rope. I tie some rope off at one end. I chuck it over and go around the other side, and I get the rope, and I tighten that rope tension. And because it's going over the timber, and that timber is slightly above points A and B, rope, it actually creates some downforce on that timber. Now that rope does not need to be straight. In fact, it works better the bigger the angle. You get more tension. Now, for every little bit of tension I pull on that line sideways, more force applies to my load in the downwards direction, holding it on the back of my truck. Use of friction, obviously. Right? So I'm proposing nothing different. Point C is higher than points A and B. The very second I apply tension, any at all in the lateral direction, physics is applicable and will mean that there has to be downward force above and beyond gravity.
It
has to be the case.
The thing you just explained with the log, with the tension and the two things pulling it, and it not having to be straight, what you're describing is, you're right, there would be tension there. But if it's not straight, then there could very easily be a humped, or like the opposite of the slack in the rope over the log, and it wouldn't be pulling it down.
So I don't understand that. Say that again. So a situation whereby I've chucked rope over the log and I'm applying tension and it's not pulling down. How does that happen? Say that again.
It's not straight. If it's not straight. If we agree it's not straight,
hang on. The only way there is force is if it's not straight.
It's going to straighten out on its own once it's pulled. It's like a game of tug of war.
Yeah, but I'm showing you the equation to make a rope straight. And for lightweight rope,
you're showing an equation to pull a rope.
It's not hard to do, but for heavy rope, it's very difficult to do.
You're showing the wrong equation.
God.
Not the wrong equation.
He's not even thinking. He's not even thinking.
Hang on.
Not at all.
Gio, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Tell me what he's trying to do in layman's terms, please.
How lame.
Here we go. Here's a link.
Dumb,
I'll
dumb
get a
it down
link.
to without
Get a,
physics.
here you go, Goodrick.
Well,
Here's
if I guess if I had to summarize it in 10 seconds, I would say, oh yeah, Ben saw. I think Eggshells made this little presentation thing to look at.
Yeah, forget the little cheese kind of thing, but it kind of is a little bit accurate. But
I'll also post this White's original little sketch. But I mean, essentially, you're just putting a line on the Earth that is on the Earth and pulling it taut. And if it's a globe, it's like cutting a piece of cheese. If it's a globe, it's gonna press into the Earth. If it's a planar Earth, then pulling the line shouldn't change the physics of the rope pushing into the Earth, so you won't get a pressure reading. So it's measuring the Earth with a line directly on the Earth. It's literally a direct measurement of the Earth.
I mean, I get what Coach was saying though. If you start pulling that rope, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get some type of tautness in the rope before that downward force at the top.
you want tautness in the rope.
Right, but as you start pulling, you're gonna get some tautness in the rope, and then if you pull any more, that's when you get a downward reading. But there will be an equilibrium point.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways we were describing it months ago when we were talking about this was if you take like a shoestring on a flat table and you take one end of it, you pinch it with your two fingers, and then you take the other end, pinch it with one with your right hand, one with your left hand, and it's laying on the table, and then you pull it taut. You're not going to get any more pressure pushing on the table. If anything, because your fingers are probably holding it a millimeter off the table, the shoestring is going to lift up a little bit. So, but it's not going to press into the table, that's for sure. But if you have a basketball and you take a shoestring, lay it over, take your two fingers, pinch both sides, you pull that taut, we all know what's going to happen. It's going to press into the basketball.
But again, that's because the shoestring weighs less than a couple grams.
The weight of that doesn't matter. I mean, the weight of the
I know you think that, Gio. I know you think that. I've literally shown you the equation for how to calculate how to make a string or rope straight. That's literally the equation for it. So it indeed includes the weight.
Well, no matter how much you pull it taut, it's not gonna register more than the weight of the rope. If it's a planar type Earth, I mean, a planar reading.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So what you would be looking for is the increase in pressure significantly at those different data points to see if you're measuring an actual pressure of the pressure pushing into it of a curved surface.
No, but like I said, I agree with that 100%. That if you get the increased weight, something greater than the weight, that is a conclusive result. But the opposite, to get not the increased weight, is not conclusive in any way. There's no way to. There's no way to conclude what the shape of the Earth is from getting it less than the weight of the rope.
I mean,
all right. So
I was going to say,
force the curve. It's not a flat Earth test. We're testing the geometry of the globe here. So it's either going to be yes, there's geometry, or no, there's not. It doesn't prove flat Earth. I know
it does. No, I didn't say that. It's not about it not proving the flat Earth. It doesn't disprove the globe. There's no conclusion that can be had if it's less than the weight. So not only doesn't prove flat Earth, it doesn't disprove the globe. The globe is the size that we say it is.
It's a falsification of the globe test.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you that it's not.
It would falsify the globe.
So another way to think about it is the middle of the rope is going to start getting taut before the other end of the rope, the opposite end of the rope from the truck, even experiences anything, right?
No, it's all
because the rope, you put the rope over a scale, so in the middle is going to be the most weight anyways, because it's higher than the other sides. And if you pull it taut, you're taking the weight away from the rope as you pull it taut.
Right, and you're pulling it from one side only. And it's still going to start straightening out, getting taut. The more you pull it, it's going to start getting straighter and more taut, moving up towards the center. It's going to hit the center and get some level of tautness there, before the other end of the rope that's tied to the pole or whatever experiences anything.
We're pulling from both sides at the same time.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know
What
that
kind of
part.
rope is it?
Polypropylene, millimeters thick. Think of your little finger. 1,200 kilos of breaking strain. Weighs 300 kilograms.
I mean, you're probably not going to measure.
Kosho,
You're probably not going to
Oh,
measure the
go on.
entire weight of the rope at any point, because the rope will be half sitting on the ground and half sitting on the scale. So you're not going to probably get any measurement of the entire weight of the rope anywhere along it.
Why would that be the case if you're pulling it taut?
Because even if you pull it taut, it's not going to be up off the ground. It's still going to be
Exactly.
lying partially on the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
So what I would expect if
that's my point, man. That's what I'm saying to you guys.
No, but that doesn't matter, because if you laid this rope out, and let's say it's not completely taut, but at least it's not like a snake wiggling back and forth, okay? At that point, you're going to be able to look at the scales and see what it is. As you pull it taut, the scales are not going to go, they're not going to weigh, if it's a planar earth, they're not going to significantly increase. They're going to either stay the same or even lessen a little bit. That is the difference. If it's the globe reading, you're going to get this significant increase of pressure, and that's what you'd be looking for.
No, but you just said that if you have one in the middle, even if you pull it as tight as you can, there'll be sag on the side, and you're not going to get a weight that's above the weight of the rope, because you're not even going to get the full weight of the rope. That's what you're saying.
But you know the weight. You know the weight on each of those as you start, right? And so the weight can never be more on those scales individually than the weight that is on, like, suspended by those scales.
Yeah.
Like, so let's just say on one particular scale, because it's off the ground a bit, because the earth was a little bit lower than sea level at the time, and let's just say there's 50 meters of rope off of the ground that is suspended by that. We know that 50 meters of rope weighs so much, and therefore, if that scale is showing way more or any more than the weight of that 50-meter length that's off the ground being suspended by that scale actually weighs, then we know that there's a downward force being applied. It can never weigh more than the weight of the rope, unless there's some sort of geometry at play. And we can do this over the whole length, but we don't.
What mechanism are you going to pull the rope apart?
Well, there were two four-wheelers, but yeah, just as I agree with that 1,000 times.
Well, he's going to use pulleys as well, so it's not just four-wheelers, but there's a pulley system.
It's not four-wheeler. A horse.
Tie it to the axle of two cars and drive opposite directions.
No, hydraulic winches mounted to the back of utility trucks,
and pulleys, so that it's a smooth.
Well, to respond to what was just said a second ago, what was said right before that by Gio, he was describing a scenario in which the same conclusion, being that you're not going to receive a weight that is above the weight of the rope, could be had if the Earth is flat, which it would happen, or if it's a globe and the rope is on the scale and being pulled, and also on the ground and the scale not receiving the weight of the rope that's on the ground.
No, but the ground and the scale would experience the geometry of the globe. Both the ground and the scale that tension is going to press into it. So it's going to rub into the sand and it's going to push on the scales.
Yeah, but if you're looking for a weight that's greater than 3,000 kilograms, and a lot of the rope's weight is not being read on the scales, and you're pulling it so that there's pressure being pulled downwards, you're gonna have to be pulling it still greater than the weight of the rope, right? So, what did we say that was before? You said the maximum was 1,200 kilograms or something like that.
The pulling.
Right. So this is what I'm saying: is that if it's not less than it, or I'm sorry, if it's not greater than it, then that result is inconclusive. The only conclusive result is if it's greater than the weight.
What I think it'd be
no.
Yeah.
It only needs to be greater than the amount of rope that is actually off of the ground At no point, Kosho, is all of this rope going to be off of the ground, suspended by the weights. So all we need to do is make sure that the weights represented in total by the scales or whatever devices we've got is heavier than the weight of line that's off of the ground. It's all very easy to work out.
Yeah, that's not. I'm telling you, there's no. You can't get a conclusive result this way, man. By getting not less than the weight. I share with you the equation for how
agree.
I share with you the equation
completely
for how
agree.
to get it taught.
But if we get less than the weight, it will be because there's no geometry.
There's no way.
Because if there is
that.
geometry, we would get more than that.
That's one of the possible reasons why you didn't get more than the weight. The other part of the reason, I mean, there's 5 other reasons. There's no conclusion you can glean from that.
How do you know the surface of the ground will be flat over 10 kilometers?
Because it's a beach. It's going to be as flat as possible. Put it that way. So as the tide comes in, it's got a few discrepancies, a few little gullies where the rips cut out in and out. But it's basically a beautiful, nice flat beach. What I've got to.
And he can measure water level being at the ocean like that.
Yeah, beautiful.
What I was saying would be
as
cool.
close to the ground as possible.
Yeah, what I was saying would be sweet, which I know this takes more money and more kind of orchestration, but if each of the scales was like, digital wireless kind of thing, where you could have like a computer, a live computer, and then you could have however many scales, 10, 15, however many it would be. And then as it's being pulled taut, you could have like a graphic and you could actually see the readings, boom, 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 whether they go up or whether they stay the same. Like that would be so cool to see it done like, live action to see what the rope is doing all the way
along.
It
would be, yeah. Even to have one on the line so we can see how much force we're putting on, tension and
one thing I noticed is you would be able to see if the rope is pushing downward on the scale or if it's hovering above the scale. You'd be able to see that.
Yeah, well, look, with regards to if it's curved and we get downward pressure with the first test, which will be on the ground, we will then raise points A and B up to like a meter, so they'll be off the ground. With which case, at that point, Kosho, we will be starting to lift significant amounts of rope off the ground, well, as much as we can allow for anyway. And we should theoretically start to get a bit of a profile of pressures based on the fact that it's curving and the first post will have some line attempting to be lifted off of it, or reducing the load, whereas the other post will still have some downward to the geometry. So we should start to see a profile, and then we'll try and go to 2 meters. We'll pull that and see what happens. Now, we might not be successful there because of sag. And that's where your calculations come in, Coach, that you've posted. Those calculations are accurate for the sag going the opposite direction.
I mean, I'm pointing to what the equation is. It's not how to get rid of sag. It's how to make a rope straight.
The rope will be
the general formula for that.
The rope will become straight on its own because once
it won't. That's not true.
What's the maximum the rope can hold before it snaps?
1,200 kilograms. That's the breaking strain of it.
And it's as thick as my pinky?
8 millimeters, yeah. Just under 1 centimeter.
So you have to be sure not to apply more than 1,200 kilograms of pull, right?
Yeah, so I'll just have a spring scale, the line.
You'll do that while you lift the rope up and you pull in both directions. I mean, you pull on both sides, and as the rope starts lifting up, it'll have that tension, it'll have that sag. Then the idea is to get it, as straight as possible. It's still going to buckle in the middle. But I don't know.
Yeah, of course.
How straight. I don't know how straight you can get it before the rope pops. That's my thinking. It won't
okay, see, I'm not trying to get it straight. I don't don't get why anyone would even say that at this point. I'm not trying to get the rope straight at all.
And
I'm trying to see that if
to read a
put
downward
tension,
force on the
the
scale?
It's not
line.
straight. It's not going to give you the reading
Yeah.
that you want.
If it's not straight, then it could be arcing
It has
over
to be
the
straight
scale.
before it pulls down on
Okay,
the scale.
because there's the Earth. The Earth is in the way. Hello. The Earth is in the way, right? Hello. I'm not going to pull this thing through the Earth, guys. It's definitely not going to get straight. It's going to try. It will try based on geometry.
Yeah, but
And that's what we'll measure. The trying.
I've given you
You
the
get it?
equation. I've given you the equation though for making the rope curve with the Earth as it curves over those 10 kilometers, and to make it do that, it would be that force. So if you don't have that force, you're not even gonna get the rope straight enough for it to be
I'll say it
matching the
once
curve of the
more.
Earth.
We're going to have to agree to disagree that your formula is the correct. Okay, and like I said before, when I go out and do it, I hope for your sake that it validates your maths.
Why would it
Because otherwise you're going to have to acknowledge that you were wrong.
It's not for my sake. I mean, this is. It's not like I made these numbers up. I found these when I was searching. When you
I
told me,
didn't say that you did.
Before.
You're just using the wrong ones for my application. That's all.
How many opinions have you got about this experiment that you want to do?
Say that again.
How many opinions have you gotten about this experiment that you want to do?
Look, quite a lot, and most of them eventuate in. I don't think you'll have enough pulling strength, or the down forces aren't going to be enough to measure. They'll be too small to measure. So that's usually what I'm hearing. Some people like Rumpus get very fucking angry and just say, as soon as the rope's on the ground, there are no forces. Even when tension is applied,
So,
the rope is on the ground, there will be no more forces.
okay, so I don't understand that part, because what I think you're trying to do is, if the Earth is curving, right, then that would mean that once you pull the rope, once you pull the rope taut, it's going to pull down, it's going to press down on that scale, which is 1.9 meters above the ground, which is the same height that you're measuring on both the pulleys, on both the back of the trucks, on both sides. It's the same height that the scale is. It's the same height on the other truck. So it has to pull taut before you're going to get that downward pressure. If it's not taut, you're not going to get that downward pressure.
No, you're missing. No. A and B are being pulled at ground level, at sea level. All the points from A to B are at sea level.
One second.
The picture you might be looking at is part of extra parts where I raise A and B.
Hang on. Is A and B 1.9 meters above the ground? That's what you need. You need both sides to be 1.9 meters.
You're breaking up like
No, his first run is going to be right on the ground. It sounds like his first run is going to be that A and B will be right on the ground level. But he said that he might raise at a later point. He might raise A and B up a meter to test that as well.
Hey guys, can someone real quick? Can someone unmute? Can someone unmute Nate?
Yeah.
Hear me out. Look,
what happened to his other account?
If you 10 meters above the ground on both sides, and then also put the scale at that height, that's where you're going to get a downward pressure when it's taut. Otherwise, how could it work? How could it not? How could it work on the ground?
Do you not appreciate that in a profile perspective of what I'm suggesting, that point C, if everything's on the ground at sea level, point C is physically 2 meters or 1.97 above point A and B. Just confirm that for me. Am I muted?
Okay. No. Okay. So
I had also something I wanted to.
You're saying the middle is above the edges, the sides, right?
Yes.
The middle is above the sides by one. I don't know how. I guess you see the 1.9.
1.9.
more. I'm not sure.
1.96, 1.9687, something
Yeah,
like
so
that. 1.97.
it would be above. If everything's flat, if there's no dips or valleys, then it would be above. Yes.
Hang on. No. If everything's flat and planar, right, points A and B and C are all on a horizontal plane. If the Earth is curved, point C is 1.96 meters or 1.97 meters above a straight line between points A and B. Do you understand that? The difference?
Okay, so if it was flat, you're saying it wouldn't weigh more in the middle?
If it's
The rope
flat,
won't weigh more.
then it's no, it can't weigh more. No, it's not possible. Because when you pull tension on it, there's nothing that it's pulling against. Whereas on a sphere, there is. There's a 1.96 meter hump
Okay,
that it
but
has to
stop right
pull
there.
against.
Stop right there, though.
Okay?
Like we said, if you want to get the downward pressure that would be caused by a sphere, you'd have to have the rope pulled taut.
Yes, and
That's what I'm
that's
wondering.
what we're doing with the winches. That's what the
You
winches are for on the utes. They pull. Winches pull, like hydraulic winches, they turn and they pull the rope tight. That's what we're doing. We're not just laying it there, we're pulling on it. Did you miss that bit where we pull tight tension on it?
I think I understand.
Okay, no, fair enough.
Kosho, you said, let's assume that Kosho's math is right, and you need 127,000 newtons basically to lift the rope up, which should be the same as pulling it taut, right? You said that the tensile strength should be enough?
No.
It shouldn't,
It's
right?
10 times. It's 10 times too small.
Yeah. So,
Actually, less than that.
Right.
But yeah.
That was I misheard you. Okay. So, based on your predictions, then, Kosho, the string will break before you start getting a reading on any scale, or before it even gets taut.
Before it gets taut enough to make this measurement, sure, but I don't think that's
How
going
the
to happen.
hell can it break before it gets taut, boys?
It's
got 1,200 kilos of braking strain. I'm pretty sure the rope has to get taut to even achieve 1,200 kilos, guys.
Yeah,
Like,
when he's saying taut, he's talking about the straightness of it, and that's what I'm responding to. The straightness of it.
It doesn't need to go straight. It won't go
It needs to be
anywhere
straight
near
enough.
straight.
It needs to be straight enough that it's straighter than the curvature of the Earth, though.
Right.
Otherwise, it could just be It could just be arcing over the curvature of the Earth and never ever pulling downwards, even though you're pulling it as tight as you can.
I have a question. How are you going to keep the rope on the scale if you're pulling it from both sides? It will just lift right up.
Because it's pulling down. It's pulling down, and it's like, I'm sorry. I suppose I can visualize my test, and it's all very straightforward to me. And I just find it hard when other people can't do it. But I do appreciate that you can't quite visualize my test. So the rope is going through eyelets that are going to be on the bottom of just picture some spring weights, right? That'll be hanging above the rope. So as the rope comes under tension and wants to try and pull down into the earth, even though it won't be able to because the earth is pretty solid, it will pull on those springs, and we will measure that weight, extra weight that it's pulling down.
Can I just one of the things that's highlighted to me after rechecking that old Jamboard is please do be careful. People massively underestimate the dangerousness of lines under tension, and if somebody's wandering up in person and checking that central line, they could get fucked up or killed.
Really fucked up.
Yeah, don't stress. You've only got to lace some of those blankets over here.
How?
It arrests
No. You lay blankets over it that will just half the distance, but anywhere a snap happens, you now have the distance of that snap to fly back. The blankets only mean that if you lay that in the middle of a winch cable, that will mean that the end of the winch won't make it to through your windshield. It doesn't mean that it won't snap or it won't flick around when it snaps.
Of course. Never said it just reduces it. And of course, people are going to be careful. Like, not tards, dude. Of course.
No, I'm not suggesting you are. I'm just saying it's a good thing to be mindful of because it'll factor into how you do it. Like, you can't have somebody standing next to a scale with a line underneath them that's under tension. If you do manage to get proper amount of tension into it, that will be
No, I'm
risky.
pretty sure there'll be. Yeah.
What's the?
No, there'll be.
What are these utes rated at? How many newtons can they?
Mine's 12,000 pounds. My winch, but my bar is only like 10,000 or something. So technically my winch.
Hello.
Well, I mean, usually I've got a failure factor of bull bar has a failure factor of higher than it, but technically my winch could pull my bull bar off.
So 10,000 pounds is the truck's limit.
Yeah, and so that's what I was going to say, Kosho. Like, if we calculated using that fancy formula, 12,000 pounds of force.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the rope that he was talking about can't withstand that.
Isn't it? I thought he was 12,000 kilos, which should be double that.
He said 1,200.
1,200. Ooh. Now, let me check what my winch is.
It's possible to find the combination of weight and tensile strength that will overcome this, but
the other part of this is using a rope this long, right? And you've got this tensile strength. One imperfection in a rope that's this freaking long fucks up the entire tensile strength of that rope. One imperfection in the manufacturing of that rope.
Well, yeah. Plus, you've got 10 kilometers of what, one piece of rope, or do they have knots? Because that every knot becomes a weak point.
No, it is joined. It wasn't supposed to be, but it is. But each of those joins is what it's rated at. So the rope itself is rated double, and the knots are rated.
Yeah, so I've got a Dominator 12,000 pound winch. The Dominator X. But you can also do a if you take a snatch block, you can do a what's called a double line pull, where your winch is going through a snatch block, through a pulley, and then you hook it back onto your own car, and that effectively doubles the power of your winch.
And you could do that twice if you really had to.
Yeah, you could do a double snatch block, but I mean, like, yeah, you're talking about you want to be well away from a line like that. People die, like, I believe it's one of the most common ways to die four-wheel driving, and that is during a recovery with a line under pressure and standing too close.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little worried about this whole thing. That was my first thing. Is I'm pretty sure the rope's going to snap, but you did say that you're going to keep track of the rope somehow to make sure it would never snap, right?
Once again, how are you going to keep the rope on the scale as you're pulling it?
Yeah, that's a logistical challenge I asked about as well, Godric. Like in a slightly different way.
You can put a loop. You can put like a loop attached to the scale and run the rope through the loop. That way, the rope won't leave the scale area. And if it does pull, it'll yank the scale away with it. It'll stay with the scale.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why it's planned to have it.
Because once you pull that rope with that much tension, it's not going to stay anywhere on a scale. It'll just move off left or to the right or to up or down.
Yeah, but you can just create a frame that's in the center. Like if you have a scale that's laying on the ground, not hanging, you have one laying on the ground, and you have like a sort of like a cage
It's the
almost,
actual rope you're
like
gonna
a
use.
cage with
It looks like it's
columns on
nylon.
both sides, Godric. Then you can keep the rope from leaving the, being right above the scale.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. That's correct. So they have to work on that, and they also have to figure out if when they're gonna hit that 1,200 pounds. That's what I'm wondering about.
Yeah, and when you're getting close to 1,200 pounds, like remembering the entire purpose of a winch is to be able to drag a four-wheel drive out of a bog. What are you using to secure the back of the four-wheel drive so it's not dragging itself through the sand?
Keep forgetting we're talking 0.2 tons of force here. So a four-wheel drive alone is 2-something ton. So 1 ton of force isn't, let alone if it's tethered off to a post that's also sinking. But you've got to remember the force on this line is less than what you're all talking. Winches of 1,200 pounds are more than enough. We don't even need to double block it. So just overthinking it.
That's the rope. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, rope's the problem, I think. What did you say braking thing is?
1,200 kilos. But my logic, my brain. So we pull on it, we overcome the static friction. So for example, between it and the sand, even though it's pressing against the sand, and we manage to achieve some. Let's just say that it's not even tied off at one end, and we're just trying to tow the line, like just down the beach, for example, 10 kilometers of line. We're just trying to tow it down the beach, a big long strip. There's about 300 kilograms of static friction to overcome. So once that's overcome, it's freely got to move along, right? So I'm just proposing that one end is secured. Obviously, they're going to pull from both ends, work with one end secured. The minute there's resistance from pulling it down the beach, and there's some geometry at play, like we think there is in the Earth, then there has to be downward forces. The downward forces would increase until the line snaps. It's not going to be 0 down, 0 down, 0 down, and then it snaps. For every bit of pressure or tension we put on that laterally before it snaps, if there's geometry involved, there has to be corresponding downward forces.
Yeah, that part I don't get why you say that, because the only what you want to measure in my mind is the downward force on that scale when the rope is totally taut, because there's a curve in the way, not before it's taut.
No, but okay, can you define what you say by taut? Do you mean taut being a straight line, or taut just being under
It's not gonna be totally
tension?
straight, but it'll start straightening out. And at that point, you're gonna have, once you start straightening out that rope, if it was a globe, you're gonna have that curve in the middle, and that's gonna make the rope press down on that scale because there's the curve. And to achieve that,
Exactly.
it has to be pretty taut. I mean, not 100%, but at least pretty taut.
Well, okay. Can we agree that it has to be under tension? It's got to be under tension, doesn't it? Be pressing into that point at sea.
Tension? What does that mean, under tension?
Well, under tension.
Oh, you mean tension?
Exactly what it means. Like there's tension on the line. Like go from zero.
It has to have tension on the line,
some tension.
which in my mind is going to push down on that scale if there's a curve happening between A and B.
Right. So any tension on the line above zero, any at all, would have to press down at point C.
No.
Well, as you lift up as you pull the rope taut, you're gonna have weight on that scale, okay? Because that rope is lifting up on the sides and not in the middle, so the middle will have weight.
No, it's on the ground. You keep forgetting it's all on the ground. It's not lifting up anywhere.
That's the
second part of the test.
That's not gonna work.
Okay, fine.
Because
Agree to
let me
disagree.
tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because if this is just hypothetically, if it was a ball, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't put any pressure on the scale because it would be equal in all
Why?
areas.
No, but it's not, because when you get a string and you've got 2 points and you pull on that string wants to form a straight line. It's just natural. Doesn't matter whether it's plane or a ball. The string will form a straight line between 2 points. Now, obviously, with gravity, and we try and do that straight, there's always going to be a little bit of a dip, because obviously, if we pull it completely straight, it'll get.
But
So the
listen to what you're
little
saying
bit
now.
of
You're trying to pull a string across the ground on the ground. It's on the ground, okay?
It is,
So it's touching the ground.
and point C is higher than points A and B. So when you pull it, it tries to go straight. And we get to measure the force while it's trying to do that. I struggle to see how you miss it. I really am.
You're going to pop that string because it's on the ground. What you want to do is lift it above the ground 1.9 meters, which is the supposed
No, I don't.
measurement of the globe. That's what you should do.
No.
That
No,
way,
if I lift it up 1.9 meters at point A and B, that makes it level. That makes it horizontal with point C. That would go against what I'm trying to do completely. I might do that to verify that there's less pressure on all the other posts as I go up, but that's not what I want to do at all.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Can someone help me here?
Before you get any kind of downward force, though, you do agree that you have to overcome the weight of the rope, right? And with the pulling. Only after you overcome the weight of the rope would you ever record any type of downward force, right?
Okay, the only time we're going to record any downward force is if there's A, geometry involved, and B, by applying tension to the line.
Right, but the line will get tense the moment you overcome its mass.
you have to lift it above the ground.
Only after that.
No, nothing has to be lifted above the ground. God.
This is.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Groundbreaking.
Let me tell you why. Because if there's you said you were going to be on the beach, all you need is a little sand hump, right? That's, I don't know, it's 10 inches, right? And that's going to interfere with your weight measurement. And if you're putting pressure on that sand hump, right?
We've got water level.
That's actually correct, Godric. I'm glad you finally got to a real debunk.
There is no
You're
sand
not going
hump.
to have a flat area over 5 kilometers.
There's always a sand hump. Have you been to a beach before?
Obviously.
Yeah. I don't know why they can't
Yeah.
get it. Don't know why they can't get it. It befuddles me.
It is confusing. Every now and then I think to myself, fucking hell, am I broken? And then I think to myself, no, the fucking geometry is fucking straightforward.
Like
Point
I said-
C is higher than points A and B. Simple.
Yeah, just
The only thing I thought of was obviously pulling it fairly taut to get as much curve out of it as possible, which you'd already thought of anyway. Pulling it taut all the way behind the truck to get as much curve out of it from side to side curve, that is. And what I suggested with the scales, why those scales having 2 scales with a bar across them, so it does give the ability for that rope to move a little bit from side to side without pulling on an actual fixed weight that's attached to a pipe.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying there with 2 scales and a bar across it. You get that?
Yeah, or even a perpendicular on the post whereby the scale can actually move out laterally. If
Yes, yeah. Some sort of railing of some sort. Exactly right. Yep.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And even as you pull that line fairly taut with the initial run, and then wind it up to say half or 3/4 pressure or tension, I should say, not pressure, to get as much side to side curvature out of it as possible, and then go and set the scale system up after that is done.
Hey, Riding, now that you've thought about the possibility of this rope breaking, are you still willing to go?
Oh yeah, I'd definitely go, but I just wouldn't be anywhere near it under strain. Like it will break. I mean, it'll probably break on a join in it.
You're not interested in having a swift and quick sex change.
Just whip off my dangler. But yeah, it is a thing because I like watching vehicle recovery videos, and fuck me, the number of people that just like stand next to a fully tensioned winch line, being like back a bit. You're like, oh my god. Whereas if you watch the pros do it, like what's his name? Matt's Off-Road Recovery does a lot of them. He will like sit in the car, turn the winch on, but he'll also open the bonnet of the car, and his idea is like, if this thing snaps, it might punch through the windshield, but if I have the bonnet up, that's just one extra thing for it to punch through, so I might be safer. Like if that's what the pros are doing, and the noobs are just standing nearby. You know.
I'm gonna straddle the rope personally.
Well, there we go.
George said he's going to lay underneath it and put his neck on the line.
There we go.
Are you going, Bansel?
100%. I'm there. Yeah, I signed up for this whenever I first heard about it because we're running around the corner from each other.
Got it.
When are you guys going to do it though?
Winter.
Yeah, July, August, come around.
That's what's up.
Apparently, I've got to bring the beer.
Hey, no drinking and wenching, man.
Yeah, here we go. Man died in a snatch strap thing. 15-year-old schoolgirl died the other year from a towing accident.
You one of those you know those like riot shields that the cops use? Those big plastic shields?
Yeah.
You need one of those.
Yeah, but I mean the challenge is for people, if you're directly in line with it, you can get in behind the bulk of a car. The challenge is, I think, if you're beside it, is that the thing whips around. So like you could find it sort of whipping the back of your head even though you're facing the line.
You could be really far from the actual breakpoint too. How many breakpoints are there? You said that there's knots in the rope or joints in the rope.
Yeah, there's two per kilometre. I'm not too worried about the joins. These things are designed for, doing the big long fishing trawler things. They catch, so many fish, and there's so much weight when they're pulling the fish in. If these knots fell apart, these company contracts.
If it's going to break, it'll break somewhere else other than the join, most likely.
Yeah, most likely that's probably the strongest part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though the rest of the rope is double that strength, there could be a malfunction.
Yeah, isn't it usually right next to a join that they fail? Like certainly that's one of the dangerous things about winch recovery is quite often like right before or after a snatch block or a hook or something like that, where there's been a kink and some stuff. Yeah, Ronnie Dahl, a guy that does 4-wheel driving, tested it and got all these like shop mannequins as dummies, and then tested a bunch of things. Admittedly, I think he might be doing it with metal cable. But I'm not sure because most winch cable nowadays is just fabric. But yeah, he's got some pretty amazing shots in that where it's just smashing through the car.
Smashing. Fuck, not quite Christmas, is it? My bad. Yeah, and as I've said before, there's a degree of stretch in this line as well. So as it stretches, there'll be a number of meters that come onto the winch through stretch, and that's before it comes up to 10, like full tension. But then there's X amount of tension can take up to 1,200 kilos before it breaks. So again, any bit of tension above zero on that line, like, you know, because I'll have a gauge on there and we'll start pulling, and it'll get to 100, 200, 300. Any of that tension, there are down forces. I'm not sure at which point we'll physically overcome the static friction, even though we don't necessarily laterally the rope, because we're pulling from both ends at the same time. It should really just start pressing. It shouldn't try and move sideways. So we're not really trying to overcome that, other than stretch. But yeah, I think it's a goer.
Yeah, I made this last picture so that it was as easy to agree upon as possible, because I drew even the curvature of the Earth. I drew the straight lines already there. That it would need that it would be, so if it was a straight line, it would be cutting through, and I put the arc that it would be if it was matching the curvature of the Earth, which it would have to overcome in order to feel that downward weight. Because this rope in this picture would be taut. It's being pulled at an immense strength, the strength less than the one that I put, but still greater than it even can withstand. And even still, it's not straight enough to match the curvature of the Earth. And what that means is, even though it's being pulled very tight, if there's a scale on the ground there, there's no reason for it to be pulling down against it, because it's not even straight. It's got no reason to be going in that direction.
Oh, I'm on mute. Sorry, I didn't realise I was on mute. I think you need to have a break, sleep, and come back and just think about that again and see if you want to say that again. Personally. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I just feel as though you might be a bit fatigued.
Is there anybody else in here who didn't understand that?
If you could say it again, I had a video playing, and then but yeah, could you say again?
Yeah, because I'm the brown thing in there is the rope, and the blue thing is the curve, and he's agreed that you know, you're not going to get it straight, because it's not about getting it straight, it's about the downward pressure. And I'm telling you that in order to get it straight enough for it to not be for it to be cutting into the Earth, so less than the amount that it would be that you would need to make it for it to be matching the curvature of the Earth, is that force. Anything less than that would allow the rope to be curved in such a way that it could be taut completely, being pulled very with a great amount of force, and still not be applying a downward force greater than its weight, because it's not even straight enough to be. It's not even straight enough to be the curve of the Earth.
We understand the discrepancy here.
123,000 newtons. Like, what would
It's not 2 meters above the ground. It's all on the ground, Kosho. You've got it 2 meters above the ground. Be straight before it touches the ground. It's already all on the ground.
It being on the ground is not relevant, dude. It's about the straightness of the rope. The straightness of the rope is what's going to make it create that downward pressure. If it's not straight, it could be curved, and if it's being pulled tight and it's still not straight, it could be curving with the curvature of the Earth and not be pulling downward towards the Earth at all.
Well, yeah, if it's not relevant, why do you have the 2 meters there?
Because that's what it's supposed to overcome. That's the 2 meters. That is the distance between the sagitta or the curve.
Okay then.
So the problem is, as I can see it from what you're saying there, Kosho, is because that angle near F is so small, because it's 0.02 of a degree. The closer that gets to zero, the more and more force you get for the less and less.
Yeah, well, right. The more force you're going to get that angle smaller and smaller. That force right there is the force required
force
to get
is
it to
to
that
get to
angle.
straight. Yeah, the force is to get it straight. We're not even doing that, are we? We're
need to
happy
be.
with 1 centimeter, a 1 centimeter change from 1.96 to 1.95. That would show us that there is downward force. We don't need to go to. Come on.
So what happens if it is perfectly straight? Well, you keep on bringing up it's not straight, it's not straight, it's not straight. Okay, so what about the scenario if it is straight?
Then you can be talking about slicing through the earth.
Okay.
However, if it's not straight, if it's allowed to have this much curve, like the line I pointed, then it's allowed to be curving along the entirety of the earth, and the maximum amount of weight receiving on the scales would be the weight of the rope. It wouldn't be some downward pressured weight, because the amount of arc allowed in the rope, if it's not pulled this tight, is matching the curvature of the earth.
So that 127 something thousand newtons, or is it 127 million? 127,000. What's that in
So 12,000
pounds per square inch, or kilograms per square meter, or
It's like
whatever.
12,000 kilogram forces.
Okay then, cool.
That's to get it to straight.
That's to get it to this straight, to this amount of straight. This, the amount that would match the earth, the curve of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
It would take a lot more to get it more straight.
Hang on. So if it's laying on the earth and it's just laying there and it's forming the shape of the earth, and I haven't applied any tension to it, are you saying that any force I put on that increases that has to be unlimited? I can't step it up like fractional.
That's right. If you have it laying perfectly straight and you want to pull it so that it's even more straight than that, or it's matching the curvature of the earth, I mean, but straight in a straight fashion, and you want to pull it even more straight, you have to be pulling at a force that's matching or greater than that number.
Okay, so even though there's no tension in the line and it happens to be almost straight, just laying there, like there's no tension and it's almost there, all of a sudden, to have it any more straight, we need infinite force to.
You're the one who said that it was straight in that example. So I'm telling you that in order to get it more straight than that, it's going to require that force.
So,
Okay,
what's also important to point out in that is that Sagitta he's done it as a triangle. So that's assuming what that creates is the best case scenario for the central downward force at that middle point, assuming it's basically a triangle or a post in the middle.
Right.
When you're going across the ground, I'm also wondering if that angle gets even gentler, because it is just this bit of sand 2 foot next to this bit of sand, for which the angle is 0.0000001 or something, degrees higher than the last bit, so to speak.
Okay, we'll deny
best case scenario. It sounds like what Kosho is suggesting is the best case scenario is double the strength of my winch, more than double the strength of my winch.
Well, based on some mathematics, which for the day is not what we're doing. Right? He's calculated the force to go from what, 2 meters above a certain point, and he hasn't gone down to 1.99 meters. He's gone down to where? How far? That's not the force we need. We need the force to go from 2 meters to 1.99. Calculate that force, please.
That's not what you need, man.
Yes, it is. I'm asking. You can say that. That's fine. I'm asking you to calculate the force required to go.
You need the rope to be able to pull that. Is what you need. You need the rope to be able to be as straight as that, and then get as straight as you just said. So that's what you're talking about. Is what's the force required to make it that straight? And
no, it's what's the force to make it required 1 centimeter straighter in the middle than it is like just laying there flaccid. That's all.
I like that you said flaccid.
Well, hey, I'm trying to get the idea that just laying there, apparently there's all this tension. Because it's so close to straight, there must be already all this tension on it. Or to go from being flaccid and almost straight, but to get it to be a bit straighter, you need to apply all of this force. Now, I appreciate to get something off of the ground and support all of its weight, you need to apply infinite amount of force to get it straight. You'll never do it. But to do what I'm suggesting, to go the other way, is very much.
I think when you consider how much force it's needed to lift up or to overcome the weight of this rope, I think you're equating that to how much force it's needed to lift up 300 pounds.
Bandy,
it's so different.
Come on. Someone.
Sorry, I missed that.
Okay, we're not lifting up
I just
the
don't
rope,
think
are we?
you're really understanding how much force it actually takes to lift up a rope that long.
We're not trying to lift it
We're
up.
lifting the rope. Thank you.
Just overcome its mass. It's
We are
not the
not
same. It's not the same.
lifting the rope.
I know, but to overcome its mass, right? It's not the same as just lifting that 300-pound up from that 300-pound block of rope that you have. Not when you spread it out that high.
Right, you guys are just playing with us now, aren't you? You just circled. They must.
I guess so, man. I don't know. I'm not really getting anywhere.
Okay, here's a question. dude. If I have a piece of wood, okay, and it's perfectly straight, and I have a log, and I lay the piece of wood so I have a long column piece of wood. I lay it on the log perpendicular. It's very easy for me to snap that log in half, like you said before, because I have a straight stick and I cracked it over the broken log. Now imagine I have the same long column, but it's not it's not a straight column now. It's an arc column, okay? And I put that over the log. If that arc is bigger than that log, it doesn't matter how much I'm pulling it outwards or downwards. That arc is going to go over and never pull down on the log. You have to make the stick straight enough to be able to pull down on that log.
I'm sorry, but I can't even see how that is even analogous to what we're talking about.
The rope is the rope is the same thing as the column of wood. If the rope is not straight enough, there's no reason to suggest that it's going to be pulling down on the scale.
No, it'll still pull down. You could have you could have a zigzag rope. Like if you had posts that were all zigzagged all over the place, it would still pull down.
Why?
If the geometry is there, it would still pull down.
Yeah, if it has zigzags, right? Just like the column of wood, it's pulling down, but the arced part of the column is not pulling down on the scale because it's arced.
I'm losing it here, Bandy. Kosho, come on.
I mean, I really don't see how you can't understand that.
It's not going to be extremely zigzag because it's right by the beach and by the water. So it's not going to be all over. It's not going to be bending all over the place. The line.
Yeah, I know, but exactly. What I've drawn there, just like Exos had said, is a perfect best case scenario for that amount of curvature, which is the curvature of the Earth, basically. And it takes that much force to get it to that arc, and that arc is going to read nothing above the weight of the rope on a scale, because there's nothing that is pressing through the Earth, because the arc is matching the curvature of the Earth. You have to get the arc to be straighter than that.
That's what happens when you apply tension. The rope wants to become straighter. That's laws of physics. And as it wants to, we're measuring that want in terms of the downforce. Right? If it's curved, there has to be a want straight. Flat, it already is straight. So there'll be no downforce at all.
I've posted for you the equations for the rope doesn't want to do anything. It's compelled to become straight due to the force that I posted the formula. But
you actually run this by some people, haven't you? This.
Yeah, when I thought this test was.
Hold on. I was addressing White. You've actually run this past some people, haven't you, White? This idea and got their feedback, haven't you?
I have. Yeah, and that's what got me even.
Yeah, exactly. All right, cool.
It's all geometry.
Why are you guys doing this in summer?
We're doing it in winter.
Winter. I meant my summer. Yeah, winter.
Because that's when the
It's just
beaches
beach
will
facts.
clear. They'll be clear. No
Fuck.
people.
Can't you guys do it at night or something? Because I don't want to wait that long.
No, look, there is too much involved, and I will have to sync the posts over a couple of days prior. So yeah, there'll be a number of people who go, "What the fuck are these posts doing here, and how they get here?" You know, if I tried to do it silently over the night time, yeah, good luck. But I mean, again, Kosho, fuck. I mean, I'm not completely closed off to the idea that I've somehow had a major brain fart, as have other people. So, other than a diagram formula,
Kosho,
I believe you miss
can you think about doing a
applied.
scaled down
Is there any
model
more?
of this?
If you do a scaled down version branch, then the problems aren't there anymore. The problems only exist when you do it at a great scale because of the weight of the rope involved.
Yeah, you'd have to use like some really shitty rope if you wanted to scale it down. Yeah, or whatever.
Because you can pull like a floss in your hand, and you can pull it taut. As you pull it taut, it will become straight.
Well, you need to have the string be scaled down too, right? So the string itself would have to match the tensile strength. So basically, like doing it with cotton wool, right?
But even still, I don't think that's how that matches. But that rope that he's talking about, if you were to hang that rope like upside down, like if you're just let it hang, it wouldn't even be able to support itself. You know what I mean? So it's
300 pounds rope.
Say
It weighs
what?
300 pounds.
300 kilograms.
Oh, kilograms.
Oh no, never mind. It can support itself. I was thinking 3,000.
We talked about doing this on like a frozen lake as well, which I thought was another interesting way to do this.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
On that frozen flat.
It'd be up in Canada though, huh?
Well, perhaps you could do it in a somewhat smaller scale over a frozen lake, maybe just because you're dealing with such a like level surface, like the ice, especially if you shovel off all the snow.
The two problems that you run into, the reason why this becomes hard is because you need it to be long enough to where the sagitta is big enough. Because if it's too short, then the sagitta is too small, and you're just not going to be. There's gonna be nothing to measure. There's gonna be not enough arc in between the two sides to measure. And then as you get bigger, the rope gets heavier, which means it requires more force. But there's probably a sweet spot somewhere with the right rope and the right distance.
Yep, it's 10 kilometers and it's the 8 mil rope. It's all been fucking nutted out to the best of our ability, which is why it's all at the measurements that it's all at. Much shorter than 10 kilometers.
I'm telling you, it's been worked out that one of the cases is inconclusive. There is one case that's conclusive, but in order for this test to be valid, you'd have to know that going in that's going to be the only conclusive result, and be ready to claim it inconclusive if it's not greater than the weight.
Well, okay. It either shows that there's geometry or it shows that there's not.
It's not the case.
But there should be geometry on the ball.
Well, I think what's gonna actually happen, which what everyone else is trying to tell you, is that the string's gonna break before you get anything.
Okay, but that's only going to happen if it breaks before it's breaking its rated breaking strain. Because I'm going to know how much tension is on the line. So, like, hello, these people, it's all rated, it's for fishing, it's for commercial equipment. They're not going to say it's got 1,200 if it's only got 500. That would fuck so many people up, and that company would be out of business. So I can guarantee it's got the 1,200 rated, and I'm going to put it to very close to that. If it breaks just under it, so be it. But I'm certainly not going to go straight to 3,000 kilograms.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that it's much greater than that. It's like 65.
Okay, I know.
6,000 kilogram pounds or kilogram forces. So if it breaks, it's going to break
Agreed to
before it reaches
disagree.
that.
I know
you're
that
saying-
it's not going to break because I'm going to keep it under 1200.
Coach,
So,
you're saying to get
in
it
your
taut, it's gonna
estimations,
have
we're
to
not
go
going to
to
get any reading.
6,000.
That's fine.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Whenever you do this and you don't receive a greater weight on the scale, that's going to be an inconclusive result. But I think that you're going to claim that that's a deep disproving of the globe Earth. But it's not. It's an inconclusive result.
Well, okay. Any downward pressure is indicative of curvature, right? No downward pressure is indicative of no geometry suggestive of curvature.
You can
It
keep saying
doesn't
that, man,
prove
but I'm
flat.
telling you, the second case is inconclusive. That's just there's no two
Why?
ways about it. Because you can get that
Why
result.
could there be?
You can get that result in any case, either case. You get that result if it's a flat Earth, and you get that result if it's a globe Earth, and your tensile strength is not
No,
strong enough
you
to
can't.
reach the
How?
force big enough to create that downward force.
How would there be any downward force? Let's just say I measure some. How would that be the case without geometry? How
Dude,
are there
I've
downward
already
forces
agreed with
being
you, but
measured on flat?
that's the case that is a result. If you get that case, you have a conclusive result that it's a globe.
Kind of want
right.
I think what every globe is trying to tell you is you're not going to read any downward force. At least with the apparatus you're using right now, you're never going to read a downward
And
force.
I struggle to understand because when it's flaccid and it's curving from A to B, there's no downward pressure other than what the scales will say individually, the weight of the rope that's on them. And then any force above and beyond that will force downwards. There'll be a downward vector.
Okay,
It
at
has
least
to
the
be the
globers in
case.
the room, the globers in the room are saying that you won't measure a downward force, and what you're saying is that
They're denying the physics. That's why.
You know what? Why? Let's just throw our hands up in the air and don't worry about it. Just poo-poo the whole idea. We won't worry about it.
Don't poo-poo the idea, but you should be on. You have to be honest about the results. If you'll get the same result. You'll get the same result in both cases. You can't claim that it's that's not a globe in that case because you can get that result if it's still a globe.
You can't get downward pressure.
I know that, Bamso.
If it's flat, so
Exactly.
there can only be two results: it's either globe or inconclusive. They're the only two
Yeah,
results.
exactly. In this case, in this version of the test, that's true. It's either a globe or the test is inconclusive. That's correct. There's ways to do this test that you can make it's a globe or it's not a globe, but that requires a rope with the right tensile strength and weight.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that, Kosho, whatsoever. But there can be two definitive answers: globe, right, or inconclusive.
yeah, but you're going to take inconclusive as a win, and that is going to be what you get. You're not going to measure a downward force.
Not necessarily. Not
How
necessarily.
how do you guys know what's going to happen before the experiments even happened?
Exactly.
Because they're principles of nature that we're trying to share with you. These principles of nature I didn't invent. This is what you use to determine what you expect to see and what you base the conclusions of your test on.
Yeah. But if he doesn't if he doesn't increase the tension too much on the rope, it should be okay, right?
Well, no, he has to increase it
but not past its threshold. I mean, past that 1200 or whatever it was.
He'll have to increase it past that in order to make it straight enough for it to be to pull downward.
Right.
What is going to be your understanding that the string is taut? Like, how are you going to say, okay, now the string is taut?
Well, okay. Let's just say we got to 600 kilograms of tension on the line. So between 600 and 1200, I would consider it fucking being taut, and I'm pulling it, and I'm basically going to break it at some point if I keep going.
What I'm saying is,
I would consider that tension. So from 600 to 1200, every fucking kilogram that I put on it between 6 and 12 will have down forces.
Okay, if you
Simple.
reach that on each side, right? But then you go to the center, and you take that rope.
I see what Branch is saying. If there's any sort of slackness in the middle, like is that 600 pounds due to the friction of the rope being on the ground? Is that what you're saying, Branch?
Right, you got to make sure the center of the rope is taut, and
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
you
could check it. You could physically check it.
Okay, so to physically check it, basically you just move it to the left, and it should spring back to the middle, right?
Or you could try and pull it. Yeah, you could try and pull it.
Right. Isn't that one way to say it's taut? Is you move it to the left and it should go back to the
No,
middle?
because any tension, it's going to be pulling into the ground, mate. You can't pull it left and right and watch it spring back. It's on the ground, and I'm pulling it along the ground. So it pulls into the ground.
Okay, so when it's in the center,
This is epic.
Your understanding of it being taut is what? How are you going to test for tautness? That's all I'm asking.
I God, test the tautness.
You could pull it. You could pull it. You could feel it. You could physically feel it.
Somebody is going to go feel it. You're not just going to be like, oh, I pulled it this much on this side, this much on this side, so it must be taut in the middle.
You can actually
we're not going to have any cameras on the posts watching what's going on.
Okay,
There's going to be sliding through three of them, and we won't know.
What we're saying, Bansaw, is that what you just said, where you can feel it being taut in the middle, you will never feel that.
Yeah,
Not with
it's
that
not like
apparatus being used to
it's not like a guitar string we can go up and pluck it.
Yeah, but you said that you will be able to feel
You're
that.
so
it's taut,
funny.
right?
Well, you could feel it. 100% you could feel if there's.
Okay, I'm just saying that you will
I
never
reckon
feel
I
that.
could pluck it.
You will never feel it because it won't get taut.
Do you know what? The diameter alone would change. The feeling of the rope would change. Just because it's being pulled tight, it would twist and it would tighten up. So just that feeling alone, you would know that it was under tension. And then you would actually be able to, if you wanted to put your hand underneath it and raise it just a little bit, and you would feel, yeah, it's definitely under tension, as opposed to doing it when there was no tension and it was flaccid. It would feel like a whole different fucking bit of rope, without a doubt.
Okay, it's gonna stay flaccid. You're not gonna be able to get it taut.
Okay, so it just comes down to defining taut here.
How do you,
Semantics over the word taut.
How do you eliminate the
Yeah.
elevations in the ground that are going to happen between 10 kilometers?
Is we're just going to try and do it as close as we can to the ground at water level. If there are any points in between along the way that are popping up out of the water, we'll just go along with fucking either the like a separate ute with something on the back, just a blade that'll stick into the ground, and just carve a line through for the rope. So it cuts through that little mound. So that's not an issue.
Wait, I'm
Count for
sorry.
that on the
Is this
day.
going to be on the water or on the ground?
On the water.
On the ground, but we're using the tide. The tide will come in, and then it will go out. All our posts will be there, and we'll be able to mark off level.
Wait. You're going to carve channels out of the globe so your rope can slip through it and give you a flat Earth result. That's what I just heard.
No, you didn't. That's a
That's
typical
exactly
Dawn
what I just heard.
spoof. Yeah, we'll type it down, Dawn. Go and type it down, mate. In the text. Go and spiral
Why
over
are
it.
you going to dig channels for the rope to go through if you're trying to prove flat Earth?
Because if the hump is higher than the water level line that
What
we choose to work, we need to
The
knock
hump
it
you
down.
denied
If there is
earlier,
one.
it's not there.
Well, I hope there's not one, but if there is, we can knock it down. That's not an issue.
What if that hump is the Earth curve of the beach? You start knocking
But it
into
can't be if it's higher than the water level that we set, Dawn.
Oh,
Mate.
okay. You're getting everything back to water level.
It never left water level. That's why we're on the beach, champ.
That's why the comparison, water level to the
Okay.
and everything.
Just don't get too happy with your channels because that could ruin the experiment.
No, we're going to get an
Jeremy's coming over. Jeremy's going to come over with his kids, and he's doing a trench. He's going to be the trench man.
That's not gonna happen. That's not true.
Oh, come on. It might not be true, but I can wish it.
No way.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool, though. See if he can dig a 1 mile trench in half an hour with one arm tied behind his back. And his good eye closed.
It'll be epic.
He's
I've got a
actually
new
right.
topic.
You can't
you
dig
want.
trenches because that's cheating. That's cheating. Because that could be the curve of the Earth.
No, it's above waterline. You guys can't visualize things. You've got a problem with 3D visualization, all
Well,
of
you
you.
said it was over the ground.
Yeah. Just.
Is it on the water or on the ground?
You don't understand.
I think we should throw our hands up.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
just
I
going to throw my hands up like Andy said.
It's all too hard. And you know what?
Yeah, I was wondering today.
And I can see it now. If it does snap, why? Everyone, oh, I told you so. I told you so. You didn't listen to me.
Yeah.
Rah, 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 rah.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of a win-win for Globers, right? Because
It is. Yeah.
It's perfect.
It is.
Watch you guys get everything set up.
I might have to get a backup one.
Yeah.
And fail.
I might have to get a backup one.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful even without happening. Just imagining it snapping while you're all on the beach.
At least White's prepared to put his balls on the line, unlike many other people.
Yeah.
Unlike
All
many
right, the
other
line.
people.
A lot of us have done tests, man. That's
Yeah,
cool
what are
that
you
he's going to
talking
do a
about? He's
test.
not even done
but
anything.
It's not cool to just say that nobody else has. People do
That's what
tests,
you
man.
keep on
I said
saying.
you should do this test, man. But you just got to be honest about the results. That's all.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying.
100%.
One of the results is inconclusive, and you have to see that. To claim that it's the globe when the result can happen on a globe or flat Earth, it would be dishonest.
Like Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski and Timmy Osman and George.
Like anybody else who has done that. Anyone else who has done that.
Okay, Kosho, would you agree that if, let's just say if it is curved and our first test along the ground shows downward pressure, right? Let's just say your calculations are wrong and there does happen to be enough pressure registered with 1,200 kilograms of braking strain, right? And we get a reading and it's like, shit, yep, cool, there's clearly some geometry. And then we raise points A and B up from the ground or from the sea level that we set to 1 meter. And then we start applying tension again. Now, would you agree that we would get a different profile of pressure down across those 10 points by raising points A and B up to 1 meter versus being at the sea level?
You're going to get different results, yeah. I wouldn't imagine it'd be because it was being pulled straight, though.